Hello, friends, and welcome back to the Deeg podcast. Today, I am so pleased to welcome back Lex, renowned Planetside 2 critic and good friend of mine, to a very long discussion all about many things. Lex, in many ways, espouses a philosophy towards gaming and towards Planetside 2 specifically that's in conflict with my own. Over the years, what I've really grown to appreciate about Lex is the rigor and passion with which he approaches his interests and the things he sees as true. And even if I don't agree with him, which I often don't, I almost always can learn something by understanding what he has to say and listening closely. This conversation covers a fair amount of topics. Of course, PlanetSide 2 is in the mix, but we also talk more broadly about media and gaming and nostalgia and its sort of tension with the naked truth. And at the end of the day, just two friends bantering. So I hope you enjoy it. Please, everyone, give it up for Lex. Your video looks good. Did you upgrade something?
Yeah, I've gone through like 5 webcams, and I keep cycling through new ones, like trying to find one that I like.
Yeah.
And I got this. Let's see, I've had the two the staples, the Logitech C920 and the C922 forever.
Yep.
Got off those. I got the Logitech Stream Cam, which is a piece of shit. It's like $140, and it's this thing. It's sitting somewhere around here, but it's like it doesn't have the articulation on the bottom. It just sits in this plastic thing,
Uh,
and the cable is like this thick, and it's awkward, and you can't move it. It sucks. So this is the Elgato face cam. I just got this
oh,
like last week,
that's.
and
I think I heard about that. It's like kind of newish. Doesn't it have some cool features or something?
I mean I think it's a stupid. I don't have it set up, but like if you move and you're in some like corporate meeting and you move to the right, it follows you and does all that kind of stuff.
Maybe I
But
should
I
get one.
don't use it. I don't use it for any of that. My frame rate looks low on this. I think it's maybe because my lighting is not. What's that?
Yeah,
No. Well, maybe that's better.
I've been using the C922 for as long as I've been
I used that thing
on YouTube.
forever, but
Yeah,
I hated. It was such. I never like when I stream and I use the camera. I
yeah.
don't. I tend to not leave it in 1080 because I don't like the. I don't like the box, the shape of the box that it makes
Okay.
on like the screen. It's like too. I always chop it down so it's more of like a squared box and not a rectangle, if you know what I mean.
Oh, so you cut off the corner, the left and right
Yeah, yeah,
sides a
yeah,
little
yeah,
bit.
yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I like
Yeah.
that
Okay.
better, but this I think I can't make custom resolutions for this,
Hmm.
even in OBS,
Hmm.
as it misbehaves.
Hmm.
So I'm
Yeah.
kind of
Everything
stuck
wants to be
on
16:9.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, when I prefer like a not 4:3, maybe it is 4:3.
Or
I don't know.
5:4.
Yeah, I don't know.
I used to have a 5:4, big old massive 50-pound CRT monitor back in the day.
I never had well, maybe like the Pentium 2 days I might have had one, like one of my
Uh,
first computers, but
mhm.
I know it was a monster, and we used to have the TVs like that too, the
Mm.
big car engine TV
Oh yeah.
that when it died, it would get like the blue and red spots in the screen, and
Yeah.
they would start coming through. Yeah,
Those things are
we had one of those.
dangerous. Those things were dangerous.
I think there's one sitting in the back of the basement back there
Oh
somewhere right
yeah.
now. It's sitting in a corner with a tablecloth over it. It's been just
There's
sitting there because no one wants to move it.
Yeah, yeah, they're way too inconvenient to deal with. My grandparents in the '90s bought like God, it's the biggest CRT I've ever seen. It's got to be 4 or 5 feet wide. It has a built-in cabinet. It's almost as tall as me. I'm 5'11". The
Yeah, the
thing must
built-in
weigh.
cabinets and
It's got
the
to
yeah, that's yep.
it's got to outweigh me. That thing. It's it's an
With
impressive.
the wood paneling.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
And, that's the TV that I watched the original Star Wars on for the first time. That was a pretty neat experience.
I don't remember what I watched it on. I was late. I was late
Yeah?
to the Star Wars game. I was the first time I saw the movies, I think was 97 when they re-released.
Oh, really? Well, yeah, the special editions. Yeah.
Because I was 10 and they came out in the theaters, and
Uh-huh.
I went with my mom, and I think we saw like they were all out at once, and it wasn't like I didn't know shit about it. So I think we saw like Empire Strikes Back first.
Did they do
Didn't
them
even
all at
see A New
once?
Hope first.
I totally
Yeah, they
forgot
were
about
all
that.
out. Yeah, they were all out at once. They all came back out. They
How
didn't
wild that you can
stagger
get
them.
away with making a
Yeah,
special edition of a movie and putting it into a theater and people watch it. How wild.
it was huge.
Yeah.
It was huge, and all the toys stuff and everything with that too.
Uh-huh.
And then what was it? 99. The
The
episode 1 came
prequels.
out.
Yeah. Had
Yeah,
they announced
and
the
everybody was.
prequels when Special Edition came out? They must have like, people must have known the prequels were coming by
Uh,
then.
I think they were in. They might have been even in production,
Yeah.
and maybe that's why they wanted to relight that fire. I guess
Yeah.
maybe I don't know, but I mean, as a young kid, yeah, that was a huge thing for me.
What'd you think of Star Wars when you first watched it? Empire or whatever.
It was cool, you know,
Yeah.
because I had always played. I had played games that were from Star Wars, but I wasn't. I had never watched the movies, and then my
Sure.
best friend, who lived behind me, he was, I guess, in the neighborhood I lived in. I just jumped over the fence and went over his house every day.
Okay.
And he was a year younger than me, I think, but me and him watched it and played all the games and stuff. And then when that came out, that was huge.
Yeah.
What did
Yeah.
I think of it though? I mean, it was just,
Yeah.
I don't know. I was 10.
You
I
were
was
10. What did you know?
right. I was like, this is fucking awesome. I love
Yeah.
it. And then I loved, what was I would have been like 13 when the episode 1 came out. That I
Yeah.
thought that was awesome.
Mhm.
I didn't really like. I thought it was kind of slow even back then.
Mm.
Because you had all the political stuff, and
Yeah.
then I remember I hated episode 2, even as
Attack of
because
the Clones.
that was even I was so bored in that movie. I remember
That
being in
movie
the
is hard to
theater.
remember.
I
Like, what
remember
even
being in the
happened in it?
theater and like, well, like they try to, that's the one where they're in Coruscant and they're trying to catch that person, and they're in like a
Oh,
bar and
yeah,
they chase him around in the
with the
city, and
changing
then
face?
yeah, yeah, and he gets killed by the other guy who's watching, and then Obi-Wan goes to Camino with the
Right.
clone where they're making him, and he has the fight with Jango Fett.
Oh, right. Where they
And
killed
then,
Boba Fett's dad. Jango Fett
well,
was his name.
that happens later in the movie in that big
Okay.
Coliseum thing,
Yeah.
where they are attacked by the creatures, and yeah, that for me, like as a kid, that was boring. I didn't like that movie, and then the episode 3 kind of made the whole like the end of episode 1 was good, and then 3, which is a long movie,
Mhm.
even for like a kid watching it, and a
Mhm.
much darker tone. That's what everybody was there for.
Yeah, of
Was
course.
to see that, the seminal moment of the transformation of
Yeah, to hear Vader take his
the
first breath.
most important character. Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's a shame that all of this episode 1 through 6 was completely shit on and ruined by the
Oh my
the
god.
the sequel trilogy.
Like, episode 7 was kind of okay. Like, I found it kind of exciting. Like, yeah, okay, it's just a repackage. I get
Yeah,
what's going
except
on
in the
here.
first 3 lines of the crawl, they crushed. There's no world building, and everything that had been done in the previous and from Return of the Jedi was already shit on immediately.
Yeah. I agree with you. Like I said, it was okay. I was ready to be let
It
down.
was a fan service.
Yes.
They hit all the marks on the
Yes.
fan service.
Yes, but
Yes.
I'm building this up because for me, episode 9 is the lowest point I've ever been in my life when it comes to Star Wars. I
Well,
I
the funny
I came this close to walking out of the theater with the knife thing.
with the Death Star?
Yeah, yeah, or it's like matching the shoreline or whatever.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
that
and by the
and
way,
the
yeah,
cameo
how was
by,
that even.
what?
Yeah, go.
Was the cameo by, what's his name? The guy who plays Lando. Billy Billy
Billy
D.
D.
Williams?
Williams.
Yeah, that cameo was like, oh
Or he just shows up and shoots the guy in the eye in the desert. He's
yeah,
like, "Hey, I'm here. I was with Luke. We were looking for this guy, but I guess we just gave up, and now I'm still here." And
yeah, like
the writing, the script of that movie is a disaster. But what did they have to work with after
yeah, I
Ryan
actually
Johnson?
so Last Jedi, what'd you think of Last Jedi?
I went and saw Last Jedi. I saw that thing. I really liked that movie when I first started seeing it. I
Okay,
really
okay.
liked it. Yeah, I think
Why?
I saw it 7 times because it
What?
was just yeah. When I like a movie and stuff, I think that movie and I think Mission Impossible Fallout. I saw both those movies. I was going to the movies a ton,
Okay.
and if it was a movie I liked and it made me feel a certain way, I just kept going and going and going. I
Okay.
would see it over and over again because there's some movies that you have to see in a theater, and it's just not the
Yeah.
same at home. And
Yeah.
I still feel that way now. Like if it's something, I go a lot less now because there's just less movies that I want to see.
Right.
But that movie I remember came out when I had just got out of the military and I was back home for the first
Mhm.
time in 6 years,
Mhm.
and it was that winter, and yeah, I went to that thing all the time, and I loved it. But over time, you're like it plays on it's fan fiction, honestly.
Hmm.
That's what it felt like to me,
Mm.
and it doesn't respect anything that came before it, and it tries to push. It's a little preachy with the political messaging, and it's visually great. It's visually stunning. Music's
Yeah.
awesome. There's some really actually cool moments in it, but in terms of what it did, it just when you look at that movie, you're like, okay, there's no plan. Like having the three different directors, or I think it was supposed to have three different directors,
Yeah.
for one for each movie,
Mhm.
and but doing that and not having everybody on the same page with what the through line is of the sequel trilogy. I mean,
Yeah.
they'll never make that mistake again. I
No
don't think.
shit. No, yeah, yeah.
But
I
but yeah,
l
I really love that movie, and then over time, like learning more and about like I don't know if you've ever seen him, but there's a guy on YouTube, Mauler, who made his YouTube career off of critiquing that movie in particular.
Huh.
And he went on to do a bunch. He does a lot of Marvel stuff
Cool.
and other stuff, but yeah,
Yeah.
his stuff is like several hour breakdowns of just chronological going through and identifying all the problems with the script writing, plot holes. It's like
Man,
Cinema Sins kind of looks really casual and shitty
you
when you
gotta
go to
love
this guy's channel.
you gotta love cinema to do that, I guess, or love Star Wars or something.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's what it is. I mean, I think we've touched on this before, but when you're passionate about something, it's
Yeah,
easier to see the flaws. Yeah.
absolutely, much easier.
But
You could
yeah,
definitely
I
pivot off
really
that.
like that. I
But
really like that movie.
so
And
Last
then
Jedi
yeah.
for me, like I'll share my impression. I only saw it
Mm.
once, so I feel like a casual by comparison. But what I loved about Last Jedi is that it felt like they were starting to do something like Rian Johnson was trying to take us in a direction where the light versus dark force thing was maybe getting a little more interesting or nuanced or cross pollinated or
That
something.
was the whole message of the movie, even
Yeah,
with the Benicio del Toro with the corporate uh the rage against capitalism in the middle of the movie, the whole all that stuff with and that they found out that they're selling shit to the good guys and the bad guys and
yeah.
trying to blur all these
Oh, I
lines and
forgot
stuff.
about that.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, totally. It's kind of like a well, like both sides suck kind of thing.
Hmm.
Yeah, and but then what's his face came in? J.J. Abrams came in and was like, "Nope, we're not doing that."
Oh, the whole episode 9 is just a total retcon
I couldn't.
of episode 8. It's actually hilarious. You're like, "Oh, nope, never mind. Oh, I crushed my
Yeah, it
helmet
goes through, like, each little
last night."
thing, and it's like,
Yep.
"Remember
Yep.
that thing that happened? Remember what you were thinking was gonna happen
Yep.
next? We're gonna get there, and it's not gonna happen. We're gonna do something very different instead."
What's the that Asian actress that everybody hated in the episode 8? Uh, something Marie
Oh, the
Tran.
one who was
Uh,
the partner with the
with
next
Finn the whole
stormtrooper
time.
dude.
Yeah. Oh, I'm
Yeah.
just gonna hang out at the base this time. I'm fucking off. I'm not doing anything. Uh, yeah.
I'm a house rebel.
Oh. Oh well. I'm not gonna go any further on that one.
Uh, Probably smart. Yeah.
But then, yeah, like you killed the main villain, and then oh, never mind. Emperor Palpatine is back. And the through line, and it's in the first 5 minutes of the movie, and you're like, oh, by the way,
Yeah.
Snoke, we grew him in a lab, and we just had him as a force powerful meat puppet that I can just use to like. It was so
Yeah.
it's so, and then they have to tie in. They have to give the fans, oh well, Ray's got to be this Mary Sue character that we've made that everybody likes and knows how to do everything immediately with no training and no struggle, and that's why people loved Luke Skywalker. The Luke Skywalker is the antithesis of Ray,
How
and
so?
that whole trilogy. he came from look where well, they both come from the
Yep.
same place, but
Tatooine.
they
Yep.
weren't magically
Dust people.
they had Luke went through struggles,
Right.
his hardships, and that's what people want to see with character development. They want
Yeah.
to see how a character responds. That whole first trilogy, not the prequels, but 4, 5, and 6,
Yep.
the most important thing about that trilogy is the characters, and that's why people love
Yeah.
those movies. The
Hmm.
characters are so well done, and they all go through their trials and tribulations, and how they
Hmm.
react to those things is what people are.
Yeah.
It's how people relate,
Yeah.
you know. And
Yeah.
then you have these new. It's in a lot of movies now. You have these characters that just have no character flaws. They're overpowered as shit right away. There's no reason. They have no internal struggle. There's nothing like that. You can't relate. They're the most
Yeah.
unlikable characters.
Especially in
And there
genre
are some
fiction.
likable characters. Like I like
Yeah.
what's his face who plays Poe. I think he's a very charismatic
Oscar
actor.
Isaac kills in anything he's
He's
in.
great. I love
Yeah.
him. Even John Boyega, I like.
Yeah.
And Adam Driver's fucking awesome.
Of
Adam Driver
course.
made that whole trilogy.
He
I
made
think.
it. Yeah, it would have been a
You know,
lot.
his
Can you imagine
character
it
was the
without him?
most. God, no! Like that character is the most all over the place character.
Yeah. Ben
There's just
Solo.
no be
There should have
good,
been
be
a
bad. Like,
clear Ben Solo arc in 789.
but they
Like,
played with
and
it so hard.
it should have, I don't know, like, I remember going into the very end of 9, like the very end of it, like, and it was Rey and Ben at the end with Palpatine. And I was like, all right, this can still be saved for me. This can still be saved for me if something meaningful happens between these two characters to end it,
No,
and not just all the people we like win. If something meaningful happens, then no,
no.
like someone sacrifices and then they die. Okay, I live with that. Either of them, but no, it's
Yeah,
just
but
like
when Ray heals, she's fine. But when Ben heals, he dies.
yeah, it
And
just
that's another thing too, the consistency with because when you build up that world, we've had episode 1 through 6, so we know the rules, right, of the
yep.
Force and what it is. And it's not all this bullshit
Force
where you get
choke,
to do
force
whatever you
push.
want.
Yeah.
Yep, and even with the holdo stuff with the hyperdrive and all that
Uh-huh.
stuff, that was retconned in episode 9. Remember
Hmm.
when Mary, the Hobbit, was like, "Oh, that's a 1 in a million chance," when they tried to say, "Oh, let's do that." Oh, that's a 1 in a million chance. It's like, okay, so was she trying to be a traitor and run away and just accidentally destroyed the whole fleet
Yeah,
in
the
The Last
holdo
Jedi?
thing.
Or
The closer you look at the things
that
leading up to that decision, the more it's
that
like,
entire thing
are you
sucked.
kidding?
I hated like I don't it was manufactured. That whole part of that with the
Yeah,
chase and
like
everything, with the fuel, and it's so
right,
manufactured to put
right.
everything on a
They're like,
timeline.
here's where we want to get. We want to have this heroic like last stand with the hyperdrive thing. How can we get there? And it's just like it reminds me of like the last season of Game of Thrones almost. Like
Never watched it.
where ooh, brave,
Nope.
daring.
Nope.
How
I
much
had
of Thrones did
people
you get through?
I didn't watch any of it because I had people the whole time watching it. Oh, it's the best thing ever. It's the best thing ever. And I would like, okay. It's more like with the stuff that I would save for a rainy day. And then they're like, oh, this is what the fuck happened. This is awful. Now I've watched Mahler has done a review on the very last episode. So I know what
Of
happens.
Thrones. Okay.
Yeah.
So
But
you've watched
as
the
for the
YouTube
rest of it,
content, but you haven't watched the thing itself.
yeah.
Such a
Yep.
gamer.
I just can't be asked. Like, it's very rare that I find something like a series like that. Like the last series I watched, like binge watched, I think was
Yeah.
Peaky Blinders.
Okay. My
And
wife
that was
watched that.
like
Is it good?
in like 2018. I haven't watched shit. And then
Yeah.
before that it was Dexter. And then when Dexter came back last year, they had like an after season. How many seasons did they do with Dexter? 9? Did you watch Dexter?
No.
Dexter's very good.
I've
It's
heard it's
very good.
good, but I have not
It's very good.
partaken.
Especially
Yeah.
the first 4 seasons are excellent. And
Mm.
then after that it kind of goes downhill. But they came back after I don't know how many years, and they brought him back later on. You don't know the story, so it really doesn't make sense to
They found a
get
reason to
into
bring
it.
him
But
back. Probably they
they
wrote him
brought
out,
him
wrote him
back, and
back
it
in.
was like
Yeah.
a 10 episode thing, and it was like, and like I signed up for the HBO thing to watch it, and then I canceled it and never.
Yeah, like a
Yeah,
lot of people do that with HBO. I think their hope is that people will forget to cancel. A lot of people do. I certainly have.
yeah,
But yeah,
yeah. I don't.
Thrones was incredible for the first like 4-ish seasons, 4 maybe 5.
That seems to
Um
be the shelf life of this stuff, honestly.
yeah.
Because I have a hard time finding like these shows that run for like, I don't know, 7, 8, 9, 10 seasons,
Right.
where you're really building something past like the first couple seasons, and it's kind of like because you get in, you get the hook, you're like, oh yeah, and then you have
Yeah.
interesting stuff happen, and then I don't know if it's like the writers change, and then all these different people are coming in and out, and it's like,
Yeah.
they're playing around, experimenting.
I feel like it just gets to be too big of a story for any human being to tell. Like at some point, it's like, what are we doing here? And it's just like, oh, we're just printing out more of the thing everyone likes. And when you're in that
Well, it
mode,
reminds
which is
me
like,
of
we got to produce more content, then I don't know.
well, you look at some of these soap operas that are on daytime television that have been running for 20, 30 years. Like my mom used to come home for lunch at noon,
Uh
and I
huh.
think it was on CBS. It was Young and the Restless and Bold and the Beautiful. I still remember them. They came on after Price is Right was on at 11 o'clock, and then you had the noon like local news, and then Young and the Restless, which I think is an hour long soap opera, and then Bold and the Beautiful, which is a half an hour. Those shows are still running today, and I
Really?
remember that. I remember that from when I was like 5, 6, 7 years old.
Holy shit! I kind of figured they just went away. I kind of figured like social media and Facebook replaced all that stuff for
I,
people.
I don't know. Somebody's watching it. I don't know who, but somebody is.
Young and the
Not me anymore.
Restless. Are they now the old and the restful?
I don't know. I think there was a couple of the original like actors and actresses still on that like
Yeah.
5 years ago,
Yeah.
and they were old when I was watching it,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
actually IRL old, and I'm sure some of them have died, but it's all new young people, and when you've
Yeah.
missed 20 years of it, you don't have any idea what's going on. But I only knew what was going on because my mom had it on all the time, and I fucking was forced to watch,
You absorbed it. Sure.
sit there and watch. Yeah, it
Yeah,
was
there's
a
there's TV like
culture.
that. Like growing up for me, like with my siblings, like they were watching Scrubs all the time. What else was on
I
TV when
never
I was
never
growing
got
up?
into Scrubs. Never. Like when I was growing up, it was always Seinfeld was on at night.
Seinfeld. Yep.
Seinfeld
Yep.
and something else, like Home Improvement.
Oh,
Uh, yeah,
yeah. Right. Tim the
all
Toolman
that kind of
Taylor.
stuff. Yep.
God. Um. Yeah. I don't know. Like I've gotten to a point where like I almost watch no TV or even go to
No.
movies anymore. I
Yeah, the
think
the movies thing. Yeah, I'm with you there. Like I think I saw John Wick 4 in theaters, but that was the first movie I had seen maybe in the
is the
last
John Wick
calendar
stuff
year.
good? I haven't seen any of them.
Oh yeah, the John Wick kind of because in the early 2000s with the Bourne stuff, those action movies became like ultra shaky cam shit that I can watch it, but it ramps up the intensity, but it's not for everyone.
Yeah.
And then
I like those
John
movies. At
Wick,
least the first one.
I think John Wick came out in 2014, I think.
Okay.
It might have been earlier than that. It could be. But that brought back okay, we're going to do all one shot, space out, have all the great choreography, really great endearing story, especially
Mhm.
for the first one. That's what gets people in.
Right,
Cool
the dog.
character, they made a cool universe,
Mhm.
and all that stuff, and it's just gone on and on like
And
that.
then just
And
action.
every movie ramps it up to another level, and this one is like 3 hours of just it's really long,
Huh.
but that's probably the biggest complaint about it. But man, it just one ups itself every time, and I think they're at a point now where they should probably stop
Yeah.
because it's kind of I think it's kind of peaked.
Hit the magical
Uh,
number 4.
yeah, I think they planned to do a five, but I know this
Keanu's getting
movie.
old too, right?
He's like 60. He's at
Yeah.
least 60 now, but
Yeah.
he's still kicking ass. He does all his own
Alright.
stunts and this stuff, and I don't know, he's awesome. I
Good
love
for him,
Keanu.
man. Yeah.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
I
John Wick really got rid of the shaky cam shit and just focused on quality of, the fights and cool stuff going on in the fights, not just, I'm having a seizure the whole time I'm watching an
right.
action movie.
Right. Letting the action speak for itself.
Yeah, and it's really, really well done. Really well done.
Okay. Maybe if I get bored one day, I'll have a look. But yeah,
You'll like it.
I realize I'm doing what old people are known to do, which is that I'm getting to an age where I am overlooking a lot of culture that's out there and available for me to partake in because I have figured out what I like and I just do more of that instead of experiencing what a lot of people are out there doing. I'm like, like, I feel like I kind of know what's for me.
Yeah, you're
I'm
getting
on the path to be
calcified.
yeah, I'm on the path to becoming old and weird. I maybe
I
I'm
mean,
there
and
already.
some people are like that when they're 20, you know?
Yeah.
Mm.
But
It's
like,
not.
yeah.
I don't know. I think that's a good quality to have, knowing what you like, because it takes some people their whole lives to figure out what they like, you
Yeah,
know?
well, like the for me, like the worst thing would just be to be like, I don't know, someone who spends all their time worrying about what everyone else is interested in, what everyone else thinks, and just like, I gotta watch the newest sitcom, the newest thing, the newest this, the newest that. I gotta consume that. I gotta be
Yeah,
stay relevant. I gotta like know what's going on this game show or reality show or TikTok or like.
I think that only happens now if you're terminally online.
But aren't there a lot of people that are terminally online? I
Yeah,
mean,
it
phones,
is.
man.
Yeah. That I mean, the phone is
How are you
the
with your
biggest.
phone?
Uh, Probably not great.
Hmm.
Um, I'm on my phone a lot, but it's like it's all stuff I would be doing on my PC anyway.
Sure.
But as for like Instagram, I'm not on Instagram or like I have Snapchat, but it's mostly from friends that I had in the army. That's how I'm in touch with them and some other
Sure.
friends.
Sure.
But don't really do much on Facebook. Most of my phone usage is on Twitch streams or YouTube. I have YouTube on and I'm doing something else, listening to
Totally.
that. But yeah, other
I'm
than
trying to
that,
figure out where my phone will tell me what my daily usage is. It gives me a weekly report.
oh yeah, with the screen time and
Yeah, I'm just
all that
curious what the
stuff.
number is.
Mine's got to be something god awful because
I'm
like
guessing. Go
even
ahead.
when I go to bed, like I'll put something on, right?
Yeah. 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 Like I have YouTube Premium, so like I can put on like podcasts and
Yes,
stuff like that, or sometimes just music or playlists on YouTube and just turn the screen off. Screen time. Maybe search for screen time.
I think that's
Screen.
what it's. That's you can look under like health or something like that, and it tracks it.
You have an Android device or Apple?
Yeah, I have an Android. I haven't had an
Okay.
Apple device since like 2015 or 16.
Okay. Health and safety. What
I
the
know I've seen it.
heck? It's prompting me about radio frequency signals. That can't be. Hang on, I'll just look this up. Android
Setting.
screen usage. Uh, digital well-being and parental controls.
I see it. So my screen time today, I've had 4 hours and 10 minutes.
Okay. So you're 3 hours further into the day than I am because you're on the East Coast. I'm on the West Coast.
Yeah,
I have an hour and a half so far today.
I have an
And
hour and 14 minutes on YouTube, an hour and 12 minutes on Kick, 38 in Maps. I think the Maps is from my car I was driving earlier.
it's weird that
36
that
minutes in
counts for
Chrome.
usage. Huh.
Yeah, when I hook it up in the car, it always has the map on the
Yeah.
LCD or whatever. So I
Oh, here
guess
we
it just
go.
counts that.
If you hit the little bar chart at the top, it shows you your averages. This is what I was interested in. It says my average daily screen time is 4 hours and 6 minutes. That's surprising to me.
I mean, I don't think that's outlandish.
My top apps this week are YouTube, about 9 hours, Orpheus, which is the app I use for reading music, for singing, 4 hours, and Chrome. What am I doing in the Chrome browser for 3 hours in a week? I don't know.
Buying stuff.
I guess.
Buying stuff all the time online.
I I try not to. It
No.
seems to happen anyway. But yeah, people who are terminally online we're talking about and getting sucked into the rat race of consuming everything. And I think the result of that is that you don't actually it becomes like you meet people who don't seem to have much of an identity outside of all the things that they follow and consume.
Yeah, I've met these people. These people exist as as like real life memes. Like they can only speak in memes
Right, right,
or
right. Oh,
or like
I saw this great YouTube video.
they're just hollow,
Yeah.
hollowed out shells of people. It's very concerning.
Yeah, yeah, like, what you just said made me think of, oh god. Have you heard of Joel Haber, the YouTube dude? He's
No.
sort of famous for doing, like, the animated, like, RPG game, like, kind of anyway, whatever. Doesn't matter. He or someone who he does content with, did this video about, like, Redditors, and it was incredibly hard to watch, but only speaking in Reddit memes and Reddit speak, like an interaction. And, he had the fedora on and just like
Yeah. Yeah, that's the Reddit, my Reddit usage has gone down a lot, but I only really visited a couple sites, but that whole blackout thing killed a lot of sites that are, subreddits that I would go to, but I really only ever went to the Planetside subreddit, the Siege, competitive subreddit, and, like, the
Mhm,
Battlefield subreddit sometimes, but I
mhm,
think
mhm.
the Planetside Reddit being gone is fantastic.
I haven't missed it at all.
It's great. I love it.
It's
I
probably
always think
better
of
for the
that.
game.
It probably actually is better for the game. You lose out on some of the more well-informed, posters that give their takes there, but at
Yeah.
the same time, you're also cutting out, like, just loads of trash, loads of shit
Yeah.
that
Eh,
just
it's all being made by the same 3 people who just churn it out
you know
every
you
single
know that,
day,
that video I did on the response to Osher? I'm sure you've seen it, where you're
probably.
you're interviewing Wrel, and he's like, he doesn't understand where the negative feedback, he's, like, questioning it, and then I
Uh-huh.
have the GoldenEye music on, and I have, like, every single Reddit post about why Osher is shit just cycle on the screen for the next,
Yeah,
like,
I
3
remember that.
minutes.
Yeah.
And, somebody on Reddit was like, "Oh, it's just the same 3 people." And then I go through the video, and I'm like, "Actually, there's 95 individual posters there, so no, you're wrong."
95 accounts, you mean?
I think 2 of them were actually the unremarkable Andy, or an
Mm.
anon username.
Man, that
Uh,
guy does work, or did. Wonder what he's up to now.
who know? I'm actually concerned. I
Yeah.
don't what 'cause I people thought he was, I don't know. Did you see that thing where people are like, anyone that posts anything, like, remotely similar to what he does, they always get accused of being him? And
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
there were people that thought that he was me for a long time,
Well,
and
yeah, I mean, I think
I was
similar
like
attitudes, similar just
and
like
we like, even in my Discord, like, all my cabal of people, we don't even know who the guy is. I was like, "Well, if you find him, I'll invite him to the Discord, that'd be cool," but
that's
it
pretty
never got a
special
hold of
when you
him.
think about it. Like someone like that dedicated, someone that like had with that much overlap with the stuff that you're interested in, and
Well,
that dedicated
that's
and
a guy
just
that's terminally online, but he's not doing all that other shit. All of his time terminally online is focused on, and that's more along the lines of what I do. Because when I'm online, I'm in the directory watching people's streams. Like, I'm
yeah,
around, dude. Like, I'm
yeah,
lurking, like, everywhere. If
just like Wrel.
you say something about me, I'm gonna hear about it somewhere, and then you're gonna come talk to me again, and I'm gonna be like, hey, so what about this and that? And you're like, huh? Like, I'm around, dude. I see what you say about me. I'm in
So
all
what
these
have I said
channels that you're
about
in.
you? Anything that jumps out at you?
I don't see you in any channels ever, like
Yeah,
on Twitch or anything like
I
that,
don't spend a
or
lot of time on
you
Twitch.
you're always the creator. Like, you're either
Yeah,
doing the streams on YouTube, or you're back on Twitch now,
yeah,
and I don't see you around. I don't see you in YouTube comments. I don't see you anywhere. Even, like,
yeah,
you rarely post on Twitter. Um,
yeah. I can't figure out what to do with Twitter anymore. I was posting my content there, but like it goes over like lead balloons 95% of the
you know,
time.
once
Just like
once you like
whatever.
once you find your niche or whatever, like, what people know you for, you're kind of beholden to that. So, like, with all my stuff, it's the same way. Like, they're gonna get the same product on every platform
Yeah.
essentially, and you feel like you kind of try to do some different stuff. Like, I post pictures of my fucking cats on Twitter
Yep.
a lot, and it's
Yep.
like, oh,
Cat content.
there's this thing, which
Mhm.
you'll probably see one or two appear somewhere. The orange cat will get up here and just have her tail, like, right here at some point, probably.
Yeah, mine will cruise through whenever she gets bored or hungry.
Yeah, the other one isn't. She wouldn't dare jump up on this desk. She's too big.
Hmm, hmm.
She'd be terrified.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm just thinking about Unremarkable Andy. He left some kind of a you know incisive comment on one of my Planetside interviews I did last year. I think it might have been either Cardo or Wrel. I don't remember which. And and I interacted with him in the comments section on the Reddit thread, and I was like, he said he kind of alluded to having more complaints or a bigger perspective, and this being an example of something. And I was like, what? Tell me. I really want to know. Like, I'm really curious. I really don't have a dog in the fight either way. And he never followed up with me. I'm a little disappointed in that. Unremarkable Andy, if you're
I,
listening to this, I'm still waiting to hear from you.
I think it's easy for people because I used to be like that too.
Yeah.
Like when it came to, it's really easy to see, someone hosting. You're getting the guys on the show and everything. So people, I think it's pretty natural for people to be like, okay, you're not going to hit them with anything hard. You're
Yeah.
gonna softball them to death, and they think that, oh, you're on that side or whatever. But in reality, a lot of the times it's just you're just talking to people and you want their perspective on it. And I wouldn't feel that way if you didn't have like other people on,
Yeah.
and if it was just those people constantly over and over again. But
Sure.
yeah,
Yeah. I try to do plurality when it comes to Planet Side.
yeah,
You're like one of the best examples of that.
I think it's easy for people to see you as a propaganda arm of whatever they're raging against. Is
Sure.
is what I mean to say.
Well, people want to know your alignment. They want to know if you're on their
Yeah,
side or not. I try not to be on anyone's side, though. Uh, what was I gonna say? God,
you were talking about you got
Planet
the
Side
YouTube
community.
comments with
Yeah, I
Unremarkable
mean,
Andy, and he didn't get back with
y-
you.
yeah. In terms of like my engagement, like for me, being a creator or getting into being a creator was sort of my way out of doing that stuff. Like for me, it replaced commenting on Reddit. It replaced watching streams. Like it's a more direct avenue to what I want to get out of it, which is just
Yeah.
connecting with people and being with people and hearing from them.
Well, for a lot of people, it's a vehicle to get deeper into that.
How so? What do you mean?
I mean, like the stuff that I do, right? Like I argued on Reddit with people about this stuff way before I was ever doing content on it.
Right.
But
Right.
you feel like, okay, I need to get this out somewhere else that isn't Reddit or whatever, or the forums or whatever. And going into these other spaces like YouTube or Twitch, you have more reach there.
Mhm.
And then you're trying to advance that mindset or whatever there.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you're looking to push that envelope and the arguments and get into the arguments with people and bring it up. My whole content is
Yep.
argumentative and pushing and prodding at the mindsets of
Right.
these people.
Right.
And that stems from going back in the days like on the message boards and all that stuff. And
Mhm.
going into this other stuff was just a way to go down that route further in a different way.
Mhm.
Whereas
Mhm.
you wanted to escape from that and try to, I don't know, brush over the nuances
No,
and
no, I had my access to grind too. They're just there's different axes. For me, it's
right.
like it's more about like
Your death spiral with MMOs.
Man, I'm in a place with MMOs right now where I'm just like I couldn't even imagine playing one. But
That's
I'll,
why
I'll
I just gave up. I just gave up and I'm just like, just keep making classic WoW, baby, and I keep coming back and I'm not gonna touch anything else. Leave me alone.
yeah, it's funny watching what's happening in the WoW community right now. Now that retail's had a good expansion, good quote unquote, Dragonflight ticks people's boxes, whatever. And the classic keeps marching along, and we seem to have an answer to the question of how far will classic go.
It's
Wrath of
too
the
far
Lich
all
King, yeah, has shown it's already gone too far.
it's too far now.
And I
And
heard a perspective I thought was really smart about it, and it's not because of the WoW token or microtransactions. That's not the reason why it's too far. The reason is because by the time Wrath of the Lich King came out originally, they had taken World of Warcraft and put it on its rails, and it's
yep.
really obvious to show.
It
And
was it was all downhill from there.
that's what retail feels like today. And
Yep.
so, why would you go
Exactly.
back and play a game that
That's
feels the
why
exact same
yeah.
way?
That's
Yeah.
why when people were always like, they need to do what was the one, Cataclysm, which is after that.
Sure.
I never played Cataclysm, but I know how the reception of it and what
Yeah.
it did, and it just
Yeah.
further. And I know most people that I interacted with that did play it didn't like it.
Mhm.
I've always been, yeah. Well, now they're focusing. They're gonna do a official hardcore thing. Uh,
Yep.
there's a PTR
How
coming out
cool
for
for the
that.
hardcore community. Like they
They built
figured it
that from
out.
nothing, man, and they did
Yeah.
it, and
I
people
really
love it, and
admire those people.
it had a
Yeah.
huge resurgence in the last year. One of the main streamers that I watch, he was the world first guy in Classic, Joker, the
Yep.
mage.
Yep.
I watch him all the time, and he quit Wrath of the Lich King like 3 months ago, and he's just
Smart.
been playing hardcore, and he's rating. They're
Mm.
rating this shit in hardcore.
Hardcore
That is
race,
the
man.
craziest. That's the craziest thing to me
Yeah.
is they're going through like now. I
Could you
think there's
imagine walking into potential I-beam on Cthulhu with your hardcore
well,
character that's never died?
there's a raid that cleared
Yeah.
AQ40
Yeah.
hardcore,
I
and
can't
I
even
don't know if
imagine.
anyone died. I can't either, but I think it's because of the people that we're forced to play with. But that seeing it that way, like looking at what those people are able to do and the efficiency, and you have to know your shit
Yeah.
in order to do that. Makes a person like me interested in that. You're like, oh
Yeah.
shit,
There's
and I
something
don't have
there.
to log in with this gamer dad who doesn't know how to play the game and is gonna kill me with an I beam, or he's gonna when you're split at the doors and you have the one guy who runs across the door and kills the whole raid before
Yep.
you even go in.
Yep.
Yeah, but well,
I
I think AQ40 is the first like actually hard
yeah.
uh raid in Classic, really.
Yeah, Molten Core. It's funny how like a classic coming out like shattered my ideas of how hard that rating actually was. I used to think
It really
I used to think the Blackwing Lair was actually sort of like a serious good like difficult raid.
well it
But it turns
was
out go
it
ahead.
was, but like you can do Razor Gore adds all those mechanics in that fight that
Yeah.
you've never done yet. And
Yep.
then Veilstraz is a gear
It's a
check.
gear check. Yeah.
Yeah, and if you didn't know what you were doing with your builds or how to gear properly, then
Yeah.
you were never going to get past
And
Veil.
in 2006 or 2005, I guess, when people were
It would be
mostly
around
rating
there. Yeah.
Blackwing Lair, like the quality of the advice you could solicit in order to figure out how to get better gear, where to go for it, how to use it, what skills to use,
It was
rotations.
all theorycraft. It was
It was
all
all like guild lore. You had to join a guild and then be taught within the guild.
uh,
Um,
you were on the frontier with Lewis and Clark
yeah,
and
that
yeah,
was
trying to make it
fucking
up.
fun. Like, God, I've had so
It
much fun
was, but
being on the frontier.
the problem that 2019 had was the people like you who had the perception of what it was before and
Mm,
forgot that there was 15 years in between, and you come back to the game with that
mhm.
mindset that people have been playing Classic and maximizing the shit out of everything for
Right,
15 years,
right.
right? So, and all those people are not going to be on the naughty boy list playing private servers anymore. They get to play an official version of the game. They don't have
That's
to worry
right.
about getting banned and shit. So they come to
Didn't
that, and
Ragnaros die like the first day classic, like
oh
first or
yeah,
second day
of,
classic came out? It was the
of
first
I think
weekend.
yeah, of course, yeah, and that's always the way it's going to be now. That's
Yeah,
unless it's a brand new game, it's always the way it's going to be, and I
yeah,
think that's okay. And I think it's cool to watch the races between whatever, and then
yeah.
even later in the game, uh, the speed running, which we talked about last time I was on, was
Mm.
one of the coolest things because you get to watch these guilds are PTRing this shit. I mean, it gets a little ridiculous. Like on the PTR doing the raids for like 16 hours a day, like trying to get the seconds and time off of it to
Yeah,
beat that guild in China who's innovating the shit out of everything and doing it just better. But the
yeah.
Chinese can't even play the game anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, they got a new
Yeah.
game to grind.
That's the thing that when that news came out that they were blocking all their games in China or whatever because they couldn't reach the agreement with the
Yeah,
whoever handles that stuff. I was like,
yeah.
well, that's shitty because I used to like watching the back and forth between the speedrun guilds in
It's
China.
cool when there's, like, the national differences and rivalries
Oh
in
yeah,
these
it was
kinds of games.
NA Europe and China.
It
That
feels sort
was
of Olympic, you know?
mhm,
I like that. I
it was
remember when I
cool.
used to play, back in the boomer shooter days for me, when I played Half-Life 1 mods, Team Fortress Classic, and, the differences between the regions, like American Team Fortress Classic versus European Team Fortress Classic. They use slightly different
Different.
server settings, so if you ever played on a European pug, like, everyone looked very floaty and whenever they jumped, their feet would do this in the air. Like it's like that was European TFC, and also their style was totally different. Like their culture and their ethics of how to play the game, and those differences were pretty cool. I think as gaming has gotten bigger and better and more I don't know,
It's
communications
all
is
it's all globalized
it's
now, so
become more
everybody kind of
homogenized.
plays the
Yeah,
same. Yes.
and
And even like in competitive games like Siege and stuff, which I still watch all the
mm,
competitive stuff. The
mm,
regions are still they play different, and
mm,
and it's not like the beginning of the game where they weren't playing against each other because they're playing internationally a lot more.
mhm.
But the Brazilians always had their style, and the North Americans always had their style, and the Europeans did. And then there's this some amalgamation of Asian region, which just comes to they give them all these spots in these tournaments, and they're the first teams eliminated every tournament because their whole structure is so weird. Like their ping stuff, they have teams. They have a North APAC and a South APAC. It's people in Australia playing against people in Japan, and the
Oh,
ping differences there. And a
that's
lot of
crazy.
them weren't salaried, so there were people playing professionally in the game and not getting paid. They didn't have the team infrastructure, everything that all these other regions have. And it is still to this day, like it's been going on for years that they have their own unique play style too. It's crazy
Mm,
because they play it just like people doing like regular ranked
mm.
gameplay, but then they get on the main stage and against all these international
It's
teams
a
they have
different
no
level.
experience playing against, and they
Yeah,
get yeah they're generally the first teams eliminated, and it's like you have all these Americans and Europeans and Brazilians don't really do this, but they're like, see that why is that team there? There's a way better team in North America that deserve to be here, but they can't get
yeah,
the spot because it's
yeah.
reserved. Yeah, the
It's
inter
because cultural conflicts are cool, and
it they are.
and it
I mean,
transcends games. Like if you never heard of Siege, but you hear that the best American Siege team is playing the best Asian Siege team, like you kind of know what
try
that means.
try the history of the world. Um,
Yeah, yeah, that's right. We're just acting it out in safer ways.
well, some of us are.
I don't know. My goal isn't to defeat the other folks out there. My goal is to bring us all together. That's why I thought about this the other day, Lex. I realized I'm probably the only person on Earth who's a friend of yours and Rel's. I think I might be the only person. You know, I'm interviewing him tomorrow.
Maybe Lanzer.
Do you consider Lancer a friend?
I like Lanzer. I do.
I like him too.
Uh, I like Lanzer. I like the work that he does. Uh, I wish he would have asked me if he should do that Max video that he did,
What did he do?
because we were talking a lot, and he was in my Discord for a
Yeah.
time, and that caused a whole
I didn't stay on top of all that stuff, so you're gonna have to
right
break
right
it
right.
down for me or not, whatever.
He there was some Landwell. This is a cycle of Landwell makes a Max post about how Maxes are crazy, and
Yeah.
everybody makes that shit.
Yep.
And then the news came out that there was gonna be some Max nerfs. It was
The
earlier
revive
this
thing.
year. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. That whole stuff. So that was gonna happen. And then there was the one side of the camp who's like, well, Maxes don't need to be nerfed. And then there's the other
Mhm.
side where it's, well, they've needed to be nerfed for 10 years. And then mostly the side from my perspective, the side that says they're fine are generally people that can't use them very well, or they
Yeah.
suck in them and they don't know how to play them. And I forget who. Yeah, I think Lanzer chose to do a video where he logged in. He just like did this off the cuff. He logged into the game and pulled a max like a couple times at Nason's and just got shit on. He was an NC max. Like he was on the ramparts. You know the other night where you're getting shot from those guys crouched up on the ramparts
I
shooting
was
down at
bitching
B?
about it.
He was coming out of the spawn, going on those ramparts with scat cannon and just shooting at people like over on the B building and just getting annihilated, like murdered. And he's like, "See, maxes they don't need to get nerfed. The average player sucks in a max."
Oh,
And I understand what he was trying to do, but
yeah.
if I wish he would have asked me, if he would have asked me, I would have said, don't do that video because you're not going to be able to make the point that you think you're going to be able to make. And
Yeah,
I know all these people in this circle, and I know exactly how they're going to react to you. And
sure.
you're going to get shit on. And you've built up some goodwill here with, he did good stuff last year or earlier this year.
Hmm.
You've built up some goodwill and people are taking notice of you now. If you do this, your credibility is going to get fucking destroyed.
Yep.
And
Yeah, you're gonna
he did it,
lose.
and he got
Yeah,
shit on. Like Dudas shit on him. Everybody on the
it's
Reddit
easy.
shit on him.
Yeah,
And I just wish having it, as a friend, like being there. Should I do this? Because I would say no, don't do it.
yeah.
Because
Or how should I do this?
yeah, well, that was always the case where that individual player, you're not gonna with gameplay, you're not gonna be able to make the point that you're trying to make.
Yeah. So he could have tried to make a different point though. He
Of
could have
course,
tried
yeah,
to
of
be
course.
like, this thing is no big deal in novice
Yeah,
hands.
but when you're playing in the margins with stuff
Hmm.
like that,
Hmm.
it's not. You need to get in the body, in the paper, in the gameplay.
Yeah.
That's where everything happens. You can play in the margins all you want, but at the end of the day, if you can't, you can do that with anything in any game ever. Like if
Yep.
you're trying to have a real balanced discussion on a specific item or something,
Hmm.
you can't. You can listen to all the feedback, take all the feedback, but there's some feedback that is just irrelevant.
It
Because
comes from a place that kind of makes it not worth listening to. Yeah.
yeah, and
Plus,
I'm not trying to denigrate the people using it, but at some point, there's no other thing in your life where if somebody can't accurately assess something to get the truth out of it of what's going on, that you'd
mhm,
be like, yeah, I'm gonna go with that guy and go with that. I mean,
yeah,
people make that mistake, but in general, I always bring that up. It's like, you wouldn't do that in your real life, like.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, yeah, I
But
didn't
that,
see.
yeah, the stuff with yes, I consider Lanzer a friend. Even
Me
still,
too.
he's stopped. He got shit on, and then I know he's busy with like he's still working a ton, and
Hmm.
he's out of town a lot
Hmm.
and everything. And we had planned to do a part two because he was always bugging me to do a part two of our stuff because we barely scratched the
I
surface in
wanted to
the
see
in the
that.
first part.
It's fun watching you guys talk.
But it was I was in an apathetic state and didn't want to talk about the game anymore.
Sure.
And then yeah, I think he just got busy. And then I haven't seen him really do much except for he came back for the construction stuff and was doing a
Hmm.
bunch of stuff on construction. But
Yeah.
I haven't seen him interview anybody or do anything like that. And I think maybe I don't know if that reaction or that reception to that video scared him out of it. And even recently, some guy on Reddit before it went down posted about I want feedback from longtime players, and Lanzer posted in there, and then like a bunch of people came out and shit on him like in the actual Reddit thread, like really shit on him, and I don't want that to
Be the
scare him
case.
off, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. Lancer is brave. I really admire him. He's a dude who wants to do better, to know more. It's hard for anyone, I think, to be aware of where they sit in the pecking order. And sometimes when you're brave, what happens to everyone, this has happened to me too, um, is you get shit on. As people sit down, you're like,
yeah,
actually, you don't know what you're talking about. Oh, okay. We had a conversation in your Discord earlier this year where it was like heavy assault versus light assault bitching. I think like Frodo was going off about light assaults. Like, dude, like bitching about light assaults and is like picking a scab for him. I think. But anyway, uh, love you, Brodo. Um, and I started to just like be like, well, what about heavy assaults? Heavy assaults are blah 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 blah. Because I
I
play
feel like
light
you do
assault all
that
the time.
sometimes. I feel like you just come in there to stir the shit sometimes with that, like.
Yeah, a little, a little.
I know, because I know you don't really care about the conversation. You're just
No,
like,
no, no, I do. But
mhm.
sometimes you gotta push people a little bit to see what they got, and, so I'd like to
You
do
you
that.
probably got a lot.
I got more than I bargained for that time
Yeah.
because you and, everyone else came back to me and were like, "Yeah, like, you have an opinion, but it's kinda not worthwhile because you're just look at the way you play." My opinion was something like, heavy assault is, has
I
a lot
think
of
you
health or
were
something.
I think you were undervaluing, which a lot of people do, undervaluing the mobility, maneuverability, and positioning ability
For light assault.
of yeah, and then that comes from, you know, you have a jetpack and you're in like in last night when you were at I don't the rink? No, not the rink. Some based on Estimir where you were getting farmed, you just kept going up on the roof and getting shot from 70 angles, and it's like, well, I
As
should probably not.
Waterson's, I think.
No, it was a different base.
Okay.
But but it was like, and that's why I had to pull the plug on the with
Hit the light
with
assault
the
ban.
redeem. I was like, you just stop, dude. Like,
That's
because
why
there's
it's
some
there.
right, there's some instances where there's just not, it's not applicable,
Yeah.
and that's what it is. And
Yeah. Yeah,
yeah,
and yes, yes. So I was last night when you hit that ban, I was like, "Oh yeah, okay. Like I get it. I'm playing like an asshole and
well, that's
Lex is
why I
saving
did
me."
that. I did that
Yes.
video for you.
And I was primed for that and ready to hear that because of that video. So, I actually did like a it really inspired me, that video. I did like a video talking about you doing that on my channel earlier in the year.
Yeah, nice
Um,
one.
and, but basically and this all came from that Discord argument where, it was basically like, "Learn how to position better, Deeg. Learn how to put yourself in a good position to take advantage of mobility, and then you'll understand the power of the class and its power differential between other classes." And that really made me think. And I remember at the time, my thought process was something like, well, maybe I'm not getting as much out of the game as I could or should be. Maybe I have artificially sealed off a depth that I could get something out of. And unfortunately, I couldn't or haven't put in the time to really iterate a lot on it, but I've gone forward since then with that understanding of like there is a depth below where I have been able to reach, and people with the most experience have that. And it's
That's really hard to communicate to people who are at that. They're not
right.
delving down, and that's really
There's like
hard
a
to communicate to people because they get stuck. You know, like you say you're unstuck or whatever. People get stuck there, and that's when I mention people are cognitively or mechanically blocked from exploring this. That's what I'm talking about. They're
yeah.
mentally blocking themselves off from it because all the people that they play around all are in the same mindset and all, they don't. Yeah, I mean, so when I really like the feeling I get when I get to actually do a good job of explaining this to someone and they're like,
Mm,
"Oh shit." Like
mm.
they have the moment where they understand, and then that there's just like all this left to you. And it is,
Yeah.
it's left to you. It's not anything I can do, and all I try to do is tell people it's there and here's what it is and this is what it's like being there and come join us, join me in
I
enjoying
don't
it
know.
because there's
Th
so many of
You don't
us.
see
It
do you
may
are you
seem
enjoying
like
it? Sorry, go on.
yeah, of course.
Okay.
If we didn't enjoy the aspects of it, really you wouldn't play, honestly. But that has been that depth there has been what has kept so you keep see these people keep coming around
Mhm,
that stay and play and like there's casuals that stay and play because it's the thing to do or whatever, and it's the only thing they can play because
mhm.
they can't play any other game that has balanced teams, you know. So, but for us, yeah, that's why we're still around because the core, the very core of the game
Mhm.
hasn't been eroded enough. It's been tried to. Somebody's tried to break into the car, but they've smashed the window, my mirror's broken,
Still
all
drives.
that my tires, a couple of my tires got flattened by Wrel, but it still drives and it still takes me where I want to go. It's very tedious driving the car and getting it to where I want to go, but I can still get there.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's, I think people who especially people who haven't taken the time to get to know you like I have, watch your content, see what you say, and maybe think that you don't actually have that experience of enjoying it. Unless they're able to take the cognitive leap of saying anyone who cares this much must like it. But
That seems to
I
be
don't think
hard for people
that
to do.
it doesn't come across that you're getting something a lot of the time.
Yeah, I do try to mention it. Here and there, like in those videos where I walk around and stuff.
Mm,
I do try to mention.
I like
You
those,
know,
by the way. I know I've told you already.
yeah. Like I
It
think it was when the Rel news came out,
yeah,
and it was like, we're not just out here complaining because we hate the game. We love the game, and we hate seeing the things that are happening to it happen. It's all a passion thing. It always
sure.
is, and I have to hear constantly about how passion is everything. And with Rel, and that's
Oh, that's
the
interesting.
biggest fucking thing ever about Rel is that he's so passionate. But
Okay.
then it's like, what else? Look at the product.
Yeah.
It's great. That's what you want. You want someone passionate, but that can't be
It's not a
the only
qualification.
thing.
That's a starting
It's
place.
not.
Yeah.
It's a great starting place, and you have to have it.
Right.
You have to. But
Especially in
when
game dev.
that's if you're passionate about the things that don't make sense for your game or things that are just flatly idiotic, I mean, that's a problem.
Sure,
Look at
sure.
history. Look at all the villains in history. They're passionate. Think
Who are
about
you
a few of them.
who are we comparing Rel to today?
I'm not going to do the thing that that everybody does online. I'm not going to do that.
All right.
But passion, you know, it's not everything there is. And
Yeah,
I'm
and I
tired of reading that in my fucking comments about
yeah, it's an overused word. And it's really that's a perspective that you something you just said that I hadn't thought about before is how weird it would be to hear people using the same justification to praise Rel and to attack you about the passion thing. That's something I hadn't thought about. So I get why that would hit you when people praise Rel and his dedication, how that would hit you sideways.
I'm just where I'm at now is the last 2 years I think are pretty indefensible. And you could even I came around, on Rel a couple of years ago more, I was in a better space with him than I was. But the last 2 years I think are completely indefensible. And even if you were on the fence before, it's not the record is not defensible anymore. And say what you want about he's a nice guy and all that stuff. When it comes to the game and improving the game and building the game out and fixing the things that need to be fixed and doing the things that need to be done, it's indefensible the last 2 years.
Hmm. Hmm. What was the last 2 years contained? We had the Nexus Outfit Wars, we had Osher.
Well, that's one of the positives. Like I do give credit. The 1v1 outfit wars was great. I loved
Yeah.
1v1 outfit wars because it settled, I think, one of the biggest social concerns in the game, where all these people to think that you know, if you put them in a 1v1 situation in a 48 versus 48, what do? Exactly what all of us said would happen.
Yeah, yeah,
And then
yeah.
someone mentioned to me the other night on Twitch about, if they do that again. I was like, who in these outfits would sign up for that again?
Yeah, it's a
I don't think
lot.
anybody would.
It's so much fucking Planetside, and it's
It
such a
is.
huge burden on these outfits.
It is, but
God,
what I'm getting at is the guys who went in, signed up normally because they didn't know any better,
yeah,
and they got shit on by the
like the
same four
pigs.
outfits
Yeah,
everywhere. And pretended like they didn't know what was going on, or the guys like Zealous who took his outfit and said, "Well, we're not going to play. We're going to play. We're not going to play. It's unfair." And then they spent more time in the prep phase for the matches than they did in the actual matches. Are
yeah.
those people going to sign up this time? I don't think so. So
No,
who's going to play? It would be like if Farmers had continued,
right.
no other teams wanted to play.
Yeah,
You're not going to play against those guys because
yeah.
they
There's
know that
not.
the
Yeah,
outcome is known.
yeah, yeah,
But yeah,
man.
you had that. That was a good thing, a good spot. I thank you for doing that. Great job.
Yeah. 1v1 Outfit Wars was great, and I I think it's really easy to see the big losers, people who maybe got their self image of themselves.
Or should we go The Last Jedi? Your expectations subverted.
Yes, subverted
Uh,
expectations,
yeah.
and to see the winners like Goblin Jumpers who just destroyed everybody, and some of the other great teams that did pretty well. I don't know, like I had the chance to do post game interviews with a lot of the Emerald and Connery teams. I'm not sure if I got to everyone. I got to most of them though. And the ones that were the most fun to me to talk to were the outfits that were kind of like around the mid-ish level, but were
Yeah.
starting to punch up a little bit.
Hmm.
And they were for that. I think that kind of a competition for those kinds of outfits who understand that they're probably going to get shit on by the gobs and recursions of the world, but also know that there are probably other outfits like them out there who they can gear up and do something more. I think that another round of Outfit Wars would be. I would really love to see those communities come back in another round of Outfit Wars.
I don't see it. I don't see that it could happen again. Maybe it's number one. It would be too soon, and the burnout from that. Yeah, there was like Zealous always
It's
talked
a
about burnout
problem.
from losing, but you guys played 4 matches and got shit on in every game, and then all my friends who are in these outfits are
Mhm.
playing for a whole nother month and
Mhm.
having to prep all these games and do all this shit.
Mhm.
Those are the guys that have burnout. Your Recursion, your VCats guys, your
Recursion played on, well, Emerald and Connery.
yes, that's too much, man. Like
That is too much.
yeah, so I get it. I get the burnout from that. But when what I don't accept is we entered a tournament that you know, we somehow don't know is competitive.
I don't
And
know, like,
we all that shit. Like,
can we just look at those people and be like, "This was a growing moment for them," and whether they grow from it or
was it
not is up
though?
to them,
No,
and
because those kind of guys in this game don't grow. I've been watching it. I've been watching it for 10 years, fertilizing it every day, and there's nothing growing in the field, dude. It's not. They're always going to be like this. They're always going to be like this, and until it goes back to 1v1v1, they're going to bitch and complain about it, and they won't. They
kinda
know better now. They know better now from the experience of doing it, which doing it is, I use those words very carefully here because they got warp gated every game, and like I said, spent more time in the prep phase. But 15 minutes, was it 15 or 20 minutes
I don't remember. I think it was 10.
before the match? They spent more time in that than they did in the actual matches.
Yeah. Yeah, they were overmatched. Absolutely.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's what
And
you
and
get.
and those are the those are the out a lot of those outfits are the same ones that come with multiple platoons on a Friday night
Yep, yep.
and
Go back to
pop dump
live.
the amp station.
Go back to live. If you want your padded, I get to just dump pop and win. Go back, stay on live. Don't
Did you
enter a
play in
live
Outfit Wars,
competition.
Lex?
Nope, never, never
Why
will
why
either.
didn't you participate?
Not interested. I've done my competitive shit 8 years ago. I'm not
Okay.
interested. Put my foot in that and I played it for a little while, and then again, it's the community is worthless garbage when it comes to that. So I'm out, and I'll never step foot back in.
What makes it worthless garbage?
Number one, the best players and the best teams, and they don't no shitters don't care. They don't care about that. No one really cares. In the grand scheme of things, in our little community, it might matter, but
Mhm.
uh, and also a lot of this stuff with the bigger game type and everything. Once you get past like 8 to 10 players, or even 12, once you get past that, it all devolves into this trash, garbage, medic ball,
Oh god. Yeah.
and that is so. I hate watching it. It's the
When the
most
big
boring
moments are
thing in the
revive
world to watch.
grenades.
It's so dumb. It's so
Mm,
stupid. And if
mm,
anyone cared about, putting on a good product or a display of a good product, that wouldn't exist.
mhm.
So, and literally it goes all the way down to that. Once, because we played, I think there was a thing called PAL that was 10v10 or 12v12. And
Mhm.
there's a magic number that once you get above that number,
Mhm.
that's what it devolves into. Everyone's a medic, all this shit.
Right. Right.
So
Because the power of the res grenades gets stronger
I'm not
the
interested
bigger the
at
teams are.
all. Nope. If it's six, I don't really watch any of the 6v6 anymore or any of that stuff. But
There's still a community of people who do that stuff, who
oh,
play
I know,
scrims.
I know there is, but like I think they actually, I always had to deal with this shit of, Farmers League bans everything, and it's like we didn't ban anything, and now all the guys these days everything's banned. Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
but that's the thing too. Like,
But, like,
take
that
the
was a different
lesson from the
time,
guys.
Farmers League.
Sure, but take the lessons from the guys that already did it and understand that you're wasting your time. Like, I get it that it's fun. I did it. I participated in it. But
What
at the
makes
end
it
of
a
the
waste of
day,
time?
it's a waste of time because this community doesn't deserve that. This community doesn't deserve to have its best players put up on a pedestal for them to display it. It just doesn't.
How could they earn that right?
What, by participating in these pseudo
No,
competitive
no.
events
How
made by the
could the
community?
community earn the right to
Well, they can't.
elevate its best
They
players?
they can't. They don't, because we've had that before, and back in the day, it was, "Oh, you're cheating. These guys are cheaters,"
Sure.
all this shit. There's just a different blob mindset of people that it's just incompatible with them. And it's this they hate the best players in the game, and they always have, and they always will, and that'll never change.
How representative of the entire community do you think those folks are? Like, in terms of percentages, I mean literal
I don't
representation.
know, I just know it has been prevalent and pervasive the entire time I've been in the game.
My perception as someone who's just kind of I'm admittedly a very casual Planetside player. I just like talking to people for the most part. At least I've evolved into that.
That's
But,
true, but you're not also embedded in these outfits running ops every night and all this stuff
thank goodness.
for years and years. You
It's not
thank God.
I stepped my toes in it. It's exhausting. I can't. I just can't. Maybe if I were in my 20s or in college, I could do it, but not anymore.
I just don't understand what's appealing about watching the map change colors and watching spawn rooms for hours at a time. Like,
If you have put a lot of effort into being with a bunch of other people who share a symbol, like, I think there's a thrill in that.
guess what? I did that. I did
Yeah,
that
yeah,
10 years ago.
yeah, fine. And
And it's
I'm not
boring.
saying, but there are some people who've come to the game later than you did, maybe have a different path, maybe care about different things. Like, for me, you were saying earlier how you don't see me, like, doing a lot of, like, community social media stuff. I'm not really
Yeah,
around the
I
way you
wouldn't put
are.
you in the blob category of the masses of the game. I think you're separate from that.
Well, sure, I'm a creator. That was the whole goal. And, but, my perception is, for whatever it's worth, is that the folks, uh, I think, like, it's sort of like the ends of the bell curve. The people who are really good and really want to stick it to the people who are accusating, who are calling out good players, who are constantly denying the power of, like, max units and things like that, like the whole constellation of similar complaints. And on the opposite side, the militant casual, okay? Because the average casual, the real casual player, isn't even in these discussions. They're not even there. They're not on social media. They're playing the game for a few hours on the weekends and going away. Maybe they have some friends. Maybe they have an outfit. Maybe they don't.
Right.
But
So big vast majority, what you're saying there is a vast majority of the bell curve. They don't give a shit. They don't give a shit about. They can't. They will never appreciate that. And
you
then
don't
at
think
the
they
other end, nope, they don't care at all whatsoever. They
about
log
what?
in and they get in their blob about admiring or propping up or what am I appreciating the best players in the game. They're not. And
I don't think
you're
that
making my
that's
point for me.
I don't think that's on the players. I think that's on the game. There's nowhere for
Well,
the best players in the
then if
game
you
to
want to
show
go
off.
that route, then who's the game balanced around? If you want to go that route,
Oh,
because
it's balanced around communities and the power of, getting people to join your
that's an
squad.
interesting way of saying Zergs. But
Yes. Yes.
yeah.
I mean,
So
yes.
okay, so let's see.
We don't
The
disagree on
developer
this.
and the people working on the game don't give a shit about you, and they actively everything they do in their balance decisions is meant to bring you down a notch. Okay, so that's there. You have the entire middle of the group that doesn't give a shit regardless, doesn't come to the streams, doesn't watch anything, doesn't even know who any of these people are. And then you have the people in the bottom who are everything that you said. So what's the gain here from that? You see what I'm saying?
I
What's
think
the gain?
so.
What's the positive outcome from that besides your own inter squad, inter team? Like the bond that I had with the guys that I played with, awesome. Uh, they'll be my friends for the rest of my life probably. And then the other people you played against, the competitors, most of the
Mhm.
competitors anyway,
Yeah. Yeah.
friends with them to this day.
Sure.
But other than that, you're in your own little bottled community in a very niche, super niche part of the game. In a niche game itself, it's just not
Yeah.
worth it.
I don't know. I think you can look at Planetside being released in 2012, see what the game is, what its launch product is. I think you can extrapolate 10 years into the future and anticipate this exact striation because from
Mm,
hang with me for a second. Hang with me for a second. What is Planetside? Okay, Planetside is a fucking gamer idea that John Smedley had to throw the engine at, the Forge Light engine at. They had this engine that they created at
He
Daybreak.
wanted Battlefield success
Yes, yes,
with
of
his
course.
engine. Yeah,
Yeah, okay, we can do MMO Battlefield. Let's fucking go for it, okay? They threw together Planetside 2, like, it was developed in, like, a year. It was
very short. Yep.
extremely fast, get it out the door, and then it was just like, "Good luck, Planetside, figure it out." It was not
I don't
I
know. I
look at
don't agree with that. I
agree
don't
with
think it
what?
was good luck. Figure it out.
Yeah, okay, okay, yeah, so,
I don't agree with that.
my perception, and I wanna hear you disagree with it and maybe correct me, is that, if every hand that's touched Planetside since it was released, um, was had to go with the product that they launched and iterate on it in some way. And that product that they launch is a product that is fundamentally designed to privilege Zergs. And it's always going to make the best individual contributors feel unappreciated. And that's why, going back to what you said before, that's why I said this is not the fault of the community, this is the fault of the game. That the best players go underappreciated.
I don't know because it's very easy when you have non-balanced teams and you have these heroes, fighting against the blob, the doomslayers, the heroes of the Soviet Union, you know, that are on the top of the scoreboard, that if guys that go to a fight and take on 30v1 and crush people and push them out and stop their Zerg individually. I think
The
that's enough of
Superman,
a
the
pedestal.
Ubermensch.
That's enough to have a pedestal for these players that can be demonstrated day in and day out every day the game exists since the beginning of the game's
Isn't
history.
isn't that low visibility though? Don't you have to look at the scoreboard and pay attention to that in order to see it? And if especially if
No,
this person's on your team,
you can say that.
you conflate your success with theirs because they're
That
benefiting
that's
you
true.
and you feel like you're doing something good. Like
Sure.
we're under popped and we're winning this, but there's really just one guy who's going 100 kills and one death with a
Yeah.
50% headshot ratio.
But I think even those people that you're talking about, they recognize that. They see it.
Okay.
They see it. They know who the players are. When they see those players constantly show up in their fights and stuff and they're killing all the guys. I mean, we're the ones there killing them all and making space for you to come play the objective like you love doing,
Mhm.
aka sitting on the point AFK while I'm making the space for you, killing everyone. They know who those players are. And the enemies know who they are too, because when you're at the other end of a hallway against someone like that, you damn sure you know who they are because you're back at the death screen and you're staring at the death screen looking at their implants and wondering if you should change your loadout because you don't have the right RPG equipment set up and all this stuff. They know who they are. They all know who they are.
Yeah. I think you're right about that. But I still think that the communities get the privilege, and I think that's reflected by the fact that when a base is capped, a player's name doesn't fly over it, an outfit's flag does. The best the biggest competitions a game has ever thrown together, the most successful ones have all been community clashes, have all been outfit conflicts or
Sure.
and the smallest scale planet side that you see that seems to work is this 6v6 format that's been done a bunch of times. Um, and in that, you can see individual contributors, but still, it's the teams that get the glory. And you don't. Planetside
Yeah.
has not. I mean, it's not and never will be at the point where you'll see people sitting on a stage competing to play Planetside. You can actually see the players' faces and personalize
They
them.
did they did that once.
When did that happen?
That was very early
It
in the
must have been
game.
before my
I
time.
think it had to be early 2013 or something. It had to be. It was
Halcyon days, man.
I know Future Crew. I'm pretty sure Future Crew was there. I think DA was there
I
because
seem to
that
remember a
was
picture of
the
them holding up the big check. The future
yeah,
crew
that was
guys.
what was it? I forget the name. I don't remember the exact name of it, but that was a thing. And then they flirted with MLG stuff for a little while that was always kind of like half baked.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
but yeah, yeah, go on.
So I don't disagree with you that there are places for individuals to shine in Planetside, and you're a great example of that. But I still don't think that in aggregate over time that the individuals or people come away with the only individuals that end up having the actual staying power and cultural memory, I think for most people, are the creators, are the strongest voices who are talking about the game.
Yeah, the Wrel and the Higby.
Yeah. I mean, they're kind of the kings. They were
Of
um
course. And
they
whose fault
were
is that?
our leaders. Whose fault is that?
That's Higby's fault.
Higby is an interview I still want to do. I don't know if he has anything to say
That
to me though.
um I watched his last thing he did with Sirius, and that that was a guy. n- People blow a lot of smoke up his ass and give him way too much adulation for stuff, but when it comes to having a voice in the room for you and the players like me, that
Yeah,
losing that was hard.
he got it.
And
He really got it, I think.
he did get it. He did. He did really get it. And then when you go from somebody who gets it to somebody who just doesn't get it,
Mhm.
then,
Yeah. But
it's
Higby burned
hard.
himself to a
It's
crisp, if you believe the what he said
well,
on in
they
a
say
serious
that
interview.
the brightest stars live half the time, you know?
Yeah, man. Speaking of bright stars having half the time, I gotta take a quick bio break. Want to break for 3
Go
minutes?
take a wee wee.
Yeah. Yeah, take a wee wee.
Haven't heard that one in a while, have you?
I'll be back in 3 minutes, man.
Okay.
Old man talk for a sec. Lost a lot of weight, but I'm still stuck taking this medication for my blood pressure. It's a diuretic pee pill. And so, as long as I'm on it, I'm either dehydrated or I'm peeing every 30 minutes, it feels like. There's no in between.
Is there a set point with the weight that you expect the? Because I know a lot of people that lose a ton of weight, they generally go from hypertension to just totally fine. Do
I
you
think
think there's like
so.
a set goal,
I hope
like a set
so.
weight that'll
I
happen?
I might actually be there now. I don't really know. I'm gonna talk to my doc about it soon. But I'm fortunate that except for when I was at like my highest weight, it's like over 500 pounds. God, my hypertension, my blood pressure has been really under control with just the lowest dose of this diuretic pill. Um, so I'm hopeful that I can get off of it because I'm also starting to get more active in the barbershop scene. Um, so barbershop is
You
an
have to
is a
piss all the time during the barbershop stuff.
well, when you're on stage for an hour and a half, it's a problem.
You have to need like a catheter or something.
Yeah, yeah. Or just plan your entire day around water bottles
Just
and bathroom breaks.
wear a diaper.
Why didn't I think of that? Why didn't I think of that? It's funny though, the barbershop thing has got me thinking because I was gonna start kind of ask you a little bit, like as a semi pivot from our previous conversation, like what is a casual player? But before I ask you, I want to share this sort of anecdote and observation about doing barbershop. So people who don't know, barbershop is an a cappella style of music. It's traditionally sung by four dudes singing four different parts. You have the lead doing the melody, the bass, the low part having the root of each chord. You have the tenor doing the high harmonies and the baritone filling in the harmony in the middle.
You know I did music my whole life, don't you?
I don't know anything about your musical experience. We haven't talked about it.
Okay. Well, I played piano for 17 years,
Shit. Let me ask
and
you about that after I finish giving this example. I want to ask you about
okay.
it.
There's
Um,
actually a piano right there.
that's awesome, dude. I knew there was a good reason I liked you. No, I'm just kidding.
Mm.
Um, I tend to be attracted. Is that the right word? Magnetized towards? That's a little less sexual sounding. Let's say magnetized
Relax.
towards musical people. um, but
There's my high school ring. See that?
yeah, it's a little blurry. It's still focusing on your face. You might need to put your face to the side. Still not focusing. Looks like you're flipping me off sideways.
No. It's a tuba.
Nice, nice,
Yeah.
dude. Okay, so anyway, barbershop harmony. Um, the thing that is really interesting about the barbershop as I've experienced it is it's very unpretentious. A lot of musical forms, and especially a lot of like a cappella groups, which are sort of stereotypically something you see in a lot of colleges, like a lot of music students doing it.
It's not snooty.
Well, I don't know. I've seen it be a little more that way. But anyway, um, the thing about barbershop that I've seen is that they take anybody. Like even if you can't really match pitch, they take you and they try to make you work in the in the chorus. I saw this when I was living in New Hampshire, and I'm seeing it now in Seattle. And it is an art form that embraces casual enjoyment. People who just kind of show up to be part of something, and maybe they're there as much or more for the social scene as they are for the outcome of the music. And they're not plumbing the depths of musical complexity, of ringing the best chords, of doing the best showmanship. They would like to be better. Everyone would, and everyone comes along. But I think similar to like in video games and Planetside particular, a lot of people, my perception is they sort of hit their level where they're comfortable with their investment, where they're getting what they want, and it's good enough to them. And for me, I think that makes barbershop really cool because as a extrovert, someone who's loving to talk to people, there are a lot of different kinds of people. Um, and lots of different
I
perspectives
think
and
don't you have to be an extrovert to get into that? Like to sing in
probably.
front of people?
I
Like
I think so. I think it's probably self-selecting.
cuz that's something cuz for me playing an instrument was always different than well, I'm different now, but like I could project to people now and be fine with being in front of people, like
Yeah.
speaking and doing all that.
Sure, you got
Um
there.
right. But when I was younger and I was playing instruments, there was always the instrument between me and
Yeah,
that. And
it
I
was
wasn't
protection.
extroverted as a kid. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
so I feel like, especially, like, singers and drama people, those people were always painfully extroverted, like, compared to me.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. I think you're
yeah,
right.
you kinda have to have that.
Yeah.
Or
I
maybe
think
maybe it's maybe they treat their voice like I treated the instrument, and that's just the I don't know. I can't get into that mindset or that frame of mind, but
sure.
maybe that's I don't
Well,
know.
I think that there are, I mean, I think that the world of barbershop is a big one, and I'm only experiencing a narrow part of it. And I've been appreciating how unpretentious it feels and how casual it can be for people. Um, but I think that there are also other chapters, other choruses, other groups that take it a lot more seriously, and maybe people who care more about the music and less about the social stuff. Maybe there are more introverts represented there. I don't know. Um, that would make sense to me. I mean, I know certainly like high level competitive barbershop is just it's incredibly impressive what people can do. Tell me about your tuba.
Well, I played tuba in high school for 2 years, maybe
Mm,
3 years.
mm.
I came in I think I played clarinet in this is all, like, bullshit, like, elementary school, middle school, and then like, 8th grade, I switched to trombone, and then I played that till 10th grade, and then I went to tuba, but I was in marching band too, so we were always
What was marching band like? It looks like a lot
well,
of work from the outside.
it it is, it's you're going to school, as a regular student, and then every single day after school like, we got out of school at 1:55 PM, and you were still there till 6, 7 PM at
Mhm.
every night, and that's to prepare, like, you know, I think, like, every August or so, we'd pick, like, what show we're gonna do this year, and then you start, like, August, you're not off August, you're doing all that shit all August, so
Yeah.
your free time goes to nothing,
Yep.
when you're doing that. And all August you're working on it. Every day after school you're working on it, and then on Saturdays you travel somewhere and go play at a big show with like 30, 40 bands, and then you're there, and then you get back at 1, 2 in the morning on Sunday,
Mm.
and then you're doing some like sponsored bake sale or some shit for the
to raise money.
the alumni, yeah, on Sunday. So you from August, September, October, November, every school year, you have no life besides that.
It kind of sounds like MMO players, people who need something to keep them busy.
Well, I just kind of fell into that. Like it wasn't I didn't need something to keep me busy, but like it
Yeah,
was
right.
nice when December came around because then I always did concert band in the other semester,
Uh-huh.
and then I always found that more fun. But the marching band season stuff was, you got to go around to all the schools, and we went to different states and competing all over the place.
How
Uh,
competitive was it really? Was it, like, really
it's
competitive?
Yeah, it's crazy. You're out there doing your shit, and there's three judges out there scoring you, and
Uh-huh.
we would go back, and it was back on VHS, and the video is recorded. And you go over on Monday, and you're
Uh-huh.
in there watching the recording and doing all this shit and fixing stuff and changing shit all week and doing that stuff, and you're trying to score as high as you can. And if you lose to somebody you hate or you don't come in where you want to, people are crying like
Mm.
it's bad. And yeah, pretty competitive. And then beyond that, like
Did you like it?
that, yeah, but like you were saying before, it's more of a social event because you're there, you spend so much time with those
Right.
people that
Right.
the friendships that you have in those groups that do all that stuff. Uh, yeah, it's great. Um, yeah, I liked it, but I don't. I just got kind of caught up. I wasn't really thinking about what am I doing with my life or anything like that. I wasn't
Yeah,
at
well, you
that
were a
point.
kid. I think
Yeah,
everyone probably in that band, probably similar story.
yeah, but yeah, and I was the tallest one, so like I'd stand out with the guys had a big ass fucking instrument, and I'm the
Uh-huh.
tallest guy. I destroyed a judge in one show one year. He was
How?
behind me walking away from me, and maybe a I had maybe 4 or 5 counts to move like 30 yards
Okay.
backwards. So I'm hauling ass backwards. Like I have big strides, so it
Uh-huh.
helps with that. And I hit this guy in the back of his head with the back of the tuba and put a big ass dent like this, like in the back of the tuba. And you could see it on the video. I hit him and he walked off and he never came back out. And
Uh,
that was fun.
I hope he's okay.
Laid
I
him
hope his
out.
head did better than the tuba.
Oh, the tuba was fine. It was just smashed in on the end. It didn't affect the sound quality at all.
Hmm,
I don't think
okay.
so.
Battle scars.
Yeah, but we had two of them. Our school had two of them. They were big
Mhm.
silver ones. And then I got off that one and went to the better one because you always have like a shitty one and a better one,
Yeah.
and then
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
new one, the new person gets the shitty one, and
Right.
the veteran gets the good one. But I think I went to the good one after that year because
Uh-huh.
I think that was my junior year. So my senior year I had the good one.
So, you said you have a piano. You play piano?
Yeah, I started my dad started playing before me, and we got a piano put in the house.
Hmm.
And he was taking lessons, and I don't know. I think I was 7, and uh, I guess I didn't like that, so I took lessons and then passed him in like a certain amount of time, and then he quit and never played again, and then I just went from there. And then I played for a really long time.
What do you like to play, or what did you like to play?
Uh, I always like waltzes the most, I think.
Okay.
That's always what I ended up playing. I played a
Huh.
lot of movie stuff. Like, I was like super big into Star Wars shit
Let's go.
and playing all the John Williams stuff.
Yeah.
Uh, but other than that, like old ragtime stuff, I really like. I really like listening to.
Uh-huh.
Uh, and there's that.
How are your skills these
Uh,
days?
Probably not great. I don't. This thing over here is
Oh, man.
the piano I had from the original house. We ended up moving out of that house, and we gave that to my girlfriend at the time's family,
Mm.
and I think they still have it. But that was like 15 years ago.
Okay.
So if I went and
What
asked,
kind of a piano?
it was was it Baby Grand or something like
Okay.
that?
Okay.
Something called it. It wasn't a Yamaha or anything. It was a Baby Grand piano. It was all wood finished, all that stuff.
I mean, that's a lot. It's an expensive piece of
I
furniture.
don't know. I didn't pay.
Yeah.
But it was big and heavy, and yeah, we don't have it anymore. But this
The
one down
pianos.
here,
Mhm.
this one down here is so old. This one down here has got to be 50, 60 years old.
How long's it been since it's
Um,
been tuned?
decades, decades. It sounds like shit. Like you open it up and it just doesn't sound right.
So in
But yeah, I
in
haven't played in a while. Really
gotcha.
haven't.
Do you miss it? Any of it? The
Uh,
music stuff?
well, I always hated it, like when I was doing it, because I was kind of made to do it.
Yeah.
It was something that I was forced to do.
You were
Like
obliged. Hmm.
yeah, and things that I'm forced to do, I hate. Generally, I'm just that kind of person.
Sure.
Um,
I relate to that.
so yeah, and my piano teacher was like this lady. Her house smelled like cat piss and animal piss all over the place. She had two little girls that were like 3 and 4, and they would run around the house naked the whole time. And she had this estranged ex-husband who was a cop, who every time he came over, you thought he was going to kill everybody in the house. And she had the boyfriend living with her there too. So it was a crazy,
Wow. That's
it was
chaos.
a crazy scenario. Miss Janet, that was her name.
Hope she's okay.
Yeah. I don't know. I haven't talked to her in a long ass time.
Okay.
But yeah, going to piano lessons sucked. I don't think I ever had a different teacher. I always had her, and then just her house. I can still smell the house sitting at the piano room,
Mm.
and it was just like there was a little area behind that where
Mhm.
like the parents or whoever could come and sit, and like they would chat back and forth with the teacher and stuff while you played or practiced or whatever. And I remember like my parents would never stay. My mom would never stay because
Mm.
it just smelled like piss, and she's like super one of those people that's super sensitive to
Yeah.
odor,
Yeah.
any kind of odor.
Mhm.
So it was always just me and Miss Janet, and nobody would ever stay for
Mm.
me
Mm.
until
No
they were coming to
audience.
pick me up.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I ended up I think being better at that than the other stuff I did
Yeah.
with that
Like the
amount of
piano.
time and all. But yeah, it just fell out, and now the dexterity and the I went from doing that, and then I was always on the PC, and
Yeah.
that kind of all that all that kind of took over for that. So
Yep. Yep.
yeah,
Became WASD.
and then like yeah, I didn't even remember if I could still read music anymore. And then when I went down to Augusta last month, I was with someone down there who just started on piano,
Mhm.
and I don't think there's no way that she didn't know I played because she wanted me to play. I was like, I don't even know if I can fucking read music anymore.
Did you
So the
try?
whole time I was there, she was trying to. I didn't. I didn't know what the hell she was doing.
Ah. That's what people hearing this are gonna want to are thinking. It's like, I want to hear Lex play piano.
It wouldn't be good.
Yeah. I hear
It
you.
wouldn't be good anymore.
In the
I always, I always
in the
wanted to learn guitar, but there's a guitar up on top of those bookshelves too.
yeah.
But never. There's a harmonica up there too, and my uncle plays the accordion, like
That's a calling.
the like actual fucking. He came over to the house. There was a accordion from 1955 in the attic that he came to get and like fix it up and play it. He's
Are
crazy.
accordions expensive instruments compared to others?
I don't I don't know, but like when it's this is like an original thing.
I'm
Like
going to eBay.
this
Uh-huh.
is something that I think people make replicas of now. So I don't know, and like finding shops to repair them, like I don't know who does that
I searched for
anymore. That's like
accordion and all I'm getting is car stuff.
oh,
Maybe I'm spelling it wrong.
I don't like accordion. I think they sound like shit, to be honest. I'm not a huge fan.
They're a weird
I don't like
sound.
I don't like the instrument itself.
Yeah. I got nothing against it. It sounds like you had a musical-ish family growing up.
Family? Well, my mom didn't do anything. My mom was a cheerleader, uh, in
Okay.
high school.
Professionally?
No. Uh, no, she's in orthodontics, uh, professionally. And
Okay.
then my dad didn't do. My dad played sports. I don't. And then his musical foray was the piano thing that I destroyed for
Oh,
him.
uh-huh.
Um. Uh.
It's just like
But
what
yeah,
you do
other
to
than that,
Planetside players. Same deal. People see you and they're like, "What hope do I have?"
uh, I don't know. I later in life I felt bad about that, but at the same time I was like,
He was the
why did
adult.
you
No,
why did
like
you
it's
like
not
yeah,
him.
like grow up.
It's
Like
not him, man. It's not
grow
on
up.
you.
He gets there's a lot of people in my family like that get like I don't know, they like take the littlest shit and then they just won't talk to you or people for 3 4 days over the littlest shit. And
Like
it's
hold
like
grudges.
really vindictive. All the women in my family are the most vindictive people you'll ever meet. Like I hate it. It's
Any
so bad.
stories? I need a story to back that up.
No, I'm not gonna. Well, one of them's dead now, so. But she was the ultimate vindictive person. The littlest. I'm not gonna get into it. No, it's.
Damn.
Uh, but yeah, they're all like that, and I don't know. Even the ones that aren't originally from like the main branch of the family, like the ones that married into it,
Yeah, yeah.
they get like that too. So
It's in the air or something.
I don't know.
That's weird. Vindictiveness, huh?
Yeah, I don't like that.
And the men are more mellow
Uh,
or more forgiving.
no, because my dad's vindictive like that too.
Huh.
He's like he's like that. He has a very short temper. Uh, well, he's the nicest guy in the world. Like he'll give you the shirt off his back if you just ask him. But
Yeah.
his temper is crazy.
Yeah.
Nothing like with me or anything. Like he never beat me or did anything like that. With my mother or anything. But his road rage is legendary. Uh, he gets in fights with people over the dumbest shit. Like
Yeah.
out in the grocery store and like.
Fighting people at the grocery store. That's a special kind of
Well, my mom is one
volatility.
of those people that brings the fucking dog everywhere. Like the little dog
Oh.
has it and has it like in the pouch thing. She's one of those people.
Ah.
She has it in this grocery store. We've been going to this grocery store for 30 years, right?
Okay.
So it's changed. It's
It's an
changed
institution.
owners and hands like 7 times. It's down in the neighborhood where I used to live, and my mom still lives down there.
Hmm.
And this was like a couple weeks ago. Uh, my dad had taken her over there, or they were over by her house or whatever, and she had the dog, and some like 20-year-old manager like started shit. So can't have that dog in here. Can't do blah blah blah. And my dad is just like, because my dad will
Excuse
just
me.
go up to him and he goes up to his face and he's like, "Fuck you," and will
Ah,
get in his face and say he's one of those people.
he's ready to
And
go.
yeah, and it's like he's gonna call the police, and you should probably just leave. So it's always he turns on a dime, like with stuff
Interesting.
like that.
Interesting.
I don't know.
Short
I don't
tempered,
know. I
huh?
don't. I'm not. I'm not anything like that, like in person,
Mm.
really. So
You
I
don't
don't
seem
know.
like
I
a
always
person
kind
who
of.
boils up quick. Who boils quickly. You have a slow boil. I
I,
feel like.
yeah, I think that's from experiencing that my whole life with my parents because they're both like super emotional people.
Yeah.
Um, they're both super emotional, and I am not,
Hmm.
and I'm the calm little center of the universe when it
Sure.
comes to that. So in that sense, I still find like it's fresh for really emotional people are extremely annoying to me, like in
Hmm.
person.
Hmm.
Like they grind on me because there's just I don't know, there's something I can't where it's just like I might be the chillest person in real life you'll ever meet, which completely, you know, this is my outlet, I guess. But I assume
We talked
people
about
think I'm
that
like that
last
all the
time
time.
about this
Yeah,
being an
yeah,
outlet. Yeah. Okay.
yeah. But that's from I think them
Yeah.
how and just my immediate family in general are all
Sure.
fucking crazy
We
psychos.
we all learn from the people we grow up with, but we don't the learning could be towards or against, right?
Right. You'll either go towards that or you'll want to be completely the opposite,
Hmm.
or you turn out completely the opposite. So,
Hmm.
yeah, but there's that. And then, you know, the military changed a lot for me,
I'll
uh,
bet.
too. 'Cause
In
it's
terms of
just,
your
it
temperament?
gave, uh, no.
Hmm.
No, because when I was in, I tried to stay. I always said, you know, don't change who you are, for this, and remember where you came from. Like when you go in there and you start getting promoted and you're in positions of authority and stuff,
Hmm. That was important
and
to you.
it's very important. And I needed, because when you like, I think I went in as an E1, which is the lowest enlisted rank. You
Okay.
have literally no rank on your chest. You're E fuzzy is what they call it. You have no rank.
Okay.
So I went in as that, and then, you know, being with all those other people like me, like when we first got to our unit and stuff, and just coming up through that, and we had really shitty leadership, when we first got to our units and stuff, and then just building off that, I think that the military, if anything, gave me a self confidence that I maybe didn't have before. Like I always thought I was self confident before that, but being in the military really pounded it into me. Like,
How did that
okay,
change?
because you don't, I had no other choice. You
Yeah.
have no other choice. And when you were in the position that I was in, I was a law enforcement supervisor, towards the end. You know, I think I mentioned this last time.
Yeah.
Every night I'm working, you're dealing with someone who's having the worst night or day of their lives
Yeah.
every single night. And you're dealing with situations where people want to walk up behind you and shoot you in the back of the head just because you're either in the US military or you're in law enforcement
Yep.
or anything
You're a
like that.
symbol to them. Hmm.
Yes. And you know, you don't matter to them.
Hmm.
And so they don't care about doing that. So in a sense, when you're in those positions, uh, the one position by what job you're doing in the military, and then being in the military especially, and then being in the military and put in the position of being responsible for those under you and these young kids that come in and you have to teach them, and you have no other choice but to be self-confident. You
Sure.
no choice.
Because people are looking to you.
It just, yes, it doesn't, you're their adult babysitter. I
Yeah.
used to call it that all the time.
Mm.
But in a lot of ways, you know, you don't know who you're going to get, like in your unit next, who's coming to you, who's some 18-year-old kid who you have no idea where this kid's background is from. And
Hmm.
I hate this shit where, these people think that everybody in the military is just some like right-wing conservative asshole. It's
Hmm.
just, it's not even remotely
Mm.
accurate at all.
What
It's
was your
all these
experience?
kids.
Hmm.
It's all these kids from every walk of life,
Mm.
college educated, no college educated, dropped out of high school, whatever, black, Asian, Hispanic, Latino, poor, rich, middle income. It's everything. It's
Mm.
everybody from everywhere, all walks of life, and all that shit goes away in that situation. Because when
Mm.
the shit hits the fan with whatever that is, whether it be in basic or you're somewhere else or someone is shooting at you, or none of that shit matters.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. So
Yeah.
I hate when
The
I
demands
hate when
surpass whatever identity you come in with.
it doesn't matter. You remember Full Metal Jacket
Yeah.
at the beginning, the monologue at the beginning that drill instructor Hartman gives? That
Vaguely.
you're all equally worthless to me.
Right.
All that stuff. So all the color, all that stuff doesn't matter.
Hmm.
So yeah, the most, Christ, the most liberal people I've ever known. Like everybody I worked with is, they would all vote left.
Hmm.
And the but that I think that confuses people sometimes. I don't know why. Now
People.
a lot of the guys that are career, like been in the military for 25, 30 years,
Mhm.
they're like that. And some of them aren't.
Sure. Well, it sort of makes sense that at the lowest levels, it would be a real smattering, and then at higher levels, longer periods of time, eventually, the people who stay in are filtered in by
Well,
some
that, and I think
temperament.
in general, people get more conservative as they get older.
Yeah, I've heard that. I think that's
That's
true.
that's been, I always heard that, and I wasn't real sure, but now I'm getting to the point where I'm like, huh. Uh,
You're feeling it. I'm feel. Yeah, I'm there
I,
too, man.
yeah.
Yeah,
And
all of a sudden you
you
start.
don't know it, and you won't believe it till you're
It's
right
so
there, and you're
true.
like,
It's so
yeah,
true.
it is.
Yeah, it's the product of experience is and understanding like understanding the way things work and
From
being
what
able.
somebody told you to how it actually is.
Right, right. It's oh gosh, there's a better way to describe this. I don't know. I think that when people when I came of age, I felt like I was auditing all the outcomes of the world. Like how where are things now? How easy is it for me to get a job? How difficult is it me to get a loan for to do something or to relocate or find a girlfriend or whatever it is? And when you're just getting started on your journey, you're experiencing all the outcomes without knowing why they come back to you that way. And some of the outcomes really suck and they seem to be shitty and wrong. And it makes sense at that point to be focused um on making
I mean,
sure everyone has enough, which is sort of the.
especially true for, you know, are you at the end of X, or you're a millennial, aren't you?
I'm an old millennial. Yeah.
Okay.
83 is when I
Well,
was born. A
like,
little older than you.
yeah, yeah, 4 years. I turned 36 in like 2 weeks.
Sure.
But for our generation, you know,
Mhm.
we've had two major recessions.
Yeah.
So coming up, like, I graduated high school in 2005, and then starting out right then and there, you know, you're right out into 2008.
Cat appearance.
Yeah, she's been like pushing a trash can out of the way for some reason. What are you doing? Oh,
I never felt
she
like a
eats
millennial. Go ahead, sorry.
she eats in another hour again.
What's the schedule you take for feeding your cat?
Daylight savings time really fucks them up because they were on a schedule before, and then we went forward, and now they're always an hour early, like wanting
Yeah.
to eat. And they never adjust to it even after months. The schedule for feeding,
Yeah.
uh, breakfast is 5 o'clock
Mhm.
in the morning,
Mhm.
uh, and then the older one, Petunia, the black and white one,
Yeah.
she's only 3 or 4. Nobody knows how old she is.
Huh.
She's like
Rescue?
a, I don't know, Somali pitcher in the World Baseball Classic, whatever. Nobody knows how old she is, but
All right.
um,
Yeah, yeah.
well, yeah, they're both rescues. The other one was up. I think the black and white one was up at my aunt's house, where she lives. It's like 45 minutes away from here, and
Mhm.
she was outside like this whole winter, and they kept trying to they have 9 cats. Uh, yeah, uh,
Okay.
yeah.
It's a lot.
And they were trying to, figure out where she's from. I think she was from like Section 8 housing or something that somebody just let her go, right?
Sure.
And so she was outside living in a parking lot all last not this past winter, the year before.
Mhm.
And they eventually got her, and my aunt's wife uh owns a rescue place in Pennsylvania,
Mm.
up right past the border, and she got put up there.
Mm.
And then they're like, "Hey, you should adopt her." Because I used to have cats with my wife. Me and my wife had 2 cats,
Mhm.
but we split, and then she took the cats.
I didn't know you were married.
Uh, yeah, I was married for 5 years
Okay.
uh, in a previous life.
Yeah.
Uh,
How long have you
but
been split? Divorced?
uh, 8 years.
Okay. Yeah. A
Yeah.
while ago.
Well, that's actually who I went to see in Augusta
Oh, still
when I
friends.
stayed down there. Yeah. Yeah. Well, we hadn't talked since like 2019,
Uh-huh.
and then last month, out of the blue, she's like, "Oh, I moved down here. You should come down and see me and all this stuff."
Cool.
So that happened, and then she came up here a couple weeks ago and stayed here for a week.
Yeah.
Uh, but anyway,
Are you both single still?
yes,
Okay.
yes. Uh, she, my aunt took her up to the rescue place in Pennsylvania. And they're like, "You should adopt her." I was like, "Cool," because she wasn't getting adopted. I don't know why. She's nothing wrong with her. Absolutely nothing
Mhm.
wrong. She's perfect, fine. So I got
Okay.
her, and then I had her for a month, And then this other one was 10 weeks old, and my aunt was sending me pictures, texting me pictures of her 10 weeks old, just over and over. I'm like, I don't want another one. God damn it, stop. And then it was like 8 hours later in the day. I'm like, all right,
Shit. All right.
send me the stuff. So I got her,
Ah,
and then that was last October. So she's
okay.
almost she'll be a year, I think, in the next month.
Cool.
Um, but yeah, she used to eat 4 times a day,
Okay.
and then the other one eats twice. The other one eats breakfast and dinner, and then that one eats in between,
Hmm.
or lunchtime and after dinner later.
I'm still trying to figure out how to feed my cat
Well, I
because
have dry down. I have dry food. They both get different dry food, kitten dry food and adult dry food. But the adult eats the kitten food, and the kitten goes and eats the fucking adult food. And
everyone wants
the
what they
the
don't have.
the other one, yeah, the other one shouldn't has really gotten. She's gained weight.
That's the
She's
problem I'm dealing with my cat.
she's eating the
So
goddamn
everyone in
kitten
this
food, which
house is
is
losing weight except for my cat.
yeah. So I put down dry once a day now, and if they eat it, that's it, tough shit. And then the wet food they get a little bit. Like the little one gets a third of a can of the kitten, the little tiny kitten things,
Okay.
a third of a
Okay.
can, and all those, and then about a quarter of a can for like the bigger cat food for the other cat. But the bigger cat licks like 3 times in her wet food and then walks away, and then
That's
the
what
little
my
one eats
cat
all
does.
hers. The little one eats all
She
of
licks
hers and then goes
all like
over.
the gravy out of the wet food
Yep,
and leaves the
yep.
dry pieces. And then she's always thirsty after that. And she goes for water. Maybe it's salty? I don't know. I haven't tasted it.
I don't know. But then that one goes and eats the other one's wet food too. So she's way bigger than she used to be.
Ooh.
Not she's just big. And the one of the cats I had with my ex was she at one point she was like 18 pounds. She was a
Mm,
short-haired domestic,
it's a
but she
big
was
cat.
never fat. She's not fat. She's just long and
Uh-huh.
tall.
Uh-huh.
Like
Okay. Sure. Cat equivalent of big boned.
I don't know. But somebody thinks she's the orange one has a little Maine Coon in her.
Oh, okay.
'Cause she has this big tufts of hair coming out of
Mm.
her hands, and then
Okay.
in the ear.
Sure.
She's not supposed to. I don't. Who knows where she's from? I don't know.
Yeah.
But she was apparently it's like there's only a 20% chance to get a female orange tabby
Okay.
genetically.
Interesting.
So they're much more rare. Most of the orange tabbies you'll see are male.
I didn't know that.
So to get a female is like
Special.
kind of rare. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. The whole world of cats is fascinating to me. I
I always had dogs.
yeah, I grew up
My
with
whole life growing
dogs.
up.
Yeah, me too.
Yep.
And then one day, my wife and I just living by ourselves in our apartment. Cat hiding out under cars in the parking lot for a few days before Christmas, and wife couldn't bear it any longer. Went out and grabbed her, and she's been with us ever since.
Yeah, that's how my aunt. All the ones my aunt has are
Hmm.
rescues. One
Hmm.
of them was in the garage here one summer.
Hmm.
There you go. Put
Yeah,
her
yeah,
on
I
the bed.
saw that. Yeah,
That's yeah. Nobody sleeps in that. That's a cat hanging out with me on the bed
nice, nice.
situation.
Yeah, there's a chair that I usually keep in this office. I usually take it out when I'm recording shit that I have in here just for her to chill on when I'm in here because she likes to be up off the floor and have something soft to lay on. So that's the best
Yeah,
I could
that's what
figure
she
out.
does. She gets up on the desk and runs all her hair on my microphone, and then walks over and lays on. I have a big stack of mouse pads. She lays
Uh,
on.
that's so smart. You put the mouse pads out
Oh,
of the
look at you.
way because she destroys my mouse pad. Yes, look at mine.
That one's way better. I have like 14 of these.
she'll cruise by. I have to use this on my face. Use it on the microphone. I don't do
The
that.
microphone, her tail, all the fur on her tail is so fine that when she walks, like it's just all over it when she walks on it. And then she'll come and lay down right on the mouse pad I'm actually using with my mouse
Yeah,
and just lay down here. And then I play on a low sense, so I need
yeah.
my whole mouse pad.
Uh huh.
So a lot of the times I'll be playing stuff and she'll lay down and I'm just like pushing her and pushing her and pushing her. Or I'm like in a situation where I'm like, oh, hold on, guys, I don't have room to do anything. And then she gets up, I have to rub the other one's down here too. But
Yeah.
yeah, but I have a patio out back. That's I pretty much keep open all. They love it out there, and they just
Mm.
exist out there because there's
Is
bird
it
feeders
closed?
set up out there.
Closed
Yeah,
patio?
it's all enclosed. Yeah,
Oh, that's nice.
yeah. So
The
I
best
just
I can
opened
do
the.
in this place with getting outdoor exposure to my cat is just opening up the window for her to sniff out there. There's not a lot of
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. They love it because I'm deep in the woods and there's shit everywhere.
Yeah.
Animals all
Lots
over
to
the
see.
place. Lizards, and we're in the thick of it. And there's like the bird feeders and squirrel feeders and all this shit out there, and they just
Uh,
the black and white one just lays out there on the patio all day long.
especially when the
Doesn't
sun
matter how hot it
is
is.
shining on it, I bet. Yeah.
She always in the sun, always will find it, and it's like
Mm.
she comes in, she'll come in from out on the patio, and I'll be like in the living room or something, watching something on TV, like YouTube
Mm.
or something. Walks in the room, trills, let me know I'm there, and I go to touch her, and she's like 1,000 degrees. I'm like, where the hell have you been?
It's back from the surface of the sun. Don't mind me.
Yeah, but as it gets hotter, like I've had everything open like the last 2 months because it's been super mild.
Mhm.
And the
Out here
last
too.
3 days,
It's been
the
cold the
last
last few nights.
the last 3 days, it's been raining and like 95% humidity. And today it was like 80 degrees with like huge humidity. So like when I actually just got two like cat doors
Mhm.
for one for this door back here and then one for the outside door on the patio.
Oh.
So they can just go. I can just turn the air
Are those
on.
hard to install, to set up?
No,
Okay.
no, you need like a electric saw or something, and you gotta remove some part of the door.
I wonder if my landlords would be okay with us doing that. Hmm,
Eh,
maybe I should ask.
yeah, yeah, I gotta put those in, but they're not happy when I close because I have to go out uh,
Yep.
and get them out of there, and then close it, and then they're just like, and then the little one runs around and just goes crazy after that. And I don't know if you just saw them, but they were just in a death match behind me.
Oh, no, I didn't catch it.
Um, But yeah, but they have a lot of places to go and
So,
everything. But
are your cats friends? Would you say?
uh, sometimes
Okay.
I don't know how to put it because the little one, ever since I had her, even a month into having her, she was the dominant cat
Mm.
because the older cat is just so very sweet and submissive, and
Hmm.
uh, the younger cat just completely dominates her in everything.
Okay.
And then she got bigger, and she's probably about as big as the other one now. But
Okay.
when it comes to food, they don't fight each other.
Mm.
They don't get weird with food. Uh, Most of the time, the little one is just instigating. The younger one is just
Come play with
instigating
me.
shit. And she's on the stair. One of them's on the stairs right there.
Uh,
Um, yeah, they're both there. Someone's probably about to go over the stairs right now.
can't see
Okay.
you. I turn the lights on in there, man.
Anyway, but Petunia gets her licks in,
Okay.
so it's not.
I asked because my wife and I play with getting a second cat, with the idea of getting a second cat for our Saoirse.
I would never have one. I would always have another one.
Mm.
Just they'll that could turn out catastrophic, or it can
Yeah,
be
that's the
cool.
thing I
But
worry about. And also, we both work from home, my wife and I, so like, we're both like always around, or one of us
yeah,
is always around,
yeah,
for the most part. But yeah,
yeah.
maybe something we'll do.
My thing is always, but I've always had the ones that I had earlier in my life were brother and sister, so they were,
Mm.
when we adopted them, they were just came together with each other and they knew each other since birth.
Hmm.
But these two don't. They're from two different, completely different situations, but
Sure,
they get along.
sure,
They're fine. They
sure.
just play fight a lot. But
Do you?
the little one is extremely jealous of anything to do with me. Like she has huge separation anxiety and all this shit. And
Oh man, what a pain in the
yeah,
ass.
like if any Petunia is trying to get attention from me, which she does all the time, then the little one hears it and comes and gets in between and
Hmm.
women, you know. Doesn't I let the little one had one went in heat once because I think you're supposed to do that. You let
Okay.
him go in heat once and then get him fixed, or else I don't know if that's
Yeah.
true or not. So I let her do it once, and she was pathetic. And I was like, I'm not doing this ever again. And then got her fixed. And then my dad was like, well, that'll fix all our problems.
Not so much though, huh?
Mm. I don't know. She doesn't even meow properly. Like she doesn't have a regular cat meow either. She's got this real like breathy, like smoker's thing that it's not a meow, and I guess that's what she's gonna have.
Huh.
So I don't know. The other one makes all the normal cat sounds, but the orange one
Interesting.
just never
Yeah,
got her voice.
our cat is pretty quiet. As she's gotten older, she's starting to get a little more vocal though.
Yeah.
For the most
Well, the
part, she just
petunias.
does like little trills, especially when she's like
Yeah.
jumping
Yeah.
up or down from stuff.
The black and white one is quiet, like walks in and trills, but the little one like grabs her and then she screams like someone's killing her. Like you know the alley, the sounds from like
Wrel!
cartoons with the alley and all that.
Yeah,
That's what
yeah.
she does when the little one just will touch her like on the sign, like batter.
It's like
And it's like
mom.
it's so over dramatic. Yeah.
That's funny. So, you grew up with dogs too. Like, how did you find owning cats after growing up with dogs? What was your experience of it?
I think I don't we never had big dogs. We always
Okay.
had when I was born, I think we always had Yorkies, the Yorkshire
Mm.
Terriers,
Okay.
and we had 5 when I was young.
Okay.
Yeah, and then progressively, my mom bred them and we sold some of them. So I always had a bunch of those little dogs, and I never had a big dog. My aunt and uncle had German shepherds the whole time. So I was always around dogs. They were cool. And then I had my first cats, and it's really just the temperament.
Mm.
Is they're just complete. They're you know you get affection on their everything's on their terms.
Yes.
Uh, you take it or leave it. You don't have to let them out. So
Hmm.
I've lived with some cats that were outdoor cats, where they come home, they want to eat, and then they'll hang around with you and chill with you for a little while, go to sleep, and then this one cat in Texas, Stu. I lived with 2 guys in the army, and one of them was married and had a bunch of animals and shit. And one of
Mm.
them was Stu, the male. He was a orange tabby. He
Mm.
would come home, and he'd be on the roof above the front door. So I would get home at like 7, 8 o'clock in the morning from work, and he's on the front of the roof meowing at me to go in. But he's been gone for like 4 days. Nobody knows where he is. And then he come inside and be cool and does his own thing, man.
Oh,
And he would leave. He'd just get up and leave. He'd open the front door and he'd walk right out, and you wouldn't see him for 3 or 4 days.
wow.
And then it was me and my buddy Chris, one of the guys I live with.
Hmm.
We were off, which together, like which rarely happened. And we went out to get breakfast one morning, and there was this dead orange cat in the middle of the intersection of the highway, right there. And we're like, and we hadn't seen Stu, and like he was overdue,
Mm.
and we thought it was him.
Mm.
So we're like, oh shit. So we pulled like right next to it at a gas station, got out, and was going out in the intersection
Hmm.
to go get him. And then the animal control, like whatever, came and picked him up, and was like, oh, that's not him. And then
Mm.
later that day, he came home, and we were both like, these grown men, like, oh my God, Stu, we thought you were dead and all this shit.
Stu, you're back.
Yeah.
Oh.
But yeah, the temperament's totally different. The cats that I had earlier in my life, they I don't know if we raised them differently, but they were kind of like any dogs I ever had.
Yeah?
You know,
Like affectionate?
kind of like, oh yeah, affectionate, always up your ass. Like
Mm.
I don't know. I think it depends how you raise them.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I like how they're a lot less work than dogs. but they definitely on their terms is a good way of
Yeah.
putting it. Um, Dogs, you can kind of set the rules and they'll figure them out and want to follow them. But cats don't give a shit what you want.
Yeah, dogs are like the super dependent, like
Hmm.
little baby, little child.
Hmm.
And then cats, you can treat them that way, especially when they're a lot younger. Like this house, like I didn't cat proof anything in this house for the kitten.
Hmm.
Nothing. Like there's a big unfinished basement in the back
Hmm.
that's where the litter box is in the back of the basement. That goes around and wraps all the way around here to this wall outside here.
Okay.
And there's a billion places for them to go back there that shit nobody's seen for a decade or more is back there. And
They can
I
go have
remember
adventures.
they get lost back there. And then I would remember that one of them would come out and they'd have like these dust bunnies and like cobwebs on their face and shit. I was like, thanks for cleaning that up. Nobody's been back there. They would always come upstairs with some shit on their face. It's like, where you
Duster
been
on
at?
4 legs.
Yeah, it's a vault back there of shit.
Huh. This stuff adds up over the years, huh?
Yeah. But yeah,
Speaking
I
of,
never cat proofed anything. Never. They're not bad. They don't do bad shit. You know,
yeah, the worst thing our cat does is sometimes
scratch.
she'll yeah she likes scratching. We have scratch pads like everywhere in the house.
Oh,
She'll go
that
for the
don't hurt.
rugs anyway. I'm just like,
Hmm.
stop.
We had these rubber rugs in the kitchen.
Yeah,
It's like you put them down in like kitchen area, or there's one out on the patio or something. And they love those things, but they tear out these little rubber divots out of them over time, so it just gets mauled and gnarled up, and there's these little rubber
yeah,
pieces laying all over the floor.
yeah.
It's like somebody's gonna eat that and like choke on it or something.
It's all part of the adventure.
I got rid of them all.
So before the whole cat thing came up, we were talking about millennials and people getting more conservative as they get older. I guess there's probably isn't much more to say about that. I've observed it too.
I think it's hard to hear that when you're younger,
Hmm.
uh, because you're like, nah, that could never.
Yeah, I think
But
like
then,
go ahead.
yeah, you don't want to hear it. It really is true. Like, and I'm like right. I feel like I'm right at the point in my life now where I'm like maybe halfway,
Yeah.
and it's like thinking about like way younger people, like when you were 18, 19, 20.
Yep.
It's like no one gives a shit what you think.
Yeah.
Like, but in the time, like you thought everything everything that's centered around you and all that stuff, that was the
Yeah.
entire world and all this stuff. It just completely changes.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, I think that like being more probably being more like politically progressive is sort of like an idealistic like
Well, I think it
there's
was
sort of
also
idealism to it, right? Where
when
it's
you and
like,
I were 18, 19, and 20, it was
yeah.
a very different circumstance than it is now.
Yeah, I came of age like before social media, before cell
Yeah.
phones. So it was
Yeah.
definitely different. Um and for you too, I guess. You're about my wife's age. So yeah, she shared that experience. Going through all of high school without any kind of social media, cell phones, any of that shit.
I think I got one like my senior year,
Yeah.
maybe. But that wasn't for it was a fucking what dumb phone or whatever. Like there were no smartphones.
Sure. I went through my whole all of high school and all of college without ever getting a cell phone, and I never got one until after I dropped out. Actually, it wasn't until I met my future wife that, and I needed a better way
You
to stay
needed
in
to be
touch with
on
her.
call. Yeah, you needed to be on call all the time.
Absolutely, I was free up till then.
Yeah.
Uh,
Now look at you.
yeah, exactly.
Stuck.
Try not to be. And it feels like things are moving like really fast for me right now. Actually, between like the new job, like getting
Well,
into
yeah,
this.
you probably felt like nothing was happening for because I remember you were applying for how many hundreds of positions over, and it
Fuck.
was taking a while. And I'm like, what the fuck's going on with this
It
guy?
was
Is he
dragging
gonna?
on me. I applied like over
Yeah.
800 jobs over
See,
7 months.
that's crazy to me because I don't ever think I've applied. I apply for like one job at a time, and I'm like, I vet it and I go through all this stuff. That's where I want to be. And if I don't
Hmm.
get it, like, I'm surprised. Like, because I always interview well, and all this stuff. And I think that happened. I think a couple of years ago,
Mm.
where it was the first time in my life that I interviewed for a job, and they basically told me to kick rocks, and I was like,
Uh, oh, okay. That's new.
yeah.
Yeah.
Uh, but the thing with you, I was like, when you're in that position, like, you don't feel like you're doing anything. Like, you're supposed to be the provider,
Hmm.
and you're just you feel it feels so shitty, and I know,
Yes. It's
you're
existentially.
like, is it ever gonna break my way? And then you feel so good when it does. And when I heard that you did it, I was like, it felt good for me too, because
Oh, good.
I care about you, and I want you to succeed and
Oh, yeah.
have a good time.
Yeah. That,
And
that's that's bleedingly obvious.
well, that's being unemployed. Like, when you're a grown up adult and you have responsibilities, financial responsibilities, like, being unemployed for long stretches of time,
It's a little like being dead.
it's the worst feeling. Like, I still remember that, and like this pit in your stomach of you fucking useless, and
Yeah.
it's just this dread of, yeah, it sucks.
I
I don't
think
know about applying for 800 jobs,
yeah.
but
Well, I mean, like there are some circumstantial factors, like all the tech. Like I work in tech, primarily in startups these days, and like no one, and that there are all the tech layoffs were happening right at the same time. I was part of the tech layoffs, and again, they
well, yeah,
ramped up
because
and got worse.
wasn't it that big boom with everyone locked down and everything? There's a big tech boom,
Yeah,
and
there was a big
then
overhiring thing,
yeah,
and
now
that's why I
everybody's
got
like,
laid off. Is because my company overhired in the year and change ahead of that, and well, whatever. But yeah, I think that's a big part of why that unemployed period is a big part of why I stopped doing podcasts last year. Is because I kind of felt like I was so focused on trying to be what I needed to be in order to keep things going, in order to continue the search no matter how much rejection I faced, and um, to just stay sane. And the crazy thing about it too is like the same day I got laid off, like I had just gotten back from the emergency room with my cat. And
yeah.
also, this office flooded
Well,
like
they
us like
say
2 days earlier.
those things
It,
come in threes.
it totally did that time. So it was like actually I recorded a video right when all this was going on. It's like hard times or something like that.
Hmm.
And I look back to that and I'm like, all right, yep, I I I remember that, and that like feeling of like it could all slip away, but I will not let it. And when you're hanging on that tight, I can't be myself in a conversation like this.
Yeah, it's
That's why I just couldn't. And that's why I'm back now, I think.
well. I always wondered, like, he's talked to all these people. Who the hell's next? Like,
Yeah.
are you gonna go from the small timers, and you're gonna go try to talk to, like, actually, like, big people? Because you name drop a lot of authors and stuff that you're reading, and you used to talk about all these talks with games and stuff.
Yeah.
And I felt like you were at a different place with all that. Like, you had explored a lot of that and kind of got what you wanted out of it, and the experience that you had with doing the podcast with a bunch of different creators and all
Yeah.
that stuff. And I to me, it was like, I always knew that you would do more, but I was like, what else is he going to do?
Mhm.
Cuz you're a Planetside guy.
Yep.
When you just get pigeonholed, man, in this game, and it sucks. But when you're a Planetside guy, you're a Planetside guy, and that
For
there's
life.
nothing you can do about it. But you're a Guild Wars guy too,
Yes.
and the WoW
I'm lucky that I
content
have two
creator
things I'm
scene.
known for in that way. I'm a
Yeah,
little lucky.
the WoW content creator scene is just
It's too competitive.
there's so many,
It's
and it's like,
oversaturated.
and there's these they're all big names.
Yeah.
And it's like, who are you when you walk into that?
I did have some luck
Yeah,
with
I
getting
just
some of the WoW classic creators. Like
yes,
I
yes, you
did the
do
one
with
with
the
Cargos
hardcore guys and the
and
two other guys that ran the YouTube channel.
yeah, the brothers.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I used to
Death
watch their
Camp and
shit. Yeah.
Elderon. Yeah.
Yes, yes,
Those are
yes.
real solid dudes. I like those guys.
There's a
I actually
bunch
did a
of
follow-up with Melderon like a year and a half ago. He started to give like quick content and we talked about it.
yeah. There's I don't know how much they're playing now or anymore because I think classic in the time since then with the
Mhm.
TBC and the Wrath of
Mhm.
the Lich King, I think a lot of people are done with it now.
Yep.
Like, and I don't know if a 2019 classic type thing. I don't know if that would get people to buy back in. I'm trying to think of the name of the guy. For the life of me, he was a big content creator and he always had like really chill, mellow videos. And he ended up quitting because he ground to rank 14 in classic.
Classic story.
Ended up quitting. Like so just you know, stop.
Friends don't let
Like,
friends. Grind high warlord.
but he had to do it because he didn't do it back in the day, and it's
Yeah.
like, whatever.
I
But
might
he
know who
was
you're
a
thinking of.
really
Is it Mad Season you're thinking of?
yes, that's him. That's him. That's him.
Mad
Yep,
Season
Mad
show.
Season. It'd have been
I think he would
cool.
be an interesting conversation. If
I don't know if he would do one.
and that's the thing. So there's two like kind of questions. There's two kind of problems like about where does this podcast go. Number one is what the hell do I want to do, and number two, who the hell can I convince to talk to me?
Yeah.
Um, and somehow I got kind of lucky with Planetside and Guild Wars, where Wrel, actually with Planetside is because I was interviewing like people I gamed with, and Sirius just contacted me.
Hmm.
He's like, "Hey, I want to be on your podcast." I was like, "All right," and then that was the start of that. And then with Guild Wars, I was I don't know. That's a scene that is in need of more content and didn't really have anything podcasty going.
You
Not
seem to
much
be
podcasty going.
attracted. You seem to be attracted to terminally ill MMO games. So you
Yeah,
gotta
yeah.
you gotta find another one that's
If it's too
terminally ill.
successful, it turns me off. I'm
Right.
like you that way. Like if everyone's saying this is the shit, then that's the last thing that I want.
I play shit games exclusively. Yes, that's
Yeah, and
the call
increasingly
right
I'm
there.
not playing games at all. So like you mentioned authors and stuff like I don't know. Like I even had this weird a thought occur to me. Like I'm getting really into this barbershop music scene. Should I interview some barbershop people? Shit. Maybe.
Why
Uh
not?
yeah, and I just don't know. I don't
I
know,
mean, when you
man.
look at all like when you look at all the guys doing podcasts and stuff like
Yeah.
these sit down interviews with people,
Mhm.
it's not they're not they're people from all over.
Yeah.
You know, like look who Lex Friedman does. You know, all these different people. Like, yeah, do music.
Yeah.
Have artists on. You know, have try I don't know, video game music artists, shit like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Try to get the sound guy from Planetside 2 and ask him why no footsteps play in the game.
I probably will ask him. He's been in the back of my mind to ask, what's his name? Is it Horatio or
Homeros.
something? Homero, that's it.
Hmm,
Yeah.
I know. I say his name all the time.
I'm almost sure I know what the answer to that question is, by the way, about the sound stuff. It's engine stuff. It's got nothing to do with sound design. I'm almost sure that's that's gonna be the answer.
Look, I just know it used to work and it doesn't work now. So
And
figure it out.
I'm on this. I will sign up for that crusade.
Figure it out.
um,
Don't care about underwater sounds on Osher.
yeah,
Give me the stuff that matters.
I think like when it comes to podcasting, the thing is, people have to feel like they're getting something out of it. Like there's some audience here to that I can reach, and almost everyone enjoys talking about themselves. Of course, being in front of an audience is a risk and stuff like that, so they have to weigh that too.
Well,
But
even this is like this format is different than we've done before because you've done
yes,
live streams before with that. And
right.
I never had the chat open or anything, but I know that me being me
Mhm.
will attract more attention than most other people that you'll do for the most part, unless it's like Wrel.
Oh yeah, like you and like a hand like one or two Guild Wars creators or any developer I interview.
right, because we
Those are
have
the
our own
headliners.
pockets of yeah, that's but now this is like there's no audience. Like it's just and I thought you were doing that because I think maybe it
You
was
mean
the last
offline versus live, the
yeah,
podcast?
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Why the
Well,
switch from that?
yeah. Well, I first got the idea when I had a guest cancel on me 4 times before we actually got to talk. Um,
Who canceling you 4 times? Because that kinda upsets me.
I don't think it was malicious. It was McLean Deemer, composer
I
for Guild
don't
Wars 2.
oh,
It's a
shit,
really
there's your music thing. There's,
yeah,
like
it's interesting conversation. I actually got to meet him in person last year at a Guild Wars anniversary event. I think he's a really legit dude. Um, but anyway, so I got the idea from being canceled on a bunch of times, and then it came time for me to
mm,
interview Cardo, which is something I'd wanted to do for a long time. So I talked about Planetside Arena, and I just thought like this is a topic that's sensitive enough that I don't want to add any necessary noise to the conversation while it's happening.
yeah,
I
yeah.
really want to make sure I get this right. Is sort of the way that I felt. And then after doing that and seeing how like casual and comfortable it was to just sit down and record, like you and I just did. Like
Mhm.
we had a conversation like 2 minutes ago. It's like Sunday, 7 p.m. Great. And then I messaged. I didn't. We just talked about baseball, and then we just hopped on the call and started talking. Like I like
Yeah, and
that.
there's no you don't have to put out, like, alerts on your social media of,
Yes.
like, "Oh, this is scheduled for that," and all this other shit, like,
Yeah. Like it feels so much less business like. It feels so much more real to me. I'm finding.
you're not doing the content creator thing. That's why I don't like to announce anything that I'm doing for the most part,
Hmm.
and then you just here's the thing, like,
Hmm.
you never know
You
it's coming,
delight
but here it
people.
is. Yeah,
You delight me, Lex.
it's better that way, I think.
So it sounds like you think I should get out there and do more of a plurality of things with the podcast. Talk to more different kinds of people.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, like, obviously, that's something you've talked about, like, getting out there and doing it. It doesn't always have to be video game stuff, like
Yeah.
I'd love to go in and talk about 10 million other things, but here I am. I'm fucking stuck in purgatory talking about Planetside till the end
To
of
be
time.
fair, we've barely talked about Planetside.
That is true. I think it was like an hour before I was all ready to go an hour before we even started.
Uh huh.
And I was like, I was out, where I always walk around outside thinking about, well, what if I get asked about this and all this, where do I
Yeah.
want to go? What's the
Yeah.
through line with what I want to put here? And then just
Right.
none of it is relevant because we haven't talked about shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't know. Like, I'm also in a weird spot where like I
I
kind of
think
don't.
this is hard for I think this is hard for some people too,
What
to
is?
just have a conversation and just
Yeah.
not be did like
To not
the
have
the
it be
zealous and
structured.
Lanzer interview that
I
did
didn't
you
hear it.
I
No.
probably didn't watch that, but I mean, I Lanzer tried so hard to get this guy to say anything, but some people are
Oh,
just
hang
not
on. No, no, no. I did catch some of it,
because
and it
I
was
did it and
awful.
they're all time stamped and
Ah.
I wasted so much time doing that because he just said nothing the whole time, and it's like some people are just not they're just not made for that.
Sure. Well, it ex it what's the right way to say this? It really tests how much you actually are what you present yourself as,
Sure.
because you
Yeah.
have to go pretty broad and pretty deep to have hours-long conversations
Yeah.
and keep up a front. Like, keeping up a front, it sort of whatever you're trying to do to convince people you are something you're not, people see through it.
I've been accused of that for the whole time I've been commenting on the game. I think
Keeping
Wrel
up a
even
front.
said that. Yeah, like that I'm playing a character
Well,
when
you
it comes
admitted
to
that
all this.
this is like an outlet for you, and you're
It
not
is an outlet,
in
but I'm
this like
not
the way you were
but
outside.
I can sit here and talk about the things that I want to talk about with you for 8 hours straight
Right.
and with no script and no nothing. So I'm not
I see. I see.
fabricating anything
Yeah.
like that.
So
But yeah,
it
that
is
always
it is authentic. It's just it's not all of you.
Oh no, but when I'm not talking, I can totally switch off. There's a compartmentalization that I had to work on
Yep.
in my life with my experiences that you just have to turn whatever off, and you need to be ready to drop and go to whatever else right away.
Sure. Yeah, we talked about that last time, and that
Yeah.
came out of your time in the military and law enforcement, was what I recall, which
Yeah.
makes sense, dude.
It's useful. I don't know if it's necessarily healthy because there's, you could talk about the letting letting things fester and not dealing with certain things, but at
Mhm.
the same time, it's a really nice mechanic to be able to fall back on when you don't feel like dealing with shit,
Yeah.
And not
It
like when it comes to like
mm,
heavy stuff, when it comes to talking about video games, like
yeah.
whatever.
Yeah,
It's
and I
not.
think that that's part of the reason why, like, we haven't talked much about Planetside, is, like, talking about video
Well,
games. Like,
honestly, listen.
you're
What are we gonna talk about? Rel's gone. What? But my thing about that whole thing is, what does it matter?
Uh-huh.
Does it matter? Does it change anything? Does it change anything that's happened in the last however many years? Does it
Mhm.
alter the future of the game? No one can say that it does.
Mhm.
No one knows. What difference does it make? So when that whole thing happened, my thing was, today's not a day to celebrate. You know, maybe it is.
Nothing's changed. That was your sort of overall message.
Nothing's changed. What's changed? Did everything get rolled back? Like we went, back in time and killed Sarah Connor 30 years ago and stopped John from being born? No. And that, by the way, I've been watching. I don't know if I've told you this. I've been watching a lot of these channels, like over a dozen channels that just
Uh-huh.
react to movies that were like my favorite movies growing up and shit. Like, and they
Okay.
watch everything.
Huh.
And they never bring up. I was watching one last night on. They were watching the first Terminator for the first time. And if you think about it, the whole time thing in that makes no fucking sense anyway. Because even if they killed Sarah or John in the past, it doesn't change the timeline in the future, and that's borne out by science like today. You might alternate, you might change that reality, but there's a whole nother
Mhm.
branch of time where nothing is different. It doesn't, that's
Mhm.
not how it works. If you kill a guy 30 years ago, he doesn't just disappear from the future. He's still alive in the future. That
Mhm.
timeline, now he's not there. So
Mhm.
the whole Terminator, what would I get on this? I don't know why I got on this, but like, it doesn't matter that Rel's gone. It doesn't matter.
Mm.
The only silver lining is that he can't damage the game anymore.
Bad man can't hurt us anymore.
He can't damage the game anymore. But other than
Yeah.
that, the damage is done. Um, you know,
Yeah.
now there's a faceless, which is smart, obviously very smart. The
It's
faceless,
normal. It's normal.
it's normal. But that's why when I said earlier about Higby, that's Higby's fault because Higby was the cult of personality around the game, and then
Mhm.
I don't know if he felt like he had to do that or the community just expected that. But
I
that
think it
you're right, that
was
is abnormal. That is abnormal. That's not how
yeah.
it normally goes. But I think that's Higby's fault, to be honest.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Um,
I mean, he was I think that he was passionate and he saw an
it
opportunity to take like, he saw a response.
it set
And
a s- a f-
the thing he
a
said in the
front
series interview
facing.
the thing he said in the series interview is that he couldn't separate between what was good for the game, what was good for the community at the end of the day. And he ended up almost like defecting, like from the developers over to the community side on some of these issues. And
Yeah,
that's
but yeah, I
when it
mean,
all
there was a thread in your Cardo interview where
mm,
Cardo said that at some point it's not your game anymore.
yeah,
It ceases to be your game.
yes.
And if you're not willing to understand or respect that, then it's going to be a problem.
Yeah, and I mean, look, this is all speculation about
Oh,
what
100,
went down and
100%.
why. But like, so you were saying that this is Higby's fault. I mean, but I mean, other games have personality
I
cults too. Think
maybe
about like Yoshi P with Final Fantasy, like, and
maybe
these
that's
things
not the right.
almost always
Maybe what I
sour at the
mean
end of the
is
day.
he set a front facing precedent that I think the reception to it was good because people remember
Everyone loves
Higby.
that. Yeah.
Yeah. And then especially for a guy with a personality like Rel, I don't think it's just not It's oil and water, I
I
think.
I think if
From what
someone
I under from what I understand about the guy and his personality, they're not the same.
oh, no, no, they're definitely not the
No, no,
same
no,
person. I think Rel's
no.
much more of an introvert, but,
Oh,
um
100%.
but, I don't think that it's clear that anyone coming into that role, taking the same path that Rel did, would have been front facing the way he was. I'm almost like, I think that that's really an artifact of who he was to the community ahead of time, um, and how
Yeah, I
easy
think
it was for him to continue doing that. I think if
yeah.
some other person, some other developer, or maybe even just like a community
Just like a
member,
like an outside guy, like it that
yeah,
makes sense to me. Yeah,
yeah,
100%.
like that. Higby was front facing because he was Higby, and that's what was in his heart to do. And Rel, I think, for the same reason.
Yeah.
And frankly, whatever we think of the quality, the fruits of their labor, right, or the quality of their communication, from a transparency perspective, this community's been spoiled to have access like that. I have felt spoiled to be able to sit down and have 3 hour long
Oh, yeah.
conversations with the person making decisions about the game. Like, who gets to do that?
Yeah, most of that stuff is in other games, they do it in-house, like,
Mm-hmm.
they sit down and they do, like, a round table, and they
They'll have
just
a
make a
community
VOD of it,
manager with canned
and
questions.
maybe they do a stream of it,
Sure.
maybe sometimes it's just a VOD, but, yeah, as for, like, going on interviews with members of the community and stuff, I can't think of when's is what's his name? Hazalkus, whatever? Did he left WoW, didn't he?
Hazakost Ian.
Yeah,
Ian
he did he
Hazakostas.
leave?
No, I think he's still there.
Okay. Does he went on with a creator one time, didn't he?
He's I think Preach has interviewed him. Maybe even more
That's
than once.
yeah. But like, yeah, kind of rare. You're right.
Yeah.
Uh,
And it does happen, but I think that the thing that makes Rel special to me is that I was not like anybody in the Planetside community when he agreed to do the podcast. Like I've tried to get like some of like the new leadership for the Guild Wars 2 team to talk to me. They won't. Some of the same folks have been on with some of the big Guild Wars 2 content creators. I think there's like a who is this guy, who's in his audience kind of calculation, which frankly, if I were them, I probably would make that
that's
distinction
yeah,
too.
that's fair.
Like it
That's
makes
fair.
sense. And that's also touches back on something we talked about earlier, which is the question of like where do I go with the podcast? Like it's hard because I almost have to develop the audience in advance of having people on, or I need to get a really brave guest or someone who's clueless, I guess,
Yeah.
or someone who I know personally in some way, have a connection to. And I'm not to the point yet where the connections are sort of self-reinforcing. Like you mentioned, like a Lex Friedman. Lex can probably interview anyone he wants in the world because
Now,
everyone
yeah, because he's built a everybody knows
and his
now.
network is so strong, it's
Yep.
self-propagating. Um,
Yep.
but man, I'm not close to that yet. So when I sat down, I guess last weekend I reached out to you to figure
Well,
out
look at how he started. He was at the first he
who.
was interviewing all the people in Lex.
Yeah,
Friedman. And when
yeah,
he started, all his early podcasts are people in his sphere
AI,
of
right?
AI, MIT, those guys like that. And
Hmm.
and I mean, in a way, you're doing that already. It's just, yeah, it's at that point where it's like, is somebody going to take a chance on me, or am
Hmm.
I going to get ballsy and someone just says, yeah? It's kind of like, or are both of these things going to happen,
Yeah,
or is nothing going
yeah,
to happen? Like,
yeah. That's the question. And so when I sat down with that, like, it's like, what the hell am I going to do with this? When I finally felt like I could start doing it again, when the job situation was sort of settled, I know how I'm going to pay my bills next month. Thank God. Um, and I felt like I could start doing this again. It's like, what do I actually do? Um, and actually, it was a clue from a podcast with Lex Friedman. I think he was interviewing Bert Kreischer, the comedian. I think that's what I was listening to.
I didn't watch. The last one I watched was McConaughey.
He does too much. You can't keep on top of everything Lex does. He's too prolific. Joe Rogan, same problem. But I stopped watching Joe a
I
long time
haven't
ago.
I haven't watched Rogan in probably a couple of years now.
Yeah, I think same boat for you and me there. But he said that he gave voice to something that's been bothering me, which is like a lot of people I talk to on the podcast, like you, are people who I consider friends, like who I'm cool with outside the podcast. We have a rapport that doesn't require us to be on the stage performing, right? And there's a question that kind of bugs me. It's like if I just like if I'm is it really a friendship if most of our communication happens via podcast? And Lex talked about that. And he's like, he said, I like using the podcast to keep up with people. And that kind of gave me permission to be like, all right, I'm just going to reach out to people I'm friends with who I know I want to talk to. And I asked 3 people and all 3 said yes. You're one of them.
Yeah, I mean, we talk every day,
Yeah,
just about.
just about.
So I don't, I don't think if you're just interacting with someone like in this format,
Yep.
I don't think you can really consider that like
Okay.
an actual friendship, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know,
But
but like the extensivity, can that be a word? Of our conversation when we're doing this, we go a lot further and deeper than we do in our DM conversations
oh,
generally.
sure, yeah,
Like
yeah.
by weight, like that podcast probably is pretty close to outweighing even the daily DMs that we have. But you don't feel like this is transactional at all.
What am I getting?
You're getting
I'm
the
just
chance to
getting the.
talk about yourself, say what you think.
But I got my own channel for that.
Yeah. Yeah, but I ask you questions that you're not gonna talk about there, like about your
Yeah,
cats.
it's great having another person to do that. I thought about that before too, because me and Visigoto used to do a thing a long time ago. Like
Uh-huh.
I've mentioned it before, but
Yep.
I've been thinking about that again lately. Because the person with the other person, like it's cool if I want to talk into a camera the whole
Yeah.
time and have that be the whole thing. But there's something I don't know. I don't know if I'm a one man show.
It's
I don't
very
know if that's
hard.
the case.
It's very hard to
Yeah,
do, and you're right. Almost like having a second voice, um, like a pivot point for your attention, a back and forth, it
that
adds
in
so
the
much.
community too. Like people, a lot of people just fucking hate me. Maybe they'll like the other person, and then they'll come and watch anyway, even though they hate me. Or they come to watch someone just that wants to argue with me
Uh-huh.
about like the common shit that I talk about all the time. Like I don't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah. Have you ever thought about, you mentioned giving some thought to the thing you did with Vizzy. Have you ever thought about having people on your channel doing conversations or debates?
I mean that stuff was pre the when I was actually doing stuff on the YouTube channel,
Yeah.
and I guess that would be the closest thing that because I had Visigoto a few times. I was gonna have Vonic. I was gonna talk to Vonic.
Sure.
Uh, Vert. All the it basically
Yep.
be all like the infantry guys.
Yep.
But I mean, half of them don't. More than half. None of them play the game
Yeah.
anymore. Probably have zero interest in it. Who am I gonna talk to now? The most prolific players in the game now. Like about what? Like I'm at a point now where the apathy for the
No.
direction of the game and all that stuff, like what are we actually going to talk about? Like it's different when you're talking about when there's a PTS patch pushed and you can sit and talk about the notes and what it means for the game and the
Mhm.
repercussions that certain things have. That's getting down and dirty in the details. But
Yeah.
when you talk about broad stuff with the game, ultimately it's so fucking pointless because it's not going anywhere.
Yeah,
So
we know what to
it's
expect
like
from it. There
those
the potential is not there. The life.
yeah. The timing of this thing I was doing with Visigoto was great because it was,
Early
9 years
times.
ago now, 8 years ago now. A lot of people still left. The people that I would be talking to would be relevant,
Mhm.
you know?
Mhm.
But now I think this stuff that I do that I talk with you and you have people on in the community now and I talk with Lanzer and do reacts. I think it's the most relevant things that we can be doing now.
Yeah.
And so like trying to do a thing like who would I have on?
Yeah, that's the thing. The scene's not big enough anymore. Like,
Yeah, it's like
th
and the
th
people
there
even
aren't
if there are people there, there's people are scared. They don't put out content. They don't try
yeah.
to stand for anything. They
It's
just
hard to make content. Not everyone has the gift of gab like you do.
I just talk into a camera mostly and
It's a skill. It's a
most of the
skill,
people
though.
just make the content for me. Most of my channel now is just reacting to stupid shit that a couple people on the internet say and making an hour video out of it.
Isn't that what we're doing now?
I mean, I'm not.
Reacting to stupid
I
shit
don't
that I
think you're.
say.
I don't think you're saying anything stupid.
Yeah, okay. Well, as long as
Uh,
we're agreeing on things, let's delete infiltrators from Planetside.
I mean, again, this perfectly illustrates the point. Is that over this big overarching like trying to balance the game thing?
Mm-hmm.
What's the point anymore? Like,
Mm-hmm.
what's the point of taking the infiltrator? Like, if you want to step aside and away from the giant overarching thing, and you want to have a discussion about why the kid is cancer,
Mm-hmm.
and makes the game unfun for everyone around it,
Mm-hmm.
sure, we can have that conversation. But at the end of the day, it's like with the I had maybe I had hope for the Max thing, but the way the Max thing was done just reinforced tenfold that this game ain't fucking going anywhere because we can't do the things we need to do because we're absolutely terrified of it. It doesn't
Mm-hmm.
matter if you take away revives if you double the pull rate.
Mm-hmm.
And we doubled the pull rate.
Mm-hmm.
Why? What does it matter?
Mm. Maybe to make it so people who don't have resource boosters and memberships.
Oh, well, an incentive to buy resource boosts. That's crazy. Wow, crazy. Crazy that we're still
It's
tying
crazy the
resource
resource
game to
boosts.
monetization.
There are some weird monetization things in Planetside that I can't quite get myself to be mad about, but aren't good. That's one of
We
them.
had this conversation the other night, but look, if it's cosmetics, if it's just cosmetics, I don't give a shit. I
Uh-huh.
spend hundreds of dollars on cosmetics in other games
Sure.
because I want my style inflicted upon others
Get that
when I
drip.
kill them, right? But when it comes to you can literally buy power, which
Mm-hmm.
buying a force multiplier and benefiting from a resource boost that you paid for with money, that's power.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and this was always Buzzcut used to talk about this
Mm-hmm.
when Buzzcut quit the game the first time and made that first video. Pay to win was always going to be, or free to play was always going to fuck this game. It
Yeah.
always was. And
Well,
I think notoriously SOE has been really dog shit at doing, or they were really dog shit at doing pay models and stuff like that.
yeah.
I don't know. The only SOE game I had ever played before this was Planetside 1 and Star Wars Galaxies.
Mm-hmm.
So, you're just paying a subscription, right?
Buddy of mine's been playing Galaxies on like a private emulated server. He's having a grand old time.
Just, stop. Same same for the PS1 guys, man. Like, give it up, dude. Like, it ain't coming back. The game, no, because I see this. What's happening? What's old and shitty is what's new again, right? And we're seeing this
Nostalgia bait.
again and it's the worst. I'm a Battlefield player, right? And I come
Yes.
from Battlefield. And the older Battlefield games, and this one is always brought up, not Battlefield 3, because the separation between Frostbite and Battlefield 3 and Battlefield 2 and Refractor, that engine, those are two totally separate games. But
Mm-hmm.
for whatever reason, there's these soy people my age that played all the games back then, right? But the difference is I was farming those people and they were shit back in the day. They're still getting farmed and shit now. They want to go back to those previous generations of games that sucked and were not fun to play.
Hmm.
You see it in Battlefield? Look at the BattleBit shit.
Oh
BattleBit, the
God.
greatest game ever made, the greatest game of all time. Oh my God, it's made by 3 guys. It's incredible. It shits on every AAA FPS. No, it doesn't. It's just the least shitty version of whatever else we're playing right now because
Have you
everything
played it?
else is terrible. I'm not interested.
You don't
I'm not
need to.
interested.
That's the vibe I'm getting
I
from you.
don't I know I've played that game 20 years ago. I'm not interested.
What's the
I've
overall
done it.
format? Is it like match made lobbies? Is it battle royale?
No,
Like
it's just lobbies where up to 257 players
uh-huh.
in a big fucking Battlefield style game with
So
milsim roleplay fucking bandage
who hosts
system.
the servers? The community?
I don't know actually. I think
Uh,
maybe because there's like custom rule sets and stuff. Well, it's how every other Battlefield game used to be.
so it's like what like public servers back in the day, like pugs. That's what it is. Like you go to Drippy's 2 Fort 24/7. Is that what
I
it's
assume
like?
there's
Or is there a
some of that.
matchmaking? Okay.
If it's matchmaking, because Battlefield does that shit too.
Matchmaking is like click to enter a match and then it finds one
It's
for you.
matchmaking. Yeah, but me and you have different. Because when I think
Skill based,
matchmaking,
yeah. Yeah.
When I think matchmaking, I'm thinking, how does the game want to see me and screw me over as hard as possible and put me with 31 drooling retards against very average players? So
That's the
I have to
problem with being at
sweat
the
my
top of the skill pool.
so
It's
I have to
lonely.
sweat my ass off and sweat my balls off for $1 million prize tournament, on a Tuesday night to just barely win a game. Like, people don't understand. But yeah,
I
two
sympathize.
two-stage healing, which is cancer and not fun to
What's
play.
that mean?
Two-stage healing is there's no regen.
Yeah.
So there's no regen. So you take one bullet. If you're shot, you got to bandage yourself up and then heal yourself to full.
Okay.
It's taking you out of the game.
Yeah.
Whereas it's animation intensive. You got to
Yep.
sit there and fuck around with animations, which
Yep.
is whenever someone says tactical, that just means they're shitting animations into the game. That's all that means, right? So that's what it means. Uh,
Uh-huh.
the gunplay, I'm sure the gunplay is fine, but every
Mhm.
death in the game looks and probably feels like it's 80 milliseconds. So it's
Very
trying to
fast time to kill.
combine, yes, it's trying to combine two things that don't go together. And
What are
these
those two
people in
things?
the Battlefield series have been
Yeah.
trying to, the arcade FPS style experience that
Yep.
Battlefield games have been
Mhm.
since Frostbite.
Mhm.
Yep. And the trash milsim garbage that it all used to be.
Mm.
And what I don't understand is in every single one of these games, no matter if they are that or not, there are so many games that are for milsimmers.
Okay.
Arma, Squad, Hell Let Loose, Enlisted, Insurgency,
Anything that's
on
come
and
out in the
on
last
and
5
on.
years?
Yes,
Okay.
all this shit. There's so many games for them to go to and play that cater directly to what they want to do. And milsim players want to lay around in the grass and do nothing for 30 minutes at a time
Yeah.
and see one guy and shoot a bullet at him and kill him. Shoot him in the leg from 300 yards away and get a kill.
And then down a beer.
And then that's what they want to do.
I get it.
Now, the problem is when you try to combine elements from those games into games that have advanced, we're in the combustion engine and we're driving cars around now, and you're trying to put horse and buggy mechanics back in the fucking on the highway. Like, we've moved on, guys. I don't know if it's some nostalgia these people are chasing, but you guys weren't good back in the day either, because I'm old enough to have farmed you back then, and now I'm still farming you and probably farming your kids now. So that's generational farming.
You know what that
There's a
makes me
cat on
think
the
of?
bed now. What's that?
Like, this is maybe a strange connection to make, but like, WoW Vanilla, right? Classic, whatever you
It
want to call
very
it,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, you got it. Yeah.
So everyone saw it with great nostalgia goggles, especially people who weren't part of the private server circuit, which I was not.
Yep.
Um,
I
and
was not either.
and
But
and like,
I understood and respected that it existed
yeah, sure,
and
and
knew that it was
I
there.
did too. I was aware of the scene. I didn't go into it completely ignorantly. Although I did decide to withhold some exposure to strategies and metas and builds and just experience it for myself. I wanted to have that experience, the leveling experience. Um, the conflation of these were the systems and features that we loved, and therefore, and I loved this game. Therefore, those systems and features should be more prevalent in new games, like the idea of not of like having a world that everyone just joins and not having like dungeon finder, not having all these modern conveniences that WoW retail has, transmog, stuff like that.
Yeah, and people used to give
And
lobotomies.
yeah, and what I was gonna say, and maybe you just beat me to the punchline, is that I think that there's a conflation of I was in a place in life where this game was meaningful to me, and I miss that experience of meaningfulness.
Yep, and they're
There's a
conflating the
conflation of
mechanics
the
in the
thing
game with
with the
that.
experience.
Yep.
And the thing that WoW Classic taught me more than almost anything else is you can't go home again. Because even though I came back to WoW Vanilla and like I do think that Vanilla WoW, especially before the honor system, like if you could just rip that out, I think that is like probably the best RPG I've ever played.
Yeah.
It's incredible. Um,
Yeah, I just think with classic,
But
like the
I
way
couldn't get that experience that I had all
I'm
those years ago. I
nostalgic for
couldn't
that
get it.
too.
Yeah.
Ton of memories back then. My favorite game to play, I'll remember it for all time, but I
Uh-huh.
approached it completely differently this time around because I knew I was a different person. I'm a
Right.
different player now. I was not gonna be able to have that experience again.
Yeah.
It was not gonna be the same.
I think that what all the milsimmers that you're when you use that word, what you mean, have in common that stands in opposition to maybe in opposition to what you care about is
Yeah,
that
they're all terrible
desire
at FPS games, but they play them anyway and want
that
to make
desire
everyone else around them as bad as they are with the mechanics in the game. That's
that
the
that desire, I'm gonna keep going, that desire to escape back to that feeling of meaningfulness. And you're like on the opposite end of the spectrum. You're like anti-escape. You're just like, fuck you. This is what's real. This is what works. That's what I'm gonna
right.
do.
I played those games too.
Yes. But for whatever reason, you're not trapped by the nostalgia. Why?
Right.
Why?
Because I grew up and my experiences molded me differently.
Can you explain
Yeah.
growing up?
Growing up, an amalgamation, an accumulation of wisdom, life experience, all this stuff that, you grow up. That's why
Mhm.
I don't play console anymore because I'm not 12, right?
It's growing up. Do you recommend it?
I mean, I can recommend it all I want, but it's not, I mean, it doesn't happen for a lot of people,
Is growing up
but
for everyone?
in a perfect world, it is, but
Mm.
not everybody gets there. And even if it's just this part of the thing where you're nostalgic for that, you're nostalgic. Trust me, I was having I don't know. I was having a lot more fun when I was, let's see, when did that game come out? 2002, 2003. I mean, I didn't fucking care in the world. I was in high school doing whatever I wanted,
Yep.
all that shit right in the early 2000s, mid 2000s.
Yep.
I had a great time.
Yeah.
I had a great time.
Sure.
But what does that have to do with shitty mechanics in a video game?
Yeah, I think what it has to do is the confusion of there is a mechanic that was a feature of an experience that was
It's
meaningful
like
to me, and this is a good mechanic.
yeah, it's like we lost the holy grail and haven't we're trying to get it back again. And this is the thing. This was the thing that we
Right.
lost to time that
It's
was the
attachment.
reason why.
Mhm.
Huh?
Mhm. It's attachment, man.
Yeah. Well,
I gotta
attachment, I mean,
yeah.
we can be attached to things and have fond memories of it, but that can't mold the current representative viewpoint of what's reality.
You know what I don't understand? People who are gonna go to watch Thor 6.
I mean, more power to them, I guess. I was never a Marvel person. I lived
How can anyone have an appetite for nostalgia and fan service sufficient enough to wanna go see Thor 6?
Well, they don't anymore, and the box office ticket sales are saying this
Mm.
shit's done. The long national nightmare of the superhero movie is fucking over.
Really? Is the world
Yes,
Oh,
it's done.
thank
And you know
God.
why it's done? Because all this shit, these studios, they push this, the message got pushed too hard, and people are
There's a dog whistle if I've
audiences
ever heard one.
audiences are rejecting the message. And the international audiences did it first. And now you're not look, I think the last 4 Pixar movies have shit the bed. Okay?
Have
They've
they?
flopped.
Wow.
Yes. Look how much money, look at The Flash that just came out. $200 million movie to make,
Okay.
right? You know what I'm talking about, right? The DC extended universe,
I'm aware of the
the Flash.
superhero. I don't follow
Okay.
any of the releases.
Well, it's shit the bed.
Okay.
It's not even going to break even. So these studios are spending all this money, these making these big 100 million, $200 million movies that you have
Mhm.
to realistically make $1 billion to break even.
Mhm.
They're not. It ain't.
It ain't
Ain't making a
close.
billion. No. And look at
Yeah.
what happened to Star Wars. Would you have imagined that there was a Star Wars movie released in your lifetime that would lose money?
Which one lost money? Solo?
Solo, a
Uh,
Star Wars
I
story.
enjoyed that movie.
I went to see it too. I didn't think it was bad, but
Yeah, I think similar.
lost
Hey,
money.
I want to ask you a question, but before I do, I need to take another. What was the word you used?
I need to go too.
Okay, see you in 3.
Okay. Just realized I've had the air on the whole time.
Cold?
It's hard to tell down in the basement because it's always about 60 degrees down here.
Mm-hmm.
But upstairs, it was stuffy as shit and humid
Mm-hmm.
earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I haven't
Icebox
been
now?
up there. I don't know. I haven't been up.
Mm-hmm.
No idea.
So I'm gonna take a risk here. I want to actually. I've never heard that phrasing before of the message, but I think everyone knows what you're talking about when you say it.
Of
Like
course.
it's this sense that there is a set of values or modes that are sort of being championed in like how do I think about this? It's like it's kind of similar to like Game of Thrones season 8 and the other thing we are talking about where there's an outcome orientation. What we want to have is something that looks like this. And it turns out that the thing that people actually get attached to aren't where things arrive, but it's how they get there. I'm talking about it in probably too vague of language, but honestly, I'm so unplugged from all this shit that maybe it's the best I can do.
Uh, people are audiences. Regular people are just tired of the. They're tired of the preachy fucking moral value statements and all the social justice bullshit. They're just tired of it. And it's fine if you want to do that in your political life and all that stuff, but get it out of the writing in the movies. Get it out of the movies because we go to the movies to escape, you know? And I don't need to have my character be representative of what I am in real life to associate with a good, well-written character. It has nothing to do with anything.
Yeah.
And I think most people don't feel that way either.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I'm not just saying it, it's that people are not going to see the movies. They're not. They're losing money now. So all
Yeah.
this whatever has happened since 2015 to now in terms of filmmaking, it's going away, I think, finally. Like look at all this shit. Look at all your favorite franchises, right? Star Wars
Okay.
destroyed.
Star
Why?
Trek. Star
Why?
Trek has been mauled.
Star Trek.
Have you seen any of the modern Star Trek TV
I
shows?
have. Yeah. Well, not
Oh
the
my.
TV. I don't watch any of the TV shows. I don't
Oh.
want. I don't want. Like, I
Your,
don't want to ruin
your memory of
yeah,
Picard? Smart. Smart.
the. I leave it at First Contact. I think was the last interaction I had with the next generation and all that, and I've never looked back since.
There were some good movies after that, but that's a good stopping point.
I think there was one after that that was it was First Contact and then Nemesis, I think. And Nemesis wasn't very good or
It
well
was
received.
okay. It was a little weird. Let's see.
Yeah.
First Contact, Insurrection, and then Nemesis.
Insurrection.
Insurrection fits fondly in my memory because it has that opening scene of Data going
Wasn't that the
haywire
one where
and
wasn't it, they were
Picard
on that
singing
planet with the like
the Bakura, I think.
yeah, the weird like tribal people with they
Yeah.
didn't want to interact with them. Yeah, I
It
hated
was the
that
first
movie.
contact problem because the Federation had like a stealth base where they were spying
Oh,
on these
the prime directive. Yeah.
and on these noble savages.
Yeah, I've seen it, and then Data. Yeah, I've seen the movie, but I didn't care for that movie
There are some
whatsoever
fun
at
character
all.
moments in it. Like there's this thing in the air that like makes people like young or whatever, and Worf like gets all like angsty and aggressive and gets acne. And I don't know. There's some fun character moments is my recollection of it. But First Contact was undeniably a high point.
I saw that in theaters.
Mm, that
That
came
was a
out
cool
in
movie in theaters.
'96. Yeah, I missed that in theaters. Um, but yeah, the new Star Trek TV shows um are um
It's
are a
just taking all
mess.
of this shit is just taking
Are a
all the
mess.
characters that we loved about everything and murdering them and replacing them with women.
I mean, there are still plenty of male characters, and they suck too. Like,
Well, they're written that way because the male characters are not allowed to be strong or intelligent or charismatic or charming.
yeah, but
They're not allowed to be that way anymore.
that's not why it sucks though. It sucks because the
You're right.
characters' actions don't follow from their motivations and abilities. That's
That's
why it
right.
sucks.
Because the people writing the shows suck dick at writing.
Ah,
And they're not writing to make a good show. They're writing to push a political message and agenda. So that's why all this
mm.
shit. Look at She-Hulk. She-Hulk. Indiana Jones. And the Dick Diamond Dial or whatever it comes out, I think in a
Was there a
couple
new
days
Indiana
maybe.
Jones? I must have missed that.
There is a new Indiana Jones.
Okay.
And can you possibly guess who's
She-Hulk,
going to replace Indiana Jones? Who
some
Harrison Ford.
some
Go on.
attractive young woman, no doubt.
Sure. Who else? Luke Skywalker
With
killed.
Ray. Oh,
Hmm.
yeah.
What about all the Marvel from what is it?
I think though that there's like a
Shit.
conflation though there, right? Like it's not the fact that these players are
Mm,
being replaced, these characters are being replaced with women that makes the characters weak.
Right. It's
It's
not.
that
It's just that
somehow
the women characters are written in a way that is completely unrelatable, and these characters are not. You can't relate to the characters, and they're the most unlikable characters you've ever seen in
I
media.
saw I saw a critique of She-Hulk. I didn't actually watch any of it. I from the jump I could tell it wasn't worth making an exception to my no TV movies rule. Um
You're right.
and but I saw a critique on YouTube, and it just talked about how this character, like there was a moment where like the Hulk like offered to like teach her or something, and she was like, "Oh, I'm gonna do my
Not
own thing. I know what's
not
going on,"
allowed. You can't do that.
or whatever. Like, and they're trying to show this character. It's like there's this sense of like what's inside me is enough, which I think is an important part of being a person, of anyone and of any character, of having what the character is be equally defined by what's inside them and what surrounds them. What's the context? But it's over privileging of that inner sense that makes these characters seem like childish fantasies. Even more so than like the old like 80s muscly superheroes, which were silly
Yeah, but
fantasies too.
some of the best, some of the best female superheroes are from that time frame too.
Right. And like what the whole reason we're getting any of this at all is because of Iron Man, right? Because Iron Man came out of nowhere and was incredibly successful. And like, oh, we should like continue this, and then blew up into a whole
Yeah,
thing,
it did.
right?
And then
And why was that good? It wasn't because Robert Downey
because the
Jr.'s
writing
yes, and it was because it was a character that people
cared
could
about
relate to, found
is well written.
interesting, and went through interesting circumstances that tested their motivations and their
This is like
abilities.
the most basic storytelling, a character development. It's like what you would learn in creative writing or character development 101. Is
So
you
how is it
start
getting into
you
these
have a
movies? How's it
you
not?
have a st-
Yeah.
what do you
Sorry,
mean?
go on.
You have a starting point for the character, right? You're introduced to the character. character, you know, goes through a struggle, reacts to the struggle in a certain way.
I was going to Tashi Station to get some power converters.
Well, I mean, his whole thing is a struggle. Yeah, he doesn't. I mean, he doesn't find out.
I mean, Owen and
The
Baru
big,
got
the
killed by
big struggle.
stormtroopers.
Oh, right away. And the big struggle, the overarching struggle, doesn't find out to the end of the second movie.
Right.
And then comes out of it.
That was the secret on set. Like
Yes.
right up, and most people learned about it when they saw the screening. That's so badass.
Yep. But like, and then comes out of it at the end when he defeats Vader in the Death Star and cuts his arm off and throws his lightsaber away and says, "I'm a Jedi like my father before me." And that's the pinnacle of the character.
Yeah, that's the purest value statement under the greatest of duress.
Yep. But now the characters, the way they're written, everybody likes them in the story right away, immediately.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I mean, Luke Skywalker, like if you've ever watched anything with Mark Hamill, that he wasn't playing Luke Skywalker in the sequel trilogy. He's playing Jake Skywalker because that wasn't Luke Skywalker. No, he said that in interviews.
What the hell's that mean?
He fundamentally disagreed with, especially Rian Johnson, on the direction of the character. Because when Rian Johnson's telling him, when he's telling him this shit, he's like, "Well, Luke wouldn't do that. Luke wouldn't try to kill Ben Solo and go into hiding. That's not my character. That's not in the character of the character, which is pretty well developed."
Yeah.
Like, so in this,
if you're going to go there, you had to lay a lot of groundwork.
In a sense, I'm not playing Luke Skywalker. I'm not playing my Luke Skywalker. I'm playing Jake Skywalker.
I get it.
Somebody else. But yeah,
I think this is why I can't watch TV or movies anymore. And it's not just necessarily just because of the message, but because I've become too
It makes it hard
discerning.
Because all the franchises that you grew up with and loved, if you're anything like me, they've all been destroyed by this shit. And it's all in the name of making money. And like Star Wars will never be the same unless they come out with another, which apparently they're
Rian
making
Johnson developing a trilogy.
Like, I think that's what I've heard. I think that's what I've heard. But if it's going to be that way, then it needs to stay that way. Okay, like the first sequel trilogy we got.
Maybe get JJ to come back, do another round.
Fuck JJ. I hate JJ's movies now. It's the same shit. There's an artificial timeline to create suspense. You have looking for MacGuffins the whole movie, and then you gotta set the stage for a big blow it up Act 3. It's boring.
Yeah, it's run its course.
Tired of it. And I didn't hate the Star Trek movies that he made. I thought those were.
Oh,
you know what I'm talking about.
The reboots?
He made those. Yes.
Yeah, but people stopped caring about them. Like it didn't have the.
Of course, because the characters are shit.
Yeah, maybe they are. I don't know. That's starting to get into the period of time where I've stopped watching
I didn't
stuff.
see them in theaters or anything, but like I've happened upon them over the years. Like probably not even in any order, but I have seen them, and I mean, I'm sure they made a lot of money, but
well, if it is all about making money, and what you say is
which
true,
it is,
the people are stopping showing up at theaters, then hypothetically, I mean that should.
Well, a lot of it is the writing is suffering from this trash that they're churning out. Okay, the writing, and that's all that matters. I haven't seen a Marvel movie since Endgame. I went and saw Endgame.
Who do you think is saying those? How do you think?
Studio executives.
Yeah, like I have a hard time believing that there are a lot of like writers out there that are deliberately turning out things that are stories full of characters that kind of make no sense and no one likes.
Well, they're not intentionally doing. They don't know that they're doing that, but they are internalizing what's important to them, which is a bunch of shit, and then turning it into this shit writing and these versions of these characters that people can't relate to
That's like a
and that people
story of
don't care about.
incompetence. I'm not sure if I buy it.
That's exactly what it is. Is you have a bunch of people who are incompetent writing characters. Why are these people in the positions that they're in?
This comes back to me to like hearing you go off about Rel sometimes, where it's like okay, we can observe that the product is not what it should be. We can observe that the results are not, maybe they're not good, but how deep can we go with explaining what went on to get it that way when we have no access or visibility to those things? And is it really appropriate to hang this on an individual or a set of individuals when, frankly, we're just consuming this?
I mean, if you go case by case, and been a lot done on the She-Hulk thing that brought up,
Okay.
just in that individual case,
Okay.
that all the people who sat down and wrote that show comes across as written by a bunch of insecure 30 to 45-year-old women who are single, have nothing going on in their lives, they're childless, they're going down this path. Yeah, and the biggest enemy in their
Do we
life
know
is
this,
man.
or are we just inferring?
Yes, it's true.
Okay.
Go look it up. It's all true.
Okay.
Yes. And the product shows that. And now you're
Mm.
like, everything gets turned into this. It's not some fabrication.
Mm.
It's not something that some boogeyman that people are making up. It's
Mm-hmm.
what these fucking people are in their social circles. It's what's going through all that. It's what's on all the campuses since
Mm-hmm.
2014, 2015. All this shit is spiraling, swirling up to the top. And then
Mm.
when you go to watch a movie or watch a TV show, okay, keep making shitty characters. And where are all these people going now? Oh, they're all getting fucking canned and fired. And the studios are losing billions of dollars
Yeah,
because
I
the
was gonna.
message ain't selling anymore. So all these people are getting the boot, and all these worthless shitters who are writing garbage fan fiction so they have something to relate to, you know, they're getting the boot. In fact, they're about to go on strike. I think all the actors and shit in the next 5 days or something.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. It's trash. And you know what makes me angry is because I grew up watching all this shit, all these
Mm-hmm.
franchises and stuff, and then
Mm-hmm.
it's with everything in my life. I don't know what it is. Everything that I loved, I just get to watch be undone and destroyed by incompetent people with personal agendas.
Mm.
That's the thread in my life.
Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I think I'm comparing my reaction to yours because I grew up with Star Wars, loved it, meant something to me, and I have gotten to a point with it where I'm just sort of like, whatever. If it's good, I'll watch it. If it's not, fine,
Yeah,
whatever.
but what
It
made you get to that point?
um
And we talked
mainly
about this earlier. The reaction you had to episode 9
yeah,
when
yeah,
you were
yeah,
sitting
yeah.
there
It,
watching
it,
it.
it was mainly that. It was mainly seeing how badly the characters were mishandled in that movie. That's mainly what did it to me. Um, Also, just the amount of content they're putting out.
Yeah, but
I mean,
Who's responsible for that? The direction of that sequel trilogy, Kathleen Kennedy.
okay. I mean, I'll take your word for it. That kind of wasn't the direction I was going with this, though.
Where
Even
I
though
understand
I
that,
do see
but
how it sort of
that is
validates
at the
what you're
root of
saying,
what
right?
you're getting at.
But what I'm
That's it.
asking is, why is my reaction different than yours? Because it is. Like, I'm not upset about this. I'm for me, I have enough reasonable doubt about understanding the incomes of these. How are these things produced? That and I don't care enough to weigh in and get upset about any of this.
That's
Like
fine, but that's
I
media and
and
culture.
this extends even to like Planetside for me.
Right. But media
Honestly,
and
it
culture is
doesn't
the
make me
starting.
mad if a bad release comes out.
Cool. Yeah.
Why?
But media and culture is the starting point of all that stuff. That's where it gets in, right?
You're talking about the way things are made. I'm talking about what my choice is now to interact with them and your choice
Okay, but just
inferentially.
separating yourself from it and say I don't have to play it is the or like if we're gonna use that an example, if it's a bad update or if it's a stupid design thing or whatever, and if it's a game, oh, I don't have to play it anyway. That is the biggest cop out of having the conversation about how the sausage gets made that there is because you could say that I'm just not going to interact with it. Okay, like, but there's something to get into here. Like there's a conversation to be had about it, and just because you can separate yourself from it and be like, of course, it's just easier to not have the conversation.
There's a conversation to be had. I think that's fair. That's a fair thing to say. I think maybe for me, the sense that I have is that I don't need to be in it. And there are other
Okay,
conversations that I need to be concerned with.
right.
And I'm allowed to be a casual consumer of these many things and choose to go deep on just these few things.
Sure,
And
yeah.
and for me, what's it's actually surprised me. I didn't realize that the way video games, like video games themselves and playing them and their mechanics and their design is not one of those things that turns out that I need to go deep on in life to get where I need to go, to explore my interests, to get further along. Um, and maybe
Totally
that,
fair.
and maybe that's like and I think that's part of what makes it easy for me to talk to anybody in the Planetside scene. Because at the end
Yeah.
of the day, if someone has no hot take about Planetside design upsets me. Um, and I'm always interested in like, well, how did you get there? Um, so, but you have, I hear it come out, right? I hear that incisive, like, I'm ready to tussle. I'm ready to get into this. I'm ready to fight it out. And I've seen that a lot of other places too. The thing that the thing that bums me out, Lex, and some of your videos bum me out this way too, be honest, is when we go from having a reasonable critique to having what feels like an emotional hit session on a person.
Okay, give me an example.
Well, like I watched your walking around the neighborhood video about when Rel left, right?
Mhm.
And I thought you made some pretty reasonable points to start out. Is my recollection. And but eventually, this video and a few others that I've seen too have also had this happen. Go into just like Rel bad, this person bad, and it's not that I disagree with you or
No,
agree
you're
with you.
that's not
It's
what I'm
that
saying.
I don't think it's what you're saying either. But my sense of it is that you're upset about this thing that happened, and you're going to show that by by it's the word that comes to mind is ad hominem, right? You're
That's not has nothing to do with no, that's
okay.
not I hate when people this pisses me off more than anything because
Please
people
explain it to
use the
me.
word
I want to understand it.
don't it's not ad hominem. I'm not making ad hominem against Rel. I am picking out and I had a guy post on one of my videos the other
Uh
day.
huh. Uh
This
huh.
boil down guy who's never watched a single fucking second of content on my video.
Mm.
I have hours and hours and hours, and trust me, I hear it all the time. Why is your fucking content so long? Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, obviously, nobody watches it, right? Especially this guy. But I had this guy commenting the same stupid shit that you just said. It's ad hominem. It's not ad hominem. I'm not getting rid of the guy's point of view. Look, search off the definition of ad hominem.
I am.
I'm
I
going to
am
open it right now, too, because I'm tired of this dog shit. It's not ad
directed
hominem.
against a person rather than the position they're maintaining.
Okay, and how many times in my videos do I specifically go out of my way? I've made, especially in the last 2 years, I have gone out of my way to say, I don't care about the person. I'm not talking about the person. I'm talking about the ideas and why they don't make sense. And it's okay if someone is making design decisions for the game. I can say that's idiotic and that doesn't make sense. Okay? I can argue against that all day. And I go out of my way to say, I like Wrel as a person. I could probably sit down and do a podcast with him and just talk to him as a person. I have no problem with the guy personally. It has nothing to do with that. And I'm so sick and tired of this.
I
So
love your passion.
it's not, I'm not, yeah, don't get me started on that either. If it was an ad hominem, I would say, well, you know why I hate Wrel? It's because he got a 300 on his SAT score, and I don't think he's relevant to be working on the game. Or Wrel has dirty blonde dishwater hair,
Don't you
and that's
call him
why
like
I
a
fucking don't like
YouTuber,
him.
like as a critique?
Is that not what he is? Am I wrong?
Yeah, but that is what ad hominem means. It means you're critiquing him based on who he is, not what he's doing.
That's because that's what it comes from. The
Okay.
same. He's
This
the
is what
same.
I see happening. Yes, go on.
He's the same person that he was then as he is now. Now you can sit here all day. Cool. Personal growth. Learned a lot at my job. Probably a lot to learn at that job. Probably
I'm sure. Fuckloads.
Mismanaged as shit. You know, there's a history of that at that company, right?
Sure.
But when it comes to talking about shit in the game, like design, systems, he's the same guy he was in 2013, fellas. Like there's a 2017 video. Shit we need to add to the game. Okay? We added that stuff to the game by 2022 or whatever. No, go ahead.
Yeah. It makes me think
And
because
you know
like
what's annoying is I think you should know better than anybody. I think you're just trying to rile me up.
it's a little bit of both. It's a little bit of I genuinely I'm telling you that I genuinely feel this way in some of your videos. And you know I have every reason to interpret your intentions in a non-vicious way because I like you and you're my friend.
But I get why there's people. I still have people that come and say that. And then you know what happens every single time that I try to have a conversation with these people who say that, and I try to talk about the design, and I try to talk about the game, and I try to talk to this person. Do you know what happens every single time?
I can guess.
Nothing. They fucking put their tail between their legs and run away because they don't have anything else. They can't talk about it, or they don't want to talk about it. Like this guy that I was mentioning. Like I said, how many hours of content do I have on the channel about this shit?
A lot.
Yeah, not edited, long-winded, a lot.
Yes.
And I think what was the first thing? I can go look at it right. One of the first things he says. Now I'm pissed off and have to look at this.
Okay, let's do it.
Hold on. Where is the Wrel video? Okay, here it is.
The Wrel video.
Oh, and stupid comments like this, I always pin. I pin these. You know how you can pin the YouTube comments?
Yeah. You pick one.
The people that say stupid things, I pin those on the video. Just basically the pin of shame.
Yeah, sure.
So this says, this guy, I'll read exactly what he said. Not one word out of your mouth was actual constructive criticism. As though that's the format of the video anyway, is that I'm going to sit here and make constructive criticism in this particular... Buddy, there's dozens and dozens of hours of that around in the channel, okay? This is a video made on the day that the guy released his video, okay?
Yep.
You didn't mention one example nor category of thing Wrel did wrong. You accused him of having no passion or love for the game, which I have never done ever. And if there's anything that I give the guy, I'll grant you the passion and love for the game forever.
Check.
Got it. Good.
I don't think he loves it anymore. Passion, maybe.
Cool. Well, you did it to yourself.
Find out when I talk to him.
Yeah. Where interviews with other people who worked and managed Wrel said that without Wrel, the game wouldn't exist. again, okay, the Cardo quote mine again. But I have to thank you. This existed before you, but when you interviewed Cardo, they got a
I
whole
flushed it
bunch
out.
more fucking
Yeah.
right. And it's the most annoying shit ever. And I constantly have to hear this.
Why is it
Uh,
annoying?
it's annoying because the guy mainly responsible for shitting on the Golden Goose for Daybreak Games with his stupid design implementation of a combat update, which shit on the game and the game never recovered from.
Are you talking about Cardo and H1Z1?
That's correct. Yeah, a
We talked
guy
about
who
that. That
almost,
wasn't those weren't his decisions. He was given marching orders and he just
of course,
executed.
oh, of course, it's always the marching. Yeah, whatever, man. I'm just saying that
I
if
don't
you
know
have
how you can be so confident in attributing blame. I don't get it.
because you can never be blamed for anything. These guys can never be blamed for anything, and I just
Mm,
don't buy that these people are not making stupid decisions because I
okay.
see them talk and they talk all the time and they say stupid shit about the games all the time. So,
Mm.
which one is it? You're either completely blameless or it's always the guy behind the curtain doing it. And I'm sorry, it's just too convenient for you to always go. And these people on Planetside Reddit used to do this all the
Yeah,
time
sure.
and say it's just the suits. And then you have Andy Seitz come out and literally say, no, it's actually not. So
Right, I remember
yeah,
that.
that's why I get
I
pissed
miss
off at
Andy.
that. It's He's a cool guy.
Yeah.
Every day posting about how the servers were down on Twitter.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah. So the whole incompetent guy standing up for the other incompetent guy doesn't really do a lot for me. So I know it does a lot for people who don't really care. But it doesn't really do a lot for me. You ignore all the actual evidence to go with profanity-laden rant without one thing, not one single thing that if Wrel watched your video, he could say to himself, yeah, next time in my career, I could do this thing better. It's fucking if that would ever happen, ever.
I don't
What do
know
you mean?
if there's any game dev who's open to feedback. I don't know if there are many more who are more open than Rel is.
Really? Okay, okay, you can be open to feedback and pull the feedback. It's in your mailbox, right? And you take it out of the mailbox and you go home and sit it on the coffee table and never open it. The feedback thing is egregious. Don't even start. No,
Hmm.
don't start. How about the dissertation that Gamer DJ wrote on why double or lowering the nanite cost of the maxes by 100, exactly what it would do, research paper style laid out, why it doesn't make sense, all this, that, and the other. What about that feedback? I
Hmm.
posted a video.
I
Will
think that was a
critical
post Rel
feedback?
thing. I don't think Rel was. I think Rel was on his way
Uh,
out by the time that.
okay, sure. Another, yeah. Just let him off the hook again. I mean, okay,
That's all I'm here
okay.
to do.
Let's get one that we can't fucking excuse or get rid of. Osher. Okay.
Hmm.
How about Osher?
Hmm.
Like I said, Rel's magnum opus.
Yes.
Yeah. He's coming
Here's
on your podcast gaslighting everybody for an entire year, and then he's in Discord chat with Landwell admitting that the continent sucks a year later. What's the problem, man? Why can't you just come on? No one's asking. You know the biggest problem with Osher
hmm.
is Osher was made for a game that doesn't fucking exist anymore.
Hmm.
It's not 2013
With
anymore.
construction, you mean, or with in what
The
sense?
construction, the biggest no, like 2030 open giant open field fights where everyone's cool. This
Right.
this weird. What I usually call it
The
is an
back of the
extremely
box.
which is extremely over idealized version of what people are actually doing in the game,
Right.
which you can easily fall into when you've fallen in love with the back of the box text or pictures or whatever,
Mhm. Mhm.
or you listen to or two, you don't actually play the game,
Mhm.
so you have no real connection to what's actually going on and how people actually play the game on a day-to-day basis. Or three, you only listen to specific groups of players who are just clueless about what the other two things I just mentioned.
Hmm.
Yeah. So defend him on that. Defend Osher.
I think Osher I think it's false, and I don't think it's a great piece of content necessarily. I'm not fit. I'm not a fit
I mean,
judge. Okay,
I
but
don't care if you
if
think it's
I'm aggregating impressions, feedback, wisdom from people like you and other people who know stuff better than I do, and from my contact with Wrel and what I know about the guy and what I've seen him do. I'm going to ask him about this tomorrow, but I'll tell you what my impression is going into it is, and I think that the word is ambition, and I think that the thing that maybe doomed Osher to not being as good as it should have been is the ambition to do it in the first place. Just to say that with the amount of people you have and what your velocity is, what you can do, what kind of updates can you kill? Can you kill it on? And
zero, none of them.
I don't think it's zero. I think it's greater than zero. But I think that if because I was reflecting, I almost made a video on this, but I decided not to. I was reflecting
You
on like,
should have.
well, what will the Rel? Well, the podcast will be more authoritative. What will the Rel? What was the Rel era about? If there was one narrative, and for better or worse, I think that especially in the last few years, it's ambition, and it's an ambition for a bigger vision of Planetside. And it includes things like outfit wars. It includes things like new continents. It includes a fourth faction. These are all very ambitious changes, and they all landed how they landed. And I think that if we ask ourselves, what are we gonna, what have we lost with Rel moving on? Probably every. I think there's no reason to suspect that the direction of the game is really going to change very much, but I don't ever think we'll
I
see
think
it.
they probably have a list of shit that he left that they're just gonna go down
Oh, I'm
the
sure,
docket.
but I
Yeah,
don't think
yeah.
we'll ever see a release as ambitious as Outfit Wars or a fourth faction or another continent again. I think that's done. I think that was Rel's doing to try to aim that high and
Yeah,
with the
fine, but
team.
what did those add? Outfit Wars, I think, is a little bit different. But what did Fourth Faction NSO actually bring to the game?
A huge amount of playtime for people who need shit to do.
Roll another character on another faction. You know,
Already did
Fourth
that.
Faction, Fourth Faction NSO, Fourth Faction shit was just, and when it came out, it was paid, and you had to pay for it. It was paying to play the game how good players had played for 6 years or seven,
Yeah, the
however
initial
many years.
implementation wasn't like so compelling.
Right.
Yeah, I agree.
So okay, so we gave more check boxes, and people are still
Guns are
complaining about.
content. Guns are content. Vehicles are content. Like this is all
Okay,
stuff that people
yeah, but if it's the
want.
same it's the same shit over. Battlefield 4 had this problem. Battlefield 4 had like 75 guns, but really there's only 3.
Okay.
So, you know what I mean? Like,
Yes, I do. But you're also the lens with which you're approaching this is,
does it actually add anything to the game relevant
and I think
to the core of the game, which NSO doesn't.
the population of people who are playing the game on balance don't see it that way. I don't think.
Okay, just because everyone else is ignorant and stupid means I have to be.
No. No, it just means you got to
Okay,
move on,
great.
brother.
Oh, I'm moved on. This past year is the least I've played the game in the last 10 years.
Yeah.
Realistically.
Yeah.
Because that continent, and objectively looking at what that continent to this day is still doing to the game population-wise, when I was playing last night, or I was waiting to play last night. I was watching you on Osher, and my other friend was
Finding all the
streaming
news.
on Esamir,
Yeah.
2 continents that I don't want to play, which who
Esamir's
ruined
gotten
those?
so rough. I used to like Esamir.
I used to like Esamir too, and then Wrel destroyed it. For the sake of adding lore story to the game, that who gives a shit? Like, you gotta accept what the
Ambition.
game is, man. It's not ambition, it's ignorance and stupidity.
Well, I mean, if he landed it, it wouldn't be either of those things.
Which one did he land?
I don't know. I think that the way the fourth faction integration, I think that ended up being a
What
great net
about it?
benefit to the game.
I can play another in nondescript faction with the same looking robot characters that all have the most generic fucking weapons ever seen in the game.
Yeah.
What's the draw?
Different ways to play Planetside than you could before.
Different way. It's how is it different?
The
It's
guns are
all
slightly
do they
different. They look different. They have a different flavor. They look different. Different cosmetics, different
okay.
vehicles.
Is
Like
there anything actually different? Are the classes different? Is there anything
it's
besides
a
the
it's
defector?
variation. You know, it's
Cool. We already had that in the game. That's why there's 3 factions and not 2, which is the way the game should have been in the first place.
look.
Okay?
I'm not the right person to defend this argument. I'm just giving you my impression of it, which is I
Well,
think
I want to hear the defenses
I know you do, and you're ready for a
there are
fight. And
none.
I wish I could give you the fight you deserve. I really wish I
I
could.
who could?
I don't think there's anyone, man.
Who could? Because Sirius, I feel like, has been trying to do that, but every video reaction I
Nah,
do of him, the man just literally lies.
I think Series doesn't have enough time. I think he could do a better job.
No shit. He could do a better job. Yeah, stop lying. First of all,
Is
that
he
would fucking
lying?
help.
I'm not sure if
He's
I saw that.
literally lying. The video that got me back this year was yeah, really. The video that got me back this year was his 10 years of Planetside. That propaganda shit fest that he put up.
Oh, the like, it's a hit. Now what? That one?
Yes,
I didn't.
that
I didn't catch
video.
that. I only saw the thumbnail.
It's gross.
Oh no.
It's dude, watch my reaction to it first, okay? Don't watch that. Watch my reaction to it, man. What a gross arm of propaganda for this guy. And you know what? That only happened. That video, I think, was released maybe 2 months before Wrel was gone. I think that motherfucker knew he was gone, and he was putting out his one last puff piece
he
to
released
explain away.
he released that Rel montage like an hour after the announcement. He clearly knew.
Of course he knew.
It's a question of how far ahead he knew. I don't know.
Of course, because he's been down on his knees, or somebody's been on their knees in that relationship for years now.
You know,
And that's the thing too. Somebody asked me the other day, who's he gonna suck off now?
you have to have some community facing
He's got an
victim
oral
volunteer
fixation.
themselves.
Like, what's he gonna put in his mouth now? I don't know. I don't.
In answer to your
I mean, to
question
be
though,
fair,
about who's going to give you the fight, like I think that maybe if BattleBit flops, that maybe there's a world where Kamikaze
talking
could
about
give it
this
to
shit
you.
again. Sure, but Kami, no, Kami is firmly. Well, besides the BattleBit thing, which is I'm leaving BattleBit mostly alone because I consider Kami a friend,
Yeah,
and I don't. Yeah. Well, all these people
he's
linking the
done
Steam
well by it.
charts.
Fucking good for him.
Great. That's awesome. And I'm glad I mentioned this in some of my videos lately. You can see the difference. Cammy is like taking the chance to branch out and do other stuff
Yeah,
and still growing. What's Sirius doing?
I mean,
Dead. His channel's dead. It's not growing anymore. You're doing advanced underwater combat guides, man.
one of these
Like,
days
it's
I'm going to
over.
mediate a discussion between you and Sirius. That'll be
Good
a
luck.
fun fucking conversation.
Good luck. He's a coward. He's ballless. He would never do it. It would never happen.
I don't know.
You know why? You know why? Because he'd get embarrassed in front of his 30,000 drones.
Well, if it's on my podcast, not that many of them are going to see it.
Oh, you're right, because his channel's dead and no one comments or watches it anyway, so who cares? But back to the BattleBit point. Yeah, all you guys, the game's been out for 10 days. All you guys linking Steam charts and everything,
Yeah.
the best game in the world.
It doesn't
Yeah,
mean
I'll
10
see you guys.
days.
I'll see you guys in 3 months, okay?
Yeah.
I hope you all keep up the veracity to be linking Steam charts, because I sure as hell be linking Steam charts. Yep. And you're gonna mute me and you're gonna block me and you're not gonna be happy, but you guys are out of control and you can't be doing this.
New World had 1 million players on launch.
How many do they have now?
Like maybe 10,000.
No. Well, actually?
Yeah, it got down to less than that.
Wow.
Actually, like within
I didn't think it was
6 months of release, it was insane, dude.
I didn't
Well, I'm
think it
still
was. I think I looked at it recently, and it was still like I was actually surprised how many people were still playing it.
last 30 days average players 12,000. Peak of 23,000.
Well, hey, is that why we're seeing Archie crawl back to do the do the relevant?
He's been carving a niche out of New World for a little while.
Oh, by the way, Wrel didn't even show up for that event that was hosted for him.
I didn't think he would.
No, and then the servers were broken for like 3 days after that, and the alerts wouldn't change. So even being gone from the game, Rel's still managing to damage the game's playability. I thought that what perfect, fitting, absolutely fitting, and
You know, I'm
perfect.
gonna have to go through some of your recent videos and see if I can give you any specific examples of the ad hominem thing, because I I I think that there is. See, here's the thing. I wouldn't talk to you if I didn't think you had access to something true and valuable. Like, I just wouldn't be interested. Um, but I think that sometimes when that message is delivered, there's stuff that comes along with it that doesn't need to be there, that turns people off and makes people make idiotic comments on your channel.
Cool. I don't care.
I don't think you do, but maybe I can convince you to care.
I don't care because if you're not if I had yeah, this is a huge problem. Is that these people, do you really care about the truth? Do you really care about the truth if you care who it comes from or how it's delivered? At the end of the day, the bottom line,
Well, that's a
if you
component
really
of the
care,
truth, isn't it?
if it's true, it's true if it's true.
Okay.
Do you actually, can you be honest with yourself and avoid the cognitive dissonance if you can listen to something that I say that is true, and just because you don't like how I say it, you're going to go away from it?
Yeah, but I don't think that's exactly what's happening with the things that I'm thinking of, and I wish I came prepared with a few examples, brother, but I did not.
That's whatever. Most people don't.
Yeah, yeah, I'll have to do the
Most
work.
most people are not. Yeah, they just hide and run away. Like I
Yeah,
responded to that guy. Do you think he ever replied? No.
it's because they just wanted to get out their feelings and move on,
Cool.
probably.
Cool. Go if you want to argue back, you want to defend the guy, go make a channel and do the same thing I'm doing, but make the arguments for it. And I'll happily deconstruct every single one of them every time you do it.
Okay.
But they won't.
What's
Because when they
the
get down to it, when they sit down to do it and they get into the shit and like fuck. And they know I'm right, but you can't admit that because you don't like me or you don't like how I deliver the whatever it is. I don't give a shit if you like it or not.
what's the saying, like, don't pick a fight with someone who buys ink by the barrel. Have you heard that?
Yeah, I heard.
Maybe a little bit of that going on.
Yeah.
Well, man.
Or just, I don't know, stay in your lane, consume the shitty content. And when people come out and critique it and have legitimate critiques,
Mm-hmm.
stay in your lane. Shut the fuck up. Buy the cosmetics. Log into the game.
I'm really
Your arena's not coming in and talking about game balance or the frustrations in the design of the
You mean
game
me
or why things don't
specifically?
make sense. No, I'm
Or
talking
people in
not you
general?
specifically.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Yeah. Know your role. Shut the fuck up about everything else. That's my message.
Okay. Okay.
We didn't talk about baseball at all.
Oh shit, you're right.
Your team sucks.
Fuck, man. My Yankees. We have too many. Oh, man. We're so old.
The only time I tune into a Yankees game is when Garrett Cole pitches.
He's fun.
I
Garrett
really
Cole
like
is
him.
cool. He gives the
I
best
wish
post-game interviews.
I wish that my team had a Garrett Cole, but
Mm.
just never can have it.
Mm-hmm.
Not allowed.
You guys are doing fine anyway, though, your Orioles.
I think we talked about it. I've just been waiting for, is this real? Like, I guess. I guess it is. but I'm
It's
kind of
been
waiting.
75 games. It's almost half the year. A
Yeah,
lot can
but
go wrong in the second half.
I know, but it's always like there's so much history in the last 20 years of just being shit. You know, we
Mm,
had that little spot in like the mid-teens with the Chris Davis teams
right.
that they flirted with maybe going. I don't think they ever made it to the ALCS.
I can't
I
believe
think
you
they.
pricks are getting Aaron Hicks to hit. I can't believe it.
I mean, does your hitting coach? We talked about this the other day too.
Yeah, yeah,
Fire your whole staff. Honestly, I mean,
yeah. So that
that's
the
that's
sto-
what I that's what I don't get. Like, how didn't Mattingly used to be the batting coach for the Yankees for a
I don't
super long
know.
time? I think
Did
he
he?
used to be, and then he took the because he took the Dodgers job right after that.
Okay.
But this was maybe like 15 years ago. But
Following the 2003 season, the Yankees named Mattingly hitting coach. 3 seasons in
y-
that role. Much praise.
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I just don't understand how it doesn't make sense to me how you spend that money on that roster, or you're the Steinbrenners or Cashman, and you can continually see this every season. Like, what's the issue? Like,
Maybe good help is hard to get.
you're the Yankees. You should be able to get whatever you want.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't get it. And you also see teams like the Rays, where from a coaching perspective, are just like making everyone look
Run in
silly,
circles. Yeah,
and they don't have any
I don't
money.
know. They don't have any money, and their stadium is the ugliest shit stain in the besides the Coliseum in
So I mean,
Oakland.
like, it makes you think like it's an institutional problem. Like there's some kind of problem with the
Yeah,
way that
yeah, but it
Yankees.
wasn't always like that because the Yankees, when you played the Yankees, when in the mid 2000s, or that team always hit.
Mhm.
They
Well,
always hit.
well, I tuned out from the Yankees in the middle of their big World Series run at the end of the '90s because I moved away and couldn't watch the games anymore, and I basically lost track until a year and a half ago when I started talking to you about it at the end of 2021. So I missed all those years. For me, there's like the '98 Yankees and these Yankees. Those are the Yankees that I know.
Mm, yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, they always hit. They mashed. You were
Hmm.
like their lineups were so scary. Like
Hmm.
I'm trying to think of they had Giambi and A-Rod, Jeter.
Hmm.
I'm trying to think of who was batting second for them on that team.
Jeter usually bats second. It's my recollection.
Yeah, he batted second. Who was batting leadoff?
Gardner, maybe?
Johnny Damon,
Ah, Damon. Right.
which he didn't hit for power, but he got on base
Yeah, he
all
did.
the time. I don't know. The days of Alfonso Soriano, like that guy always mashed.
Yeah. I don't get it, dude. These watching these teams hit, like there are guys who get hot for a little while, like Anthony Rizzo will get hot.
He's been
Stanton
terrible.
lately, yes, but he started really hot.
Yeah, but
Um,
the problem, I guess it's not really a problem because in other sports with salary caps, if you pay, if you're paying a C guy or a B guy A plus money, then you start running into problems, right?
mhm, mhm.
And in baseball, it's just, it doesn't matter,
There's no
right?
cap. Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, there needs, and as a small market guy, like my team is, maybe my team's not a small market, but they act like they're small market. Like
Yep.
I've always maybe they were more mid market back in the day, but the Nationals I think kind of we were the only game. The Orioles were the only game in town for a long time, and then
Mhm.
the Nationals. I think we talked about that where they had the legal disputes uh, when they moved the Expos
You guys
to DC.
have the lowest payroll other than the Athletics. The
Yeah,
Orioles do. Lower than the Rays.
yeah, and Chris Davis is what 12 million of that.
I heard a rumor today that because Josh Donaldson, a former MVP who's hit for shit
Yeah,
for us for
7 years ago.
a year and a half. Yeah, 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 whatever. um, he um he hasn't been in the lineup for like an entire series, and there's talks of him having conversations with the manager or whatever. And I saw a rumor that the Mets were offering to take on his payroll to trade for him as long as we send along one of our best relievers, and they were just going to DFA Donaldson immediately after getting him. They're just like going to pay us the rest of his 2023 salary.
Yeah, and he'll watch him go to the Mets and hit
Mash.
again. Yeah, how'd that make you
Yeah,
feel?
I think that we need to get Aaron Judge's hitting coach to join the team.
I think Judge should have left, to be honest.
Who would he have gone to if he didn't join the Yanks? The Giants?
Giants. Yeah.
Ugh. I don't think he really wanted to be a Giant.
I don't know why. It's a great franchise. I'm a little biased because they were my adopted team last year, and I watched all
Right.
their games. I
Right.
haven't really watched them this year, but they were sucking early in the year, and they went on a big win streak recently.
Yeah,
But
they figured something out.
I don't know. They're a good organization. They're run well. They have great stadium, great fans.
Okay.
Too bad it's in a shithole city, but what are you gonna do?
Arson Judge.
He would have been great there.
He'd be great anywhere he goes. He doesn't need a coaching
Where
staff
were
to
the
make him
where
good.
else was he rumored to go? It
Padres.
was the Giants and the
Padres like talked about making an offer, I think.
But I don't like how.
Nothing
Like,
else serious that I remember though.
there was a video. Did I link you that video of they might trade Soto?
Yeah, I think you did. Yeah.
Yeah, that's funny.
That's never
I
gonna
love
happen.
I love being like the second lowest payroll team in the league and watching all these $200 million Giga Chad teams that blow all their money every year just shit the bed. It's so great. And like the Phillies suck. I hate Philadelphia. I hate Philadelphia fans in every sport. I love when the Phillies suck. The Yankees are
The Phillies are
not
barely
doing
over
great.
500 this year after going to the
Yeah,
World Series last year.
The Mets stink. But who would have thought adding a 40-year-old Verlander's old.
I read
Scherzer's not been good this year.
I read a stat that the Yanks and the Mets are the oldest teams in baseball.
I would believe it. I mean, Donaldson alone probably shifts. How old's Donaldson now?
I
38?
think he's 37, I think.
How
About
much
our
is he
age.
getting paid? Remember
20
all last
20
offseason?
something.
I made fun of that.
Yeah,
All
about
last
half of what
offseason.
year of the Orioles' payroll is what he's making.
Yeah. I don't know. Baseball needs a salary cap.
You think so?
Yeah. Honestly.
Should
I've
it
always
have
thought that.
do other sports have salary floors?
Yes.
Okay.
Like you have to spend this X amount at least minimum on players, and
Mm-hmm.
then there's a cap. The NBA has it, well, at least right now, where there's a cap, a pseudo cap, and then if you continue to spend over the cap, your ass gets taxed for that over the year by like a huge amount. So
Isn't
if
that the
you
way
have,
MLB works, or is the tax much higher than an MLB?
I don't know, but I know the the NBA is like repeater tax.
Mm-hmm.
And these teams just have to. But there's a real salary cap in the NBA, so like the guys you can only end the contract stuff like you can have like maybe 2 max guys, and I think max now is like 50 million a year or something.
There's
Like
a
it's
individual
insane.
salary cap
For
for individual players.
No,
Oh,
no,
okay.
no. Well that the thing about the NBA, it's a what 12, 13 man roster,
Okay.
so you're not
Yeah.
you don't have as big a right.
Yeah. It's
And the
half
NFL is
half
like
a baseball
the
roster.
the NFL salary cap is like legitimate, but you got to fill a 53-man roster.
Right.
The MLB, I guess, would be close to that, but if you're in the MLB and you don't spend, I do like seeing like because that's what how the Astros came up to where they are now. They weren't
Mm-hmm.
spending.
Hmm.
The Rays, the Marlins are good now. They don't spend any money.
Hmm.
I
Isn't
don't know
that why
what
Jeter pulled the plug? Because wasn't Jeter involved with the Marlins?
he was like a part owner, I think.
Yeah, he was one of in the ownership group.
Yeah. Yeah. The A's, I don't know. I don't like these. I'll never not think of them as the Oakland A's. They'll be in
Mhm.
Vegas,
Mhm.
which I don't know what that fixes because they're not. The problem is not. I mean, the stadium needs to be condemned, and they can't. I don't know what the deal is with the stadium, but the owner, unless the owner sells the team, he's never going to spend money.
Mhm.
So, what's
Yeah,
moving to Vegas fix?
it's an
They get a
ownership
new
problem.
stadium,
I don't know. I
but
I assume
if you
it's good for the owner in some way. Like that's sort of the
it,
narrative overall.
if you have an owner that doesn't want to spend money, then you're kind of just you're always in purgatory. Like,
It seems like owning a baseball team, like in terms of like business, is sort of like it's sort of like I don't know, it's like it's not a serious business, right? It's something that you do because you want to own a baseball team and you already
I
have a
mean,
bunch of money.
you see that in the NBA too, because these
Mm,
people, these billionaires who are like
right.
they're used to getting their way with everything. They buy a team or get majority ownership in a team, and then they come into the league and they're dictating what you know. We're going to trade for this guy, and I'm going to build a winner and all that, and then it always falls apart, and then
Mhm.
they're hands off for the next. They learn their lesson. But I mean, I'd rather have an owner that goes and spends money than some
Like
guy
Steve
who's
Cohen.
sure. I would rather have that because you're going to build one of two ways in baseball, right? You're going to buy everybody, or do it how
Or try to grow them up.
all these young teams. Yeah.
Yeah. And if you're buying talent, then you're old.
If you're buying, you're generally yeah, you're older,
Because free
and if you're
agency
trading,
doesn't hit until people are close to
which
30.
this is yeah, that's which is the amount of time that these teams like sit on the rights of these players. That's insane
And get
to me.
people's
But
prime years and best
yeah, yeah,
production out
yeah.
of
But
them for next to nothing.
the system is totally screwed too because a lot of these guys get drafted and then they don't end up in the majors for
Yeah.
years,
Yeah,
like
for
4 or
half a
5
decade.
years sometimes. And
Yeah.
the team has control like in the NFL when you get drafted as a rookie, uh most rookies get 4 years and a team option for a 5th year.
Okay.
And then okay, if you get drafted 19, 20, 21, you're hitting free agency at what? 25 if you don't re-sign with your current team.
That's a lot better than MLB for the
Yeah, and
players.
these guys get paid
Yeah.
and their contracts are 4 or 5 years, sometimes 6.
Yeah, like in baseball and watching the Aaron Judge free agency really underlined
All
this for
these
me.
10-year archaic 10, 15-year contracts. I was listening to Jeff Passan yesterday talk about the contract that
It's going to be
Otani,
interesting. Yeah.
like he's going to get a 15-year contract. Like, why would you do that to yourself? I
It
like
seems
as a
to be
player.
in style.
Yeah, but
Like Xander
why?
Bogart's got a 10-year contract and the dude's like 31.
Those and which one of those contracts has ever worked out
Yeah, I don't know.
that you can think of?
Barry
Remember the
Bonds.
pool hole steal for the Angels?
I'm glad that Pujols ended his career at a high note because
Yeah.
there were some really rough years in there.
If I was in charge of it, you could never sign a deal for longer than 5 years.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I
Because
have
not
an
only
opinion about that.
that, because in some of these sports, man, you have to protect the teams from themselves in a lot of these cases. Because there's so many in the history of sports, like the bad contracts that the teams are just
Like Bobby
stuck in,
Bonilla, Chris
and
Davis.
they can't trade the guy because the contract's untradeable,
Mhm.
or the guy ends up, you're like I said before, you're paying a C plus player A plus money, you're not going anywhere.
Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, in a world where there's no salary cap, it's sort of just
It's
like
so stupid.
and
Like,
and and the idea that that a baseball team has to make money. I think that that's why I brought up the thing about like baseball businesses are not serious businesses. It's because like the
I
people
mean,
who own baseball teams,
somebody's making money. They have to be.
yeah, yeah, but it's not like they're running like a publicly traded technology company or something
No.
with serious scrutiny and like where they're really trying to make it prove profitability. Baseball
Eh,
teams, they kind of produce a value that's not necessarily all tied to the amount of money they make. Like there's a cultural value to
that
being
depends on the
attached to
owner,
a
I think.
team. Yeah, I'm sure it does, but like um and like so I I don't think baseball owners are need to be making decisions that are all about maximizing dollar return. Sure, certainly that needs to be a component of it, and I think that we see that reflected in some of these crazy long contracts. Like I think I heard like the Padres were going to throw like a 12-year deal at Aaron Judge, and he's
I don't understand why in what way besides for the player, the security, but
yeah,
even then, I don't
the long
understand
contracts.
what's the benefit of that? And if you're tied
It's more security
cuz
for the player.
and that's it. But
I'm getting paid whether or not I'm good
why
or
does it
whether or not
ever
I'm injured.
benefit the teams? When has it ever benefited the team for
I
that?
guess the idea is that there's a limited talent pool, and if you can get proven talent that you know is going to be good for the next 5 years, that it's okay to pay for another 5 to 8 years of suck.
I don't know. I think you can't number 1, you can't pay for past performance, which teams fall into,
Yeah,
and you can't pay 30-year-olds for 10 years.
you think Judge was overpaid?
What did he end up getting?
Uh, 9 years, 360, and the Giants were on record going to 400. I think.
I don't know. There was a lot of I think what he did last year, like I was telling you the whole time, like w- what are you doing? Like sign him.
I was on the same
Sign
page.
him. But 9 years is not 15, Like
Yeah, still he'll be in his 40s at the end of that contract.
I don't
Hopefully, Giancarlo Stanton is retired by then because we don't have room in the lineup for two DHs.
I mean he's always hurt too.
Yeah, man,
He's been his whole career, he's been hurt all the time.
what's the deal with that? The biggest, strongest man in the sport can't stay on the field.
I mean, you can't overcome genetics.
It's like a horse. Yeah,
If
and
if you're
even so, like Stanton, he has been shit since he's been back. Like in the amount of time he's played, like
I
since
mean,
he hit
look
that
at look
home
at
run at the All Star game last year.
what did he do when he was good in Miami? He hit home runs,
He had
drove in
59
RBIs.
homers, won an
Yeah.
MVP.
What else?
What more do you need?
I mean, yeah, but when you get older and your bat slows down, man, and pitchers are throwing faster than spin rates are back up. There's a good video I watched yesterday about is cheating and pitching back again, and the MLB wants to completely change how they're muddying this system. Have you seen the system they use to
For
muddy the
what?
balls for
I've heard
all
about
these
it.
games?
There's some like river mud or some shit.
There's some river mud in New Jersey that is on public land that this one small family of people like somehow has sourced out, and they do all that. Like it's the most. I'll link you the video after the podcast.
I think I've seen it.
It's the most ridiculous shit you've ever seen for a
Mhm.
major North American sports league. Like
Mhm.
it's insane. But like with Stanton, it's like all these big sluggers, man, they don't age well. Was it
Yeah.
who's the last one to age well? Adam Dunn.
Barry Bonds.
Well, that's a completely different category, which I used to love watching. I remember sitting in my room at the old house watching Giants games when they came on ESPN, watching him hit those balls out into the bay.
You know what I didn't know? I didn't know that Alfonso Soriano was a Yankee because I missed
Oh
all
yeah,
those years.
he was a Cub and then he was a Yankee.
I I read something a little while ago about the choice the Yankees made to not re-sign him and how they anticipated a regression. He was good for a lot of years though.
Yeah, real skinny guy, hit for a lot of power. Yeah, he was good. I'm trying to think of who else was on that team because I think you still had Jason Giambi,
Hmm.
Alex Rodriguez, Derek Jeter. Was
Hmm.
Soriano on that team too? They had Hideki Matsui, who mashed every year.
Matsui, dude. So the 2003 Yankees. That's what I'm looking up right now. Posada, Robin Ventura at third base. How old was he in that year?
Old.
Yeah, 2003, 35.
Maybe I'm maybe I'm thinking of the
He hit league
like
average.
04, 05 Yankees.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. All those years are a fuzz to me because I wasn't paying
Yeah, but
attention.
they suck to play.
Aaron Boone was
They're,
was on the Yankees in
yeah,
2003.
like their pitching was like scrap. Their pitching wasn't always great, but they always hit.
Hmm.
And when they
Roger
were on, like,
Clemens,
yep, Andy Pettit.
and of course Rivera.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Some
Wh-
classic teams I remember playing as in the MLB video games and stuff, and then
Yeah.
watching.
Yeah. What do you think of the rule changes, like the pitch clock and the bases and shit like that?
I like it, honestly. I don't
Hmm.
mind.
Have you noticed like
Uh,
a difference in the like? Obviously, games are faster. That's easy to measure.
well, that's the best part because I used to go turn on and watch a game in the last few years, and I'd be asleep by the fourth inning.
Yeah,
You know,
especially
but
living on the East Coast. There are a lot of
yeah,
late
I
games you
mean,
got to deal with.
I like last year watching all those Giants games on the West Coast.
Yeah.
They start at what 10 o'clock, 10:30 here.
Yeah.
So, and if it goes extras, sometimes you're up. Well, I'm up until 5 a.m. anyway, so most of the nights. But uh, yeah, I think they've done it pretty well. I mean, of course, people are gonna hate it. There's people like that get upset, but
It's hurt
honestly,
some pitchers like who's
okay.
that? Is it Pablo Lopez? No, no, no. The guy who won Cy Young last year in the National League. Alcantara. Alcantara.
Oh,
Alcantara hasn't been throwing as
and
well with it, and also the Blue Jays pitcher, chunky guy,
the Mania who got sent
Mania.
down.
Yeah, dude, I watched him throw
Yeah,
against the Yankees. Man, he is he's nowhere.
I don't. Some guys are just 1 year. That's all they give you. Like you have guys that pop out of nowhere and they're good for a year, and that's it. Like, but I mean, even the Marlins are winning, and who was the other guy?
Manoa has
Oh,
negative
the Blue Jays.
1.2 WAR.
Yeah, I mean,
Negative 1.2. Jeez.
yeah. I mean, they'll bounce. Alcantara, I'm pretty sure he'll
Yeah,
bounce back.
I too
But even,
appreciate that the games are shorter. Um,
oh yeah,
like they were too long, and I almost never watch
like
a full game
the
anyway, all 9 innings. But now I can catch with the amount of time I'm willing to put into it, which is like an hour max. I can catch like most of the important moments of a game. Maybe tune out during the middle of it or something.
I think it does hurt. I think it can have the potential to hurt the tension in the moments that are coming later in the season.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? Like you're sitting there, you're in the playoffs, everybody's standing up. It's an
Didn't
important at bat.
didn't Cody Bellinger get called for a clock violation when he was receiving a standing ovation from the Dodgers stadium?
I mean, it's possible. I assume it's. I wouldn't imagine there's a. At that point, it's up to the umpire's discretion, and whoever the umpire is just a dickhead at that
Come
point.
on, let's get it going.
Yeah, like
Come
it ain't
on.
about, it ain't about you, and it's not going to be about you because they're doing that stuff in the minors
Yeah.
where they have challenges with real umpires. You get three
Oh,
a
the
game.
balls and strikes challenges.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. And then other times they have the robo umps, and you challenge. You ever watch tennis?
No.
Okay. Well, if one of the players in tennis challenges, usually it's on a in or out call, right? And they
Sure.
challenge. It goes up to the print, and then they put it right on the screen, and it zooms in, and it comes down and it follows the track of the ball, and you can see right then and there it happens within like 5 seconds, and you
Mhm.
know right away if it was a right call or not. Well, that's
Mhm.
that's what the MLB. That's I think the same technology they're gonna have.
Yeah, I wonder how long it'll take to get to the big leagues.
Ah, well, I feel like the stuff that they've done and they've added has been well timed, and
Mhm.
I think they thought about it, and I think it works. And maybe they chill out for a little bit, but they've been, you know, I think someone put it fairly. They've been fairly judicious with how they're adding the stuff in.
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
I don't know. Who knows?
Yeah. Okay. Go baseball, I guess.
I mean, this is the time of the year where there's literally nothing else to watch
Yeah. I don't watch other sports, so I
because
think you're right there.
basketball just ended. They just had their draft. Basketball ended a couple weeks ago.
Okay.
NFL doesn't start till August,
Mhm.
September. Hockey just ended. What else? There's a major American sport I'm missing, right?
I
Baseball,
don't know. I
basketball,
tuned out a little bit.
hockey,
I need to
NFL.
I'm hungry, man. I need to go track down some dinner.
I need to eat immediately.
You know
I'm
what?
starving.
Like I wish that we were doing this in person so we can go fucking get dinner
We
after
could.
this.
We could. You can come over whenever you want, man.
All right.
I'll
Maybe I
fly you
will.
out. You can hang out on my back porch in the woods with my cats.
That sounds
Oh, here's one
amazing.
right now.
Move the camera
Yeah.
down. Let's see it. Let's see
You
her.
know what she's missing?
What? Oh my god, that
What are
is
you
such a
doing?
chill cat. Meow.
She's missing the 10 o'clock dinner snack time, which is now 11:30. So she's highly pissed.
I guess you better get going before you have a feral cat on your
She's
hands.
been stirring around, and now she's like getting into shit, like because she
Like,
knows I'll. And she's like
pay
digging at
attention to
walls and
her.
stuff. Yeah, and coming up here and getting in my face. Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, okay, man. Well, thank you, Lex, for doing this. I just thank you, man. This has been really fun.
Cool. Yeah, whenever. I'll anytime you got a hole in your schedule or somebody backs out. I ain't doing nothing.
I'll
I'll
let you
come in here
know.
and talk about anything. I don't care.
Is there anything you want to promote?
No, I ain't. I don't do that.
Okay, cool. Go leave dumb comments on Lex's latest video, Milsim Prodigy,
And you don't
YouTube.
need to tell them to do that. They do it anyway.
All right. Well, let's get out of here and get some food. Have a good one, brother, and thank you.
All right, man. Take care of yourself.
Peace. Uh,
Okay, now I'm getting hit.
oh yeah, the claws coming out. I think I actually am just gonna go. Okay, stop recording.
There it is.
Oh, look at that tail. That's an
That
awesome
tail was
tail.
the biggest surprise because that she had a little stump, and then this thing just kept growing, and it just more hair on it and more hair on it, and it's just like I don't know if you can tell, but it's got to be over a foot long, and then
It's
the hair that
huge.
comes off of it, yeah, the hair that comes off of it, all those hairs are like this long. It's just this big bushy thing.
Beautiful.
Now she's on the pad.
Oh,
What are you doing? You hungry? Huh? You want dinner time?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you both enjoy dinner, man. I'm gonna go
All
find
right,
some of
man.
my own.
Nice talking. Good
Yeah,
talking to you.
I'll see you around.
All right, take care.
Peace.